had a lot of thoughts and just different things like I've read that I kind of want to relate to this. So I don't know what I should read first, but this whole subject I knew would increasingly be more relevant, I guess, and I still don't think it's fully like come to view. Like it's starting to, but the problem is I don't want it to sort of like come to fruition. I would hope people can sort of like see the way things are, the way history has, went about, the way things are going now, and unfortunately though, there's so many things that I want to connect, like this whole thing about Jacques Ellul, his main book, the Technological Society, kind of connects to all this. The Mechanization of Man, and like the whole concept of simulacra and simulation as well by Baudrillard kind of connects, but this is a little more like, I don't know, like this sort of in between, this sort of bridge, I guess. This and his other book, The Meaning of the City, which I've referred to, and pretty much the whole theory about the city being a sort of like reflection, and I don't know, it's just so many different things. This, like, I've already brought up Marilyn Manson and Heaven Upside Down recently as well in the last few videos. But again, the Heaven Upside Down, the reflection of the city, again, the whole occult computer science, like the grid, the city, the fractal, it's all sort of like playing out. And this whole thing about Steiner, Rudolf Steiner, and also, what's his name, Walter Stein, the guy referred to in The Spear of Destiny, but also this book, The 9th Century World History in Light of the Holy Grail, and how this sort of like Grail mythology is taking place, I guess, in world history. See, like, I'm trying to link all this stuff together, but I know that it's so much, and I can't really recreate artificially this sort of like path that I've went down to show where I'm coming from, or what I'm trying to, what I see and what I'm trying to explain and understand more, because I already know that what I do understand is still only like a little bit in comparison to this, what could be done. But anyway, this whole city thing, I also want to refer to this before I get into the blog itself, the electronic doppelganger, which is like a good, I guess, way of putting it. And this book or whatever is like a reprint of lectures by Rudolf Steiner. And I found it's basically, it begins with this one, Geographic Medicine Lecture 2. And it's like reworded or translated slightly differently. But this whole idea of the electronic doppelganger and the mechanization of man, and also, again, the reflection, the city, again, connecting to consciousness, or chitta, cheth, the vehicle, basically like more and more with the augmentation and the extension of our technologies and media, which I could also, more and more, like I've accumulated all this information recently, and it's all pointing in this like direction. But Marshall McLuhan, his book, From Cliche to Archetype, also has a lot of references to the city in it, and I might as well pull it out real quick. So all this stuff, I just want it to be like kept in mind as we move forward. So this thing about the city, electricity as well, the whole 666 formula as well, is a tying, like it ties all this stuff in. He says, in The Sacred and the Profane, Mircea Eliade writes a sort of manifesto against the secular city that is significant for the cliched archetype process. In the age of electric technology, the age of the zero gradient, the sacred or divine city of the ancient and native cultures is given archetypal status. In the environment created by electric circuitry, the entire world takes on again the dimensions of a divine animal. All the fragmentation of the Neolithic technologies begins to appear as a profanation of this divine animal. This would seem to be a fairly clear-cut case of nostalgic archetypalizing characteristic of all utopias. Even Orwell's 1984 enshrines the 19th century, not the present or future. David Bazelon's The Paper Economy is a fascinating example of a book that archetypalizes a preceding technology. In a world of electronic information in which credit has already supplanted currency in a high degree, the old money and contractual arrangements have begun to assume the character of the Model T. They are ready for the museum. Again, the city as a means of heightening human consciousness by stepping up the intensity of human interfaces, and the city as a vast wasteland, junkyard, or museum of artifacts is the theme of all the epics from the Iliad to Ulysses. The city as center of consciousness is also a vast midden heap of discarded cliches whose retrieval forces upon them an archetypal character. These fragments have shored against my ruins. T.S. Eliot, The Wasteland. So this whole cliche and archetype process in just literature and the mythology and the individual and the society, evolution, all this stuff, social currency, this electronic currency, it all seems like related, just in different contexts. And so, again, the simulation and simulacra, the electronic doppelganger, the mechanization of man, it's all the same thing, really. So to just cut through all this stuff, Mircea Eliade, though, has a lot of good books, but this one in particular has a chapter that I also found relevant, and I want to go through some of it. So this chapter, Time Can Be Overcome. When you think of, I don't really know how to get into it, but again, this whole reflection, this containment, the shells, the clothoth, the energy, geometry in the ageometrical or electrical sort of, I wouldn't say analog, but non-digital nature of being that it's too hard to really talk about, and yet that's all we have. Symbols and maps. When you realize the labyrinth-like nature of being consciousness and bliss, it's sort of, it just opens up, and this whole time can be overcome idea. It's really, it's just relieved a lot of misunderstanding or concern, or just it's just made me, I want to read this aloud. I've already read it, but Certainty of a New Beginning. Our brief considerations on the similarity between the optimism of the recently decolonized peoples and that of modern Western artists could have been carried further and developed. 4. Other comparisons between certain beliefs of traditional societies and certain aspects of modern culture spring to mind. But we shall defer these comparisons until later in order not to interrupt our exposition. For if we examined the mythical theme of the end of the world, it was primarily to bring out the relations between eschatology and cosmogony. The reader will remember that in the 3rd chapter we emphasized the extreme importance of the mythico-ritual scenario of annual world regeneration. We saw there that this scenario implies the motif of the perfection of the beginnings, and that after a certain historical moment, this motif becomes movable. It can now signify not only the perfection of the beginnings in the mythical past, but also the perfection that is to come in the future, after this world is destroyed. In our long excursus on the end-of-the-world myths analyzed in the preceding chapter, we sought to make it clear that even in eschatologies, the essential thing is not the fact of the end, but the certainty of a new beginning. Now, this re-beginning is, properly speaking, the counterpart to the absolute beginning, the cosmogony. It could be said that here, too, we have found the mental attitude typical of archaic man, the exceptional value he attributes to knowledge of origins. For the man of the archaic societies, that is, knowledge of the origin of each thing, animal, plant, cosmic object, etc., confers a kind of magical mastery over it. He knows where to find it and how to make it reappear in the future. The same formula could be applied to the eschatological myths. Knowledge of what took place ab origine of the cosmogony gives knowledge of what will come to pass in the future. The movability of the origin of the world expresses man's hope that this world will always be there, even if it is periodically destroyed in the strict sense of the word. Is this a desperate solution? No, because the idea of the destruction of the world is not basically pessimistic. Through its own duration, the world degenerates and wears out. This is why it must be symbolically recreated every year. But it was possible to accept the idea of the apocalyptic destruction of the world because the cosmogony, that is, the secret of the origin of the world, was known. Freudian knowledge of the origin. There is no need to dwell further on the existential value of knowledge of the origin in the traditional societies. This type of behavior is not exclusively archaic. The desire to know the origin of things is also characteristic of Western culture. The 18th century, and especially the 19th, saw a multiplication of disciplines investigating not only the origin of the universe, of life, of the species, or of man, but also the origin of society, language, religion, and all human institutions. The goal was to discover the origin and history of everything that surrounds us, the origin of the solar system, and no less the origin of an institution such as marriage, or of a children's game such as hopscotch. In the 20th century, the scientific study of beginnings took a different direction. For psychoanalysis, for example, the truly primordial is the human primordial, earliest childhood. The child lives in a mythical, paradisal time. Psychoanalysis developed techniques capable of showing us the beginnings of our personal history, and especially of identifying the particular event that put an end to the bliss of childhood and determined the future orientation of our life. In another book, this book, Introduction to a Science of Mythology, which is a sort of misleading title, but the subtitle, The Myth of the Divine Child and the Mysteries of Eleusis. This book is, I didn't even know of it till trying to find, I don't remember what was it, some Bollingen series, but in particular this one by Mary Esther Harding, Psychic Energy. This book, though, I probably won't ever be able to find it, talks about it talks about the sort of like Hiranya egg, the golden egg and all this stuff. Yeah, I won't be able to find it. But I'd recommend this book because it just goes into this sort of like depth psychology of the whole magical child motif, or the divine child. Restating this in terms of archaic thinking, one might say that there was once a paradise, which for psychoanalysis is the prenatal period or the time before weaning, ending with a break or catastrophe, the infantile trauma, and that whatever the adult's attitude may be toward these primordial circumstances, they are nonetheless constitutive of his being. And it says, this is why the unconscious displays the structure of a private mythology. We can go even further and say, not only that the unconscious is mythological, but also that some of its contents carry cosmic values. In other words, that they reflect the modalities, processes, and destiny of life and living matter. It can be said that modern man's only real contact with cosmic sacrality is effected by the unconscious, whether in his dreams and his imaginative life, or in the creations that arise out of the unconscious, poetry, games, spectacles, etc. It is of interest to note that of all the vital sciences, only psychoanalysis arrives at the idea that the beginnings of every human being are blissful and constitute a sort of paradise, whereas the other vital sciences stress especially the precariousness and imperfection of the beginnings. For them, it is process becoming evolution that gradually corrects the difficulty and poverty of the beginnings. Two of Freud's ideas are relevant to our subject: the bliss of the origin and beginnings of the human being, and two, the idea that through memory or by a going back, one can relive certain traumatic incidents of early childhood. The bliss of the origin is, we have seen, a quite frequent theme in the archaic religions. It is attested in India, Iran, Greece, and in Judeo-Christianity. The fact that Freud postulates bliss at the beginning of human existence does not mean that psychoanalysis has a mythological structure or that it borrows an archaic mythical theme or accepts the Judeo-Christian myth of paradise and fall. The only connection that can be made between psychoanalysis and the archaic conception of the bliss and perfection of the origin is based on the fact that Freud discovered the decisive role of the primordial and paradisal time of earliest childhood, the bliss before the break, weaning, that is, before time becomes, for each individual, a living time. As for the second Freudian idea relevant to our investigation, that is, the going back, by which one hopes to reconstitute certain decisive events of earliest childhood, it too supports a comparison with archaic behavior. We have cited a number of examples for the belief that one can reconstitute and hence relive the primordial events narrated in the myths. But with a few exceptions, among others magical cures, these examples illustrate a collective going back. It was the entire community, or a large part of the community, that rituals caused to relive the events reported in the myths. Psychoanalytic technique makes possible an individual return to the time of the origin. Now, this existential going back is also known to archaic societies and plays an important role in certain psychophysiological techniques of the East. It is to this problem that we shall now turn. Traditional techniques for going back. We have no intention of comparing psychoanalysis with primitive or Eastern beliefs and techniques. The point of the comparison we shall make is to show that going back, of which Freud saw the importance in understanding man, and especially in healing him, was already practiced in non-European cultures. After all that we have said concerning the hope of renewing the world by repeating the cosmogony, it is not difficult to grasp the basis for these practices. The individual's return to the origin is conceived as an opportunity for renewing and regenerating the existence of him who undertakes it. But as we shall soon see, the return to the origin can be effected for a wide variety of purposes and can have many different meanings. First and foremost, there's the well-known symbolism of initiation rituals implying a regressus ad uterum. Since we have studied this complex at length in our Birth and Rebirth, we will limit ourselves here to some brief indications. From the archaic stages of culture, the initiation of adolescence includes a series of rites whose symbolism is crystal clear. Through them, the novice is first transformed into an embryo and then is reborn. Initiation is equivalent to a second birth. It is through the agency of initiation that the adolescent becomes both a socially responsible and culturally awakened being. The return to the womb is signified either by the neophyte's seclusion in a hut, or by his being symbolically swallowed by a monster, or by his entering a sacred spot identified with the uterus of Mother Earth. What concerns us here is that, together with these puberty rites typical of primitive societies, initiation rituals involving a regressus ad uterum also exist in more complex cultures. And also the coffin ritual of Masonry. To confine ourselves, for the present, to India, the motif is discernible in three different types of initiation ceremonies. First, there's the Upanayama ceremony, that is, the boy's introduction to his teacher. The motif of gestation and rebirth is clearly expressed in it. The teacher is said to transform the boy into an embryo and to keep him in his belly for 3 nights. Whoever has gone through an Upanayama is twice born, or Dvija. Next, there is the Diksha ceremony, obligatory for one preparing to offer the Soma sacrifice, and which, strictly speaking, consists in return to the fetal stage. Finally, the regressus ad uterum is similarly central to the Hiranyagarbha ceremony, literally golden fetus, or golden egg. The person undergoing the ceremony is put in a golden vessel in the shape of a cow, and on emerging from it, he is regarded as a newborn infant. In all these cases, the regressus ad uterum is accomplished in order that the beneficiary shall be born into a new mode of being or be regenerated. From the structural point of view, the return to the womb corresponds to the reversion of the universe to the chaotic or embryonic state. The prenatal darkness corresponds to the night before creation and to the darkness of the initiation hut. Whether primitive or Indian, all these initiation rituals involving a return to the womb have, of course, a mythical model. But even more interesting than the myths relating to initiation rites of regressus ad uterum are those that narrate the adventures of heroes or of shamans and magicians who accomplished the regressus in their flesh and blood bodies, not symbolically. A large number of myths feature 1. A hero being swallowed by a sea monster and emerging victorious after breaking through the monster's belly. 2. Initiatory passage through a vagina dentata, or the dangerous descent into a cave or crevice assimilated to the mouth or the uterus of Mother Earth. All these adventures are in fact initiatory ordeals, after accomplishing which the victorious hero acquires a new mode of being. The initiation myths and rites of regressus ad uterum reveal the following fact. The return to the origin prepares a new birth, but the new birth is not a repetition of the first physical birth. There is, properly speaking, a mystical rebirth, spiritual in nature, in other words, access to a new mode of existence, involving sexual maturity, participation in the sacred and in culture, in short, becoming open to spirit. The basic idea is that to attain to a higher mode of existence, gestation and birth must be repeated, but they are repeated ritually, symbolically. And again, it makes me think, again, like of E. Iamblichus's, Theurgy and Eliphas Levi, like the whole thing about ritual and timing and all this cyclical stuff is the fact that basically certain things, natural cycles, which are set in motion, like, how do I say this? By seeing it ahead of time, you can kind of work with it and, again, change things, and it's all about awareness and being and the whole superconscious being the future, so to speak, that end of the continuum, kind of being in tune, I guess, or in touch with that sort of timeless aspect of the soul or the heart. In other words, we here have acts oriented toward the values of spirit, not behavior from the realm of psychophysiological activity. We have found it necessary to dwell on this point to avoid leaving the impression that all myths and rites of return to the origin are on the same plane. To be sure, the symbolism is the same, but the contexts differ, and it is the intention shown by the context that gives us the true meaning in each case. As we saw from the point of view of structure, it is possible to homologize the prenatal darkness of the initiation hut with the night before creation. And, true enough, the night from which the sun is born every morning symbolizes the primordial chaos, and the rising of the sun is a counterpart to the cosmogony. But obviously, this cosmogonic symbolism is enriched with new values in the case of the birth of the mythical ancestor, the birth of each individual, and initiatory rebirth. All this will appear more clearly from the examples now to be discussed. We shall see that return to the origin has served as the model for physiological and psychomental techniques, whose aim may be regeneration and longevity, as it may be healing and final liberation. We have already had occasion to observe that the cosmogonic myth lends itself to various applications, among them healing, poetic creation, introducing the child into the society and culture, and so on. We have also seen that the regressus ad uterum can be homologized with the regression to the state of chaos before the creation. This being so, we understand why certain archaic therapies employ the ritual return to the womb instead of ceremonial recitation of the cosmogonic myth. In India, for example, even in our day, traditional medicine effects rejuvenation of the aged and regeneration of dying patients by burying them in a grave shaped like a womb. The symbolism of new birth is obvious. The custom, moreover, is also documented outside of India. The sick are buried so that they may be born from the womb of Mother Earth. The return to the origin is also highly esteemed as therapy in China. Taoism lays considerable stress on embryonic breathing, Tai Si. It consists in a closed-circuit respiration like that of a fetus. The adept tries to imitate the circulation of blood and breath between mother and child and vice versa. The preface to the Tai Si Keu, Oral Formulas for Embryonic Breathing, expressly states, by going back to the base, by returning to the origin, one drives away old age, one returns to the state of a fetus. A text from modern syncretistic Taoism runs, that is why the Buddha, Julai, Tathagata, in his great mercy revealed the method for the alchemical work by fire and taught man to re-enter the womb in order to reconstitute his true nature in the fullness of his portion of life. Here, then, we have two different but related mystical techniques, both seeking to obtain the return to the origin, embryonic breathing, and the alchemical process. These two techniques are, of course, among the numerous methods employed by the Taoist to acquire youth and extreme longevity, or immortality. Alchemical experimentation must be accompanied by an appropriate mystical meditation. During the fusion of metals, the Taoist alchemist tries to bring about in his own body the union of the two cosmological principles, heaven and earth, in order to reproduce the primordial chaotic situation that existed before creation. The primordial situation, which, moreover, is called precisely the chaotic or Hoen situation, corresponds both to the egg or the embryo and to the paradisal and innocent state of the uncreated world. The Taoist endeavors to obtain this primordial state either by the meditation that accompanies alchemical experiment or by embryonic breathing. But in the last analysis, embryonic breathing amounts to what the texts call unification of the breaths, a quite complex technique, which we cannot examine here. Suffice it to say that unification of the breaths has a cosmological model. For according to Taoist traditions, in the beginning the breaths were mingled and formed an egg, the Great One, from which came heaven and earth. The ideal of the Taoists, that is, obtaining the bliss of youth and longevity or immortality, had then a cosmological model, the state of primordial unity. Here we no longer have a reenactment of the cosmological myth as in the healing rituals cited earlier. The aim is no longer to reiterate the cosmic creation, it is to recover the state that preceded the cosmogony, the state of chaos. But the line of thought is the same. Health and youth are obtained by a return to the origin, be it return to the womb or return to the cosmic Great One. So we may note the important fact that in China, too, sickness and old age are believed to be cured by return to the origin, the only method that archaic thought considered able to annul the work of time. For, in the end, it is always a matter of abolishing past time, of going back, and beginning life over again with all its virtualities intact, curing oneself of the work of time. Oh yeah, and this connection between alchemy, the alchemical process, and Taoism, I want to mention soon as well, because basically the Tao is 99, and alchemy is 99, which basically makes me think of this, again, this numerical diamond grid and the whole reflective nature of it, and how basically it's the zero in that sort of field, 10 by 10, the zero again being the Tao, and this sort of like alchemical process of division. And I don't know, I want to get more into that, because 99, since realizing that, has like come up in so many different other ways. Anyway, India is especially interesting in this respect. There, yoga and Buddhism, developing certain psychophysiological methods of going back, elaborated them to a degree unknown elsewhere. Obviously, the ritual no longer has a therapeutic purpose. Regressus ad uterum is no longer practiced to obtain a cure or a rejuvenescence or even symbolic repetition of the cosmogony intended to heal the patient by re-immersing him in the primordial fullness. Yoga and Buddhism are on a different plane from that of the primitive therapies. Their final goal is not health or rejuvenation, but spiritual mastery and liberation. Yoga and Buddhism are soteriologies, mystical techniques, philosophies, and naturally pursue ends other than magical cures. Nevertheless, it is possible not to see that these Indian mystical techniques show structural analogies with the archaic therapies. The philosophies, the ascetic and contemplative techniques of India all pursue the same end, curing man of the pain of existence in time. For Indian thought, suffering is originated and indefinitely prolonged in the world by karma, by temporality. It is the law of karma that imposes the countless series of transmigrations, the eternal return to existence and hence to suffering. Liberation from the karmic laws equivalent to cure. The Buddha is the king of physicians. His message is proclaimed as a new medicine. It is by burning up the very last germ of a future life that the individual definitively ends the karmic cycle and is delivered from time. Now, one of the ways of burning up the karmic residues is the technique of going back, in order to learn one's previous lives. It is a pan-Indian technique. It is documented in the Yoga Sutras 3.18. It is known to all sages and contemplatives of the Buddha's period, and it is practiced and recommended by the Buddha himself. The method is to cast off from a precise instant of time, the nearest to the present moment, and to retrace the time backward, pratilomam, or against the stream, in order to arrive ad originum, the point where existence first burst into the world and unleashed time. Then one rejoins the paradoxical instant before which time was not, because nothing had been manifested. We can grasp the meaning and the aim of this technique. To reascend the stream of time would necessarily bring one back ultimately to the point of departure, which coincides with that of the cosmogony. To relive one's past lives would also be to understand them and, to a certain degree, burn up one's sins, that is, the sum of the deeds done in the state of ignorance and capitalized from one life to the next by the law of karma. But there is something of even greater importance. One attains to the beginning of time and enters the timeless, the eternal present, which preceded the temporal experience inaugurated by the fall into human existence. In other words, it is possible, starting from any moment of temporal duration, to exhaust that duration by retracing its course to the source, and so come out into the timeless, into eternity. But that is to transcend the human condition and regain the non-conditioned state, which preceded the fall into time and the wheel of existences. Hatha Yoga and certain tantric schools employ the method called going against the current, Ujnana Sadhana, or the regressive Ulta technique, in order to obtain the inversion of all the psychophysiological processes. In the man who accomplishes it, this return or regression finds expression in the annihilation of the cosmos, and hence brings about emergence from time, entrance into immortality. Now, in the tantric view, immortality can be obtained only by halting manifestation, and hence the process of disintegration. One must proceed against the current, Ujnana Sadhana, and recover the primordial unity that existed in illo tempore, before the creation. What is necessary then is to enact in one's own being the process of cosmic resorption, and so return to the origin. The Shiva Samhita 169 sets forth a significant spiritual exercise. After describing the creation of the universe by Shiva, the text describes the inverse process of cosmic resorption, as it is to be lived, experienced by the yogi. The latter sees the element earth become subtle and dissolve in the element water. Water dissolves in fire, fire in air, air in ether, and so on, until all is reabsorbed into the great Brahman. The yogi witnesses the inverse of the process of creation. He goes back until he reaches the origin. This yogic exercise may be compared with the Taoist technique for returning to the egg in the primordial Great One. To repeat, we have no intention of putting Indo-Chinese mystical techniques and primitive therapies on the same plane. They are different cultural phenomena. But it is interesting to observe a certain continuity of human behavior in respect to time, both down the ages and in various cultures. This behavior may be defined as follows. To cure the work of time, it is necessary to go back and find the beginning of the world. We have just seen that this return to the origin has been variously evaluated. In the archaic and Paleo-Oriental cultures, the reiteration of the cosmic myth had as its purpose abolishing past time and beginning a new life with all vital forces intact. For the Chinese and Hindu mystics, the goal ceased to be beginning a new life again here below on earth and became going back and reconstituting the primordial Great One. But in these examples, as in all others we have given, the characteristic and decisive element was always returning to the origin, recovering the past. We have cited these few examples in order to compare two categories of techniques. One, psychoanalysis, and two, archaic and oriental methods involving different methods of returning to the origin for a variety of ends. Our purpose was not to discuss these procedures at length, but to show that existential return to the origin, although typical of the archaic mentality, is not a form of behavior confined solely to that mentality. Freud elaborated an analogous technique to enable a modern individual to recover the content of certain original experiences. We have seen that there are several ways of going back, but the most important are 1. Rapid and direct reestablishment of the first situation, whether chaos or the pre-cosmogonic state of the moment of creation, and 2. Progressive return to the origin by proceeding backward through time from the present moment to the absolute beginning. In the first case, there is a vertiginously swift or even instantaneous abolition of the cosmos, or of the human being as the result of certain temporal duration, and restoration of the original situation, chaos, or on the anthropological plane, the seed, the embryo. And again, the seed is 333, the dream time. There is an obvious resemblance between the structure of this method and that of the mythico-ritual scenarios of immediate regression to chaos and reiteration of the cosmogony. In the second case, that of gradual return to the origin, we have a meticulous and exhaustive recollecting of personal and historical events. To be sure, in these cases too, the final goal is to burn up these memories, to abolish them as it were by reliving them and freeing oneself from them. But there is no longer an effort to blot them out instantaneously in order to return to the original moment as quickly as possible. On the contrary, the important thing is to recollect even the most insignificant details of one's life, present or past. It is only by virtue of this recollection that one can burn up one's past, master it, and keep it from affecting the present. The difference from the first method, whose model is instantaneously abolishing the world and recreating it, is obvious. Here, memory plays the leading role. One frees oneself from the work of time by recollection, by anamnesis. The essential thing is to remember all the events one has witnessed in time. This technique, then, is related to the archaic conception that we discussed at length. The importance of knowing the origin and history of a thing in order to obtain mastery over it. To be sure, moving backward through time implies an experience dependent on personal memory, whereas knowing the origin comes down to understanding a primordial exemplary history, a myth. But the structures are homologizable. It is always a matter of remembering in clear and precise detail what happened in the beginning and from then on. Here we touch upon a problem of primary importance not only for the understanding of myth, but especially for the later development of mythical thinking. Knowledge of the origin and exemplary history of things confers a sort of magical mastery over them. But this knowledge at the same time opens the way to systematic speculations on the origin and structures of the world. We shall return to this problem. But at this point we must note that memory is regarded as the preeminent form of knowledge. He who can recollect possesses an even more precious magico-religious power than he who knows the origin of things. In ancient India, for example, a clear distinction is made between objective knowledge of the origin of various realities and subjective knowledge based on remembering earlier lives. We know thy birthplace, John Etram, O dream, exclaims the author of a myth in the Atharva Veda. We know, O Agni, that thy birthplace is threefold. By virtue of this knowledge of the origin, birthplace, man can defend himself against dreams and can handle fire without being hurt. But knowledge of one's own former lives, that is, of one's personal history, bestows even more. A soteriological knowledge and mastery over one's own destiny. He who remembers his birth's origin and his former lives, periods made up of considerable series of events undergone, succeeds in freeing himself from karmic conditionings. In other words, he becomes the master of his destiny. This is why absolute memory, such as the Buddha's, for example, is equivalent to omniscience and gives its possessor the powers of consecrator. Ananda and other disciples of the Buddha remembered births, were among those who remembered births. Vamadeva, author of the famous Rigvedic hymn, said of himself, "Being in the womb, I knew all the births of the gods." Krishna likewise knows all existences. All alike, gods, Buddhas, sages, yogis, are among those who know. The knowledge of former lives is not an exclusively Indian technique. It is documented among shamans. We shall see that it plays an important part in Greek philosophical speculation. But what must be stressed now is the fact that the exceptional prestige accorded to knowledge of the origins and of ancient history, that is, former lives, derives in the last analysis from the importance accorded to existential and historical myths, to myths narrating the constitution of the human condition. As we said, this condition has a history. Certain decisive events took place during the mythical period, and it was after them that man became what he is at present. Now, this primordial, dramatic, and sometimes even tragic history must not only be known, it must be continually recollected. We shall later see the consequences of archaic man's thus deciding, at a certain moment in his history, that he would continually relive the crises and tragedies of his mythical past. And so, even though that was kind of long, I think it was worth reading at the outset, because basically, again, it makes me think of the labyrinth symbolism and the labyrinth as a sort of mandala for something that I guess is more than three-dimensional. Like, if you could think of a labyrinth as being somehow involving time in its manifolds or folds, I think that's kind of like what the mind is very much like. The mind is very much like a labyrinth in that the way it condenses things, I don't know, memory itself, the past and the future, are somehow intertwined in a way that the conscious waking self cannot fully understand, never will, except maybe in little bits and pieces and fragments. But I don't know, that chapter was just really interesting to me, and I wanted to read it along with this because I don't know what I think about in regards to this post and the last two other ones. I keep thinking of like how in Liber 65 it's all talking about the river of Amrit or Amrita, this like river of blood, the river of life, and how like I don't know, I just keep thinking like what is that? And obviously it's Adam Kadmon, or man as a whole, this sort of labyrinth of self being divided among itself. I don't know. I can't even put it into words, but basically I'm just thinking of like this principle of life, basically, whatever it is. I can't help but associate it with kind of like the 0 point, because it's so like an immortal principle. It's not immortal, but because obviously it's mortal, but it's a sort of impenetrable or invisible substance, like the 0. It's nothing but everything in a weird way. So basically this whole like this life force principles, which you could associate with 666. There's a lot of like history of technology, and I find Leibniz and who else? Raymond Lowell, Francis Yates talks a lot about Raymond Lowell, as well as Giordano Bruno and these Renaissance figures and intellectuals and experimentalists. It's an experimental history of magic and experimental science by Lynn Thorndike. Makes me think of all of them too. The people he talks about in there. There's so much just like stuff. That's the whole thing, is there's so much history. There's so many people, and everyone's a freaking saint. Everyone's a holy person. Everyone's a genius. Lowellism. Sorry, I'm just like tired. This is why I can't ever do these things. I haven't been able to keep up. I get home from work and I'm tired. So look, based on a search for truth in all areas of knowledge, lullism stems from the belief that both mundane secrets and celestial levels of existence can be deciphered by manipulating the letters of the alphabet. Computational theory, blah, blah, blah. And what I've been exploring recently is looking at tables of, not just times tables, but the cubes, the mystic numbers, or the sums of a number, and the gematria values, and the way in which basically there's a functionality or a symbolic interactionism between certain meanings, words and their meanings, and their numerical values. Again, 64, time, and I can't think of anything else right now, but 793, Adi Parashakti, all these, there's a lot of weird, I don't know, it's the fact that, I don't know, Hinduism or Sanskrit, whatever you want to classify it as, the Eastern stuff, some of that stuff is just spot on, and when you calculate it, it's spot on with either in gematria with whatever it means or relates to, and the whole idea of yantras, that's basically what the numbers are, or a number, a certain number, and its gematria values. The idea is that it is a yantra of that idea, and it resonates, so it's kind of like a Pythagorean idea, I guess, in a way, itself. And it's so, that's the thing about gematria, is that it's almost so accurate sometimes that it's almost tricks you into thinking that it's not, that it's just some basic coincidence. But when you really look at, again, a database, and the more data you have in it to see resonances and whatnot, the more you just see, basically, that's the underlying process of thought and cohesion and cognition itself. This is Zairja idea, a device used by medieval Arab astrologers to generate ideas by mechanical means, basically by permutation of letters. And the Zairja, I believe, is 248. Zairja itself is 229. 248 kept coming up there for a while. It's Raziel, Secrets of God. Yeah, the Zairja. And the Arbitel. This whole thing about computation. That's the whole thing, is there's a weird paradox, and I haven't been able to put my finger on it, in the fact that despite the fact certain things, especially spiritual or metaphysical things, are necessarily beyond not only word but numbers, there's also at the same time certain numbers that recur in these systems and schematics and mechanics and whatnot. So it's it's a little bit of both. It's non-numerical and numerical, and in a way that's kind of the infinity, the above and below, heaven and earth, the infinity and finitude. And by exploring these sort of proportions and relations and harmonics and tables, the times tables and stuff, you can kind of see the way in which, things operate, I guess, the fields, the mind, the cycles, habits, just get ahead of it. Zairjas create thought out of non-thought by presenting the mind with an event of singularity. In this event, the past meets the future in a hapax, originary formation. It converts thinking into a pure act where automaton or natural chance converges with touche or human affordance. This is a different concept of instrumental cause, normally degraded as a mechanical process. But clearly the inventors and users of the Zayerja saw how the occultation of intentionality could lead to greater things. This returns thought to its primary aspect as a pre-symbolic real, an emergent aspect of lived experience. A few key artists, scientists, and philosophers have developed this idea with a consistency that demonstrates that they have all happened upon the same notion, that thinking is primarily a form of divination, whose modern form is epiphany. And again, it's like spontaneity and organic thought, no matter how much or no matter how spontaneous something is to begin with, once it becomes or comes into being or manifestation, it's going to be calculable then. Prior to speaking, prior to formulation of the logical concepts of thought, there's got to be some pre-code, pretext, pre-concept, premeditation, the geometrical relation to all this. I mean, in alchemy, there's the Arbor Philosophorum or Diana's tree I was reading about. In Newton, or someone, I don't know, they made them think that there's like a living process there. And to me, that just makes me think, well, maybe I don't know, it just shows that basically there's mechanics, there's limitations, there's, karma, not karma, but energy cycles and patterns, and they can only go somewhere, Anyway, the current trends toward ultimate materialism and technological replacement or usurpation of basic human responsibilities is something that needs to be addressed and put into context so as to understand the collective drive in that direction and some of its potential consequences that should be anticipated. I have already analyzed some of the overt problems with transhumanism in the factors of balance, along with possibilities, current and in the future, for the abuse of such technologies in enemy number one. Now I want to analyze some of the long-standing impulses which have been and still are driving this current and what sort of historical, cultural, and psychological places it stems from. While much of this blog has been centered on my own developments along the lines of Crowleyan and Grantian concepts and terminology, I've been seeking to expand the subjects and sources. The last blog I wrote centered on Alice Bailey and her system of soul psychology. Now I want to delve into an important aspect of the work of Rudolf Steiner, who lived from 1861 to 1925. Yet another adept whose work may be decades old, but nonetheless very much relevant for our time. Steiner was a very gifted individual. Even from a young age, he had various psychic and mystical experiences which guided him into the study of the occult. Having had a good upbringing and family as well, he was able to get a good education at the Vienna Institute of Technology, where he studied mathematics, physics, chemistry, botany, biology, literature, and philosophy on an academic scholarship from 1879 to 1883, at the end of which time he withdrew from the institute without graduating. He had already been interested in philosophy, and later when he joined the Theosophical Society, he sought to apply his method of occult science in order to bridge the gap between the seeming disparate subjects of occultism or metaphysics and science. Steiner had certain issues with the Theosophical Society, mainly regarding the issues surrounding Jiddu Krishnamurti being pronounced as the Maitreya, which he himself later redacted. He later ended up forming his own Anthroposophical Society, which apparently certain Germans and German members of his former lodge did not like. According to The Spear of Destiny by Trevor Ravenscroft, which a lot of people discount altogether because of certain things, but there's a lot of stuff in there that actually is, accurate and relevant. But attempts were made on Steiner's life by the Nazis, and one time he barely got away with his life if it weren't for a group of people that purposely formed a barrier between Steiner and some Nazi troops so he could get away. They also destroyed by arson the Goetheanum, the center of the Anthroposophical Society, on New Year's Eve of 1923, while Dr. Steiner was giving a lecture with about 800 people inside. A new Goetheanum was completed in 1928. And again, as you can see, the architecture is sort of dreamlike almost to me, but it's not, it's not rigid and square. This is a little more, I guess, less rounded, but both books, The Spear of Destiny and The Mark of the Beast, talk about the nature of the zeitgeist, or spirit of the age, that dawned around the time of the two world wars, and liken it to that which Steiner termed Ahriman, or the Ahrimanic deception, as in the title of one of his lectures on the subject. It was this spirit which became overtly manifest in the nature and actions of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party, which, if you look, you will find never fully died out with the death of Hitler, but trickled into the United States via Operation Paperclip and the Nazi rat lines. Ravenscroft and his co-author T. Wallace Murphy state that it is no mere coincidence that just after the United States came into possession of the Spear of Longinus, the U.S. itself unleashed the most deadly force on mankind, the atomic bomb, which was dropped on two different cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, furthering the manifestation of the spirit of Ahriman. So again, the meaning of the city comes up. The making of the atomic bomb is sort of alchemical thing anyway. Legend has it that whoever possessed the Spear of Destiny has immense power, particularly over life and death and good and evil. They also point out that the spear on display in Austria is probably not the original, and who knows who might have it, probably the Vatican, who backed Hitler. See Hitler's Pope by John Cornwell, and The Myth of Hitler's Pope by this Rabbi Dalin. To me, the Spear of Destiny, it's just, I don't necessarily believe in the hype about it or whatever, but it's sort of just, it's similar to the Grail. I think that it's symbolic of this sort of dark force, similar to pretty much what he called Ahriman, which, again, Takshaka comes up in the sense that Takshaka is this sort of like, Nagaraja of death and poison, the poison of death. Steiner depicted Ahriman in two different forms. One is a sculpture of his head and face, as well as a large wood carving which also features Christ and Lucifer, known as the representative of humanity. This piece barely escaped the flames of the Nazi arson and is now on display at the second Goetheanum. Christ was conceived by Steiner to represent the balance between two poles of extreme expansion and contraction, Lucifer and Ahriman. See Christ in relation to Lucifer and Ahriman, May 18, 1915. Detailed images of this piece can be seen here. In his lecture on the Ahrimanic deception, Steiner gives an account of the importance of Ahriman in what was at the time the coming generations and what is now present day. He said, the impulses entering humanity from a Luciferic source sank down gradually into the soul, i.e., intelligence and enlightenment. On the other hand, however, another impulse, which we call the Ahrimanic, is growing stronger and stronger in modern times. It will become increasingly strong in the near future and on into future ages. The Ahrimanic impulse proceeds from a supersensible being, different from the being of Christ or of Lucifer. Equally with supersensible, one can say subsensible. But that is not the point here, i.e. sub or unconscious. The influence of this being becomes especially powerful in the fifth post-Atlantean epoch. If we look at the confused conditions of recent years, we shall find that men have been brought to such chaotic conditions mainly through the Ahrimanic powers. Just as there was an incarnation of Lucifer at the beginning of the third pre-Christian millennium, as there was the Christ incarnation at the time of the mystery of Golgotha, so there will be a Western incarnation of the Ahriman being some little time after our present earthly existence, in fact in the third post-Christian millennium. To form a right conception of the historical evolution of mankind during approximately 6,000 years, one must grasp that at the one pole stands a Luciferic incarnation, in the center the incarnation of Christ, and at the other pole the Ahrimanic incarnation. Lucifer is the power that stirs up in man all fanatical, all falsely mystical forces, all that physiologically tends to bring the blood into disorder, and so lift man above and outside himself. Ahriman is the power that makes man dry, prosaic, Philistine, that ossifies him and brings him to the superstition of materialism. And the true nature and being of man is essentially the effort to hold the balance between the powers of Lucifer and Ahriman. The Christ impulse helps present humanity to establish this equilibrium. Various writers have noted the significant connections between Ahriman and materialism, particularly in regard to the computer, most notably Robert Mason in The Advent of Ahriman, an essay on the deep forces behind the world crisis. See particularly Chapter 13, The Occult Meaning of the Computer, published in 1997, 1 year before Rudolf Steiner's predicted year, around which time the incarnation of Ahriman would occur, 1998 being the assumed date, as it is comprised of 666 times 3. A very interesting theory by David B. Black interprets the progressive mechanization of culture not only as an Ahrimanic influence, but as the actual macrocosmic incarnation of Ahriman. This is being brought to completion through the development of the electronic computer. Black traces the milestones in the evolution of the computer as reflections of the spiritual events in the heavens. For example, in the 1840s, around the time of Jehovah's abandonment of human bloodbound thinking to Ahriman, Boolean algebra was developed. The year 1879, the time of Michael's accession as time spirit and the final expulsion of the dragon onto Earth, saw the publication of Frege's Begriffsschrift, a great milestone in the development of formal logic, the separation of logic from the spiritual word. Also in 1879, Edison invented the electric light. Light is separated from the sun and plunged into the sub-earthly. Electricity is Ahrimanic light. Trotsky and Stalin were born. Mergenthaler invented the linotype machine. Bessemer introduced the hard steel process. And the U.S. Census Bureau hired Herman Hollerith, who developed the first large-scale punched card tabulating machine. The Christ's coming in the clouds, the Fatima event, or miracle of the sun, in the early 1930s was reflected on Earth by the publication of Gödel's incompleteness theorem, which demonstrated that a truly thinking machine is impossible, but which also led to the development of recursion theory, which is the essential conceptual framework for artificial intelligence and artificial life. Also in 1930, by a fortuitous comedy of errors, the planet Pluto was discovered. Pluto, of course, is the god of the underworld, and the discovery of his planet was a synchronistic harbinger of the unleashing of the submaterial powers of the pit upon Earth. At the same time as the Great Depression and then World War II, later transits of Saturn and Uranus to Pluto's discovery position marked the bombing of Hiroshima and the explosion of the first H-bomb. As is well known, the development of the electronic computer proceeded exponentially, from von Neumann's development of the stored program to the desktop and the laptop, and now, the phone and eventually chips and eventually sub-prototypes of apps and all sorts of bullshit. A lesser-known development of the Josephson effect, which allows the construction of semiconductors from superconducting materials. Thus, electrical circuits can operate without luciferic heat. The Ahriman, whose nature is freezing cold, can completely enter into electrical devices. As superconducting computers become more common, Ahrimanic beings higher than elementals might actually incarnate in them, since no physical energy is consumed in a superconducting circuit. Ahrimanic elemental spirits inhabit our artificial machines, just as normal elementals, or nature spirits, gnomes, undines, sylphs, salamanders, work in and throughout the living processes of nature. Black sums up. Sunless light and wordless logic intertwined, and out of them came the computer. Thus, while Ahriman incarnates microcosmically in a human body, we might also face the macrocosmic literal incarnation of Ahriman in our machines. The forces of Pluto are very tied in with this entire predicament because as humanity becomes aware of it and its archetypal qualities, great shifts in social and technological evolution have occurred, which have and still are proceeding to completely change humanity and all life on Earth. Pluto is now not considered a planet, though its use in modern astrology is still very prevalent. Quoting from A to Z horoscope maker and delineator, Pluto in classical mythology was the god of the outer regions, the ruler of the dead. He is represented in gloomy majesty, his forehead shaded by his hair, and with a thick beard. In his hand he holds a two-forked scepter, a staff or a key. By his side is Cerberus. He is often accompanied by his wife Persephone. Cerberus, the dog monster of Hades, is described as having 3 heads, a serpent's tail, and a mane of snakes. In the oldest Greek mythology, the house of Hades was a place neither of reward nor punishment. It was simply the home of the dead, good and bad alike, who led a dim and shadowy reflection of life on Earth, akin to what is now termed the astral plane. Pluto was simply the ruler of the house of death. In no sense was he depicted as the tempter or seducer of mankind, like the devil of Christian theology. Pluto was certainly depicted as stern and pitiless, but he was only so in discharge of his duty as custodian of the dead. As presider over dead and death, Pluto, Hades, Ahriman, thus hold the key of the dead in the realm of the Duat or Doth. Duat is Doth. This is precisely what artificial intelligence and life extension, typical of our modern age, are dealing with getting control of. The obvious problem, however, is that one cannot even begin to understand the mystery of life and death from purely materialistic means, as the processes of life and death are themselves not purely material. The same things Rudolf Steiner and others anticipated regarding the micro or individual and macro collective aspects of this situation were already beginning to manifest in his time, and in an extremely overt form, as the National Socialists and other forms of totalitarian communal forms of thinking. It is apparent that while the overt nature has been transformed, much has merely become covert in various academic, governmental, and even seeming alleged grassroots organizations are still authoritarian-based hierarchies, which can often be found to be different forms of the same things, each answering back or in some way greatly influenced, if not directly informed, by the same sources. The author James Webb has written 2 historical volumes on this aspect of history, The Occult Underground and The Occult Establishment. See also Occult Theocracy by Edith Starr Miller, who catalogs many of the major past and extant orders and organizations, which have each worked in some way to help build the current governmental and religious systems we still use today. And also, I didn't have it or read it at the time, but Sinister Forces by Peter Levenda. If only for the fact that it catalogs like so many interesting historical things. I mean, conspiracies, if you want to call them that, or just obviously meetings of people to see who met and like who influenced who. It's interesting. The outcome of this is a hierarchical occult technocracy. Technocracy is defined as a term used to describe an organization structure, or system of governance where decision makers are selected on the basis of technological knowledge. The term technocracy derives from the Greek words techne, meaning skill, and kratos, meaning power, as in governance or rule. William Henry Smith, a Californian engineer, is usually credited with inventing the word technocracy in 1919 to describe the rule of the people made effective through the agency of their servants, the scientists and engineers, although the word had been used before on several occasions. This would imply a great deal of compartmentalization and therefore control, which is, as history shows, liable to become antithetical to civil rights and liberties. If the various forms of authority shift to become artificially proscribed, such as by technological and computer systems and statistical information, then it will effectually become even more occulted by eventually surpassing and possibly obsoleting the humans as it was designed by and for. This is more likely to occur in the near future as virtually everything from communication, education, healthcare, and governmental systems become increasingly digital and computer-based than the more feasible technocracy movement at first set forth by Howard Scott, which proposed replacing politicians and business people with scientists and engineers who had the technical expertise to manage the economy and shifting the monetary system to a credit or energy-based system. So again, a social credit or energy system. At the core of Scott's vision was an energy theory of value. So again, that goes back to also silent weapons in quiet war, or silent weapons for quiet wars. Since the basic measure common to the production of all goods and services was energy, he reasoned that the sole scientific foundation for the monetary system was also energy, and that by using an energy metric instead of monetary metric, energy certificates or energy accounting, with that a more efficient design of society could be made. This was, however, before the computer age commenced, and there were many problems with the technocracy movement, as there are with everything, that would have lent it open to a wide range of possible outcomes, but it eventually disbanded and lost momentum in the 40s. The movement was originally banned in Canada for its opposition to the war efforts at the time and is quoted, "Our opposition to the Nazis," Scott said, "is not merely on the basis of ideology, but because Germany is built largely on human toil, and ours is a power and extraneous energy society. But there were no tears for the dead and dying on either side. Technocrats," said the chief, "are not filled with any love of humanity or influenced by any ethical idea, but are primarily concerned with function." This still seems to be the prevailing notion, which is completely Ahrimanic in essence and outward appearance. Because that's the thing, look at, it's just very robotic, I guess, I don't know, mechanical. Notice how the effect of architecture, i.e. masonry, creates a great deal of an effect on the psyche, again, the magnetic fields of the individual in the mass, or the psychic fields, really. The Vastu Shastra architecture. Smooth and rounded architecture, such as the Goethean, create more soothing and creative states of mind, whereas architecture employed by the Nazis, totalitarian architecture, is more rigid and stern, Ahrimanic in a sense. And I know I should say this is just kind of a mixture of the two to me, like not just this thing, but this whole idea. Like when you look at them, it's kind of obviously things are balancing out through humans, like with in a way when you consider the decades, like how everything's changed, culture and fashions and all that, like with the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, it's very much like the Eon of Horus comes to mind in the sense as the Eon of the child. The child is always growing, so it never outgrows its clothes. And so in a weird way, that's kind of what's happening. And so this whole thing about the historical sense, again, Walter Stein's book, The 9th Century, World History in the Light of the Grail, basically, yeah, historically, the heaven and, earth, it's a big mirror. Anyway, note that art and architecture sits at 6, the number of the sun, the heart, and the psyche. We already now do, for all intensive purposes, operate on a largely globalistic technocracy which operates irrespective of perceived borders, where not only, we have borders, but we are still very international at this point, where not only government officials meet and discuss things secretly, but because of the internet, ideas are also able to flow pretty easily to everyone, and each person is able to use it as an informational tool to the best of their ability. So it's very mercurial in that sense, like having that power in your hand. It is in this way we can see that authority is a great illusion, because those who may have great authority in one way, such as among people in a certain subject, may have absolutely none in another, while he who has the least authority, knowledge, or skill, the other has his leads above his supposed superior. So I crammed that all together. But basically, you may be good at one thing while suck at another, and someone may be good at that while you suck at what they're good at, A starving African child may be more dignified to leave a country than a rich man who has engorged himself on all he can. Someone in that situation, however, doesn't serve much of a function, however, so the ill-dignified useful idiot receives greater demand. Something which will be understood as the key point regarding the Ahrimanization of the human condition is that there is a definitely noticeable and traceable demarcation of an outside force working through people and events in the course of the historical unfoldment of this current zeitgeist or situation. So basically, it just seems like this noticeable dehumanization element, or just careless, it's worked through humans themselves, like we are killing each other and don't even give a shit. So what is this driving force? Well, it's Ahriman. There are overt indications that this is a covert alien, or in other terms, clifothic manifestation emanating through our own personal and collective shadow, i.e. things we ignore, repress, condemn, judge, dismiss, manipulate, subjugate, etc. It seems to be manifesting at back then especially, but it seemed to be manifesting at a maximized level presently in various ways through the media from music. So I mean, I wouldn't say, I say it seems to be manifesting at a maximized level presently, but obviously the Nazi era was way worse, I guess. But I think that the general underlying fear, I guess, is that we could revert to some sort of situation like that again, which in some, it's not that far away when you consider other countries and what they're being subjugated to, So wait. It seems to me to be manifesting at a maximized level presently in various ways through the media, from music, especially pop, electronic, even metal, or obviously metal, television shows and movies, from animes to big-screen Hollywood movies, as well as the military-industrial complex as mentioned before, the supposed healthcare industry. One other thing to note regarding all these superficially pleasant but intentionally systematic programs is that if they were really as beneficial and progressive as they claim, then the same scripted individuals and organizations promoting things such as Agenda 21, gun control, and transhumanism in general, is that if they truly cared for progress, evolution, or even just the people they want to use as essentially slaves, we wouldn't be spending more money on weaponization, surveillance, and censorship than feeding the poor, helping the homeless, and, for themselves to gloat and get rich. Much less veterans even, or lower-class citizens, and they wouldn't be arming virtually every national enemy from the Mexican drug cartel to Israel to Hamas and Hezbollah. Of course, Israel as well. All these different people that are fighting, Hamas, Hezbollah, Obama. The ignorance and downright acceptance of this is also very Ahrimanic and inhuman. This is the nature of the guiding forces working through and behind the lower nature and carnal drives of mankind, which can reach to monstrous proportions and used to manipulate and maneuver entire populations of people. In other words, the hive mind, which is increasingly gaining strength as well as physical externalization in a modern, i.e. technological way, is not completely being directed by anthropic or human volition, but as well by various clifothic forces, again, feedback loops, reflexes, dark shadows of our, what we think we know, emanating from the entitized adversarial shadow known as Ahriman, the anti-humanity or antichrist, the forces of self-destruction, Takshaka, and forces behind the anthropic and Ahrimanic, which would be termed the aliens, the outer ones, and great old ones, which are fighting for the direction which mankind takes, either furthering our spiritual advancement or collapsing again as the fall into Ahrimanic entropy. So there are forces within ourselves, it's like our literal drives and desires in our working in our bodies, which whether you give into or whether you work against to strive for something higher. The outer ones, negative archons, so-called asuras, demons, are of course those who would benefit from our being more tool-like, just rotting away basically, preferably more artificial or at least controllable. The great old ones, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, archangels, desire our advancement as conscious, autonomous, rather than automatic sovereignty, which comes at a great cost and effort. The cure would, of course, obviously be to do the great work, the individual process of initiation and self-enlightenment, not based on any external authority, although it can help, I guess, but grounded and balanced within and without through experiential perseverance and ruthless compassion, to use the words in which Soror 722 once put it. The only way to convince anyone to do the right thing and begin to find their own true will is to try and teach them by example. And that's, why people do these communal forms of mimicry, and only in that way will the driving force in them awaken, if it be there at all, for them to respond and act on their own accord. Otherwise, any attempt at pointing the way will only push them further away. The spiritual and occult science as developed by Rudolf Steiner, as well as the mystical and magical system of the AA and its counterpart, the OTO, were and still are only in their infancy and have great work to do if they are to arise beyond the lazy and stagnant pull of the Qliphothic and Ahrimanic enticements and glamours with which it has slowly but surely sloped into. Major keys are being revealed at the present time, not only to me, but various other adepts, who are working to use them to diffuse and disengage the mechanizations and machinations behind this situation, and it is important not to engage much of these Ahrimanic and ultimately parasitic distractions, which manifest in a number of ways. Again, thought forms and what you give energy to, and that's really what anything is again what we make them. So this labyrinth, the Kalakuta, that dark reflection, it's all about manipulation. From manipulation, can go both ways. From overt media crap to eerie spooks or frustrations. So again, controlling the vehicle of consciousness and turning the other direction, taking a different route. The concept of the Dhyani Buddha Akshobhya is a useful tool to evoke as he represents the immovable mirror. According to Buddhist legend, a monk wished to practice the Dharma in the Eastern world of delight, and made a vow to think no anger or malice towards any being until enlightenment. He duly proved immovable, and when he succeeded, he became the Buddha Akshobhya. I have already written about the symbolism and usefulness of the mirror as a magical and mystical tool in the mirror working, and Ahriman being an ancient form equated with the vampire or zombie, the undead ruler of the dead, the mirror is the primary tool of Qliphothic evocation and vanquishing. The mirror, in fact, as symbolic of the glass ceiling of Thoth, is the gateway of the Ruach between Thoth and Malkuth, the gate of manifestation, which is the O, 89, the number which troubled Aleister Crowley, and refers to the Hebrew concept of the Guf, the place between incarnations, or the treasury of souls. The discourse on the 8 and 9 has also already been analyzed in the faculty of Abraxas, and deals with the notion of the astral and magical light of being within mystical and existence without magical. The awakening of this lost and hidden occult science, again the erection of the hidden pillar or the phallus of Osiris/Set, which is the risen Horus, is now occurring and is probably going to be a singularly important key to balancing the Luciferian and Ahrimanic impulses which are reaching fruition. This whole concept of this, the diamond of 10 by 10 basically, or 0 through 99, and that sort of connection between the reflection of heaven and earth, so to speak, or like lead and gold. And it's just really interesting how more and more studying the sort of Sanskrit and just really see how they literally ties all in, like a loom, the more I see, really it's just more difficult to put, go back over and put into words, but this whole thing in a lot of ways has connected, I guess, with this whole concept of the labyrinth, especially as, again, the city itself being a sort of like reflection of heaven on earth. I've mentioned Jacques Ellul and his book, The Meaning of the City, before. The technological society is sort of a deeper, or it has deeper relevance, I guess, when you understand the meaning of the city. And it's really interesting how he goes all the way back to Cain, Nimrod, Israel. This whole thing about the city is ultimately still a relevant sort of thing. And the secret language of the soul comes up, how, or at least in connection to, again, Sita being mind, is Teth and Aleph, which makes the Yod, or is equated to Yod. So Sita and city, mind and city are pretty much the same thing, but the Italian word Sita is city. And then the Sanskrit Sita or Chitta, I've already talked about. Chit being 418, Cheth, the chariot, the vehicle, obviously, of consciousness. And the vehicle of consciousness is 666. So this labyrinth, the dimensional labyrinth, the thing about time is it's essentially, it connects with this whole final Hay formula of Ab, Ima, Bin, the Father, Mother, and Son. The mind and time are labyrinth-like in the sense, basically, we conceive or consider the three dimensions, but the fourth dimension is a sort of, it's hard to grasp, obviously, because it deals with this sort of quantum mirroring sort of thing. I've ended up finding that there's this term called the Kalakuta or Halahala. The Kalakuta is 107, which again is this XYZ of the three-dimensional field, but also the Father, Mother, and Son, implying the daughter, which is also the final Hay, the Akasha, etc. So they say it's the name of a poison created from the sea when devas and asuras, or demons, churned it in order to obtain amrita, the nectar of immortality. And this is important because I ended up having a dream, like not too long ago, a couple days, maybe a week, and it was this very demonic-looking black snake, like pretty much like the size of a human, seemingly, in the dream at least. And it had like the snout of a crocodile or an alligator of some sort. But it seemed very like evil, and I remembered it very strongly the next day and the next few days. And I was reading more and more, just different things about like the Atharva Veda, the Rig Veda, Mahabharata and stuff. And I came across this demon or Naga Raja, like king of the serpents, basically, named Takshaka. And the description of Takshaka seems pretty close to that, because he's like pretty much the serpent of death, or his poison is death. And so it's just very weird, because I was obviously thinking about Ahriman a whole lot, and I even realized that not only is Ahriman 307, but Venomous is 307, Snake, Venom, what was it? Oh yeah, Indra, Jala, which is this sort of web of Indra, the illusion of Maya, Indra's net. These sort of things all do seem to be connected, at least in like relation. And the thing is, this time puzzle, the labyrinth, the whole thing about death, it ties in with these sort of mythologies over and over. And that's why I have this pulled up, the Maha Mrityunjaya mantra, the great death-conquering mantra. And I've known of Mrityu as the word for death for a long time, but it wasn't. Just the other day it dawned on me, Mrityu is 666. So this sort of, obviously the number of destruction, but also this sort of like crystalline, solar, conscious number, or, unfoldment labyrinth, this very manifest number, the magnetic energy center. It's very weird how it's it's provably very much the same things like what people intuit it as, I guess, but also deny the, possibility there could be anything to this. And it's just sort of like a funny dichotomy, I guess. And of course, then I've just been, why that's up. The Sanskrit word for dream state itself, svapna vasta, is also that. So again, the dream state and death, in a way, the dream state is sort of like it's also this sort of materialism number as well, as I want to show, at least being this sort of like heaven reflected on earth. And again, Marilyn Manson with Heaven Upside Down as his most recent album, number 10. His first album, he actually talks about 666 and this highway road idea. And then he says blood is pavement. And so like your body is a vehicle, or he's using the analogy of the body's being a vehicle. He mentions thelema, but the blood as pavement idea is a thelemic concept, with the river of Amrit being the sort of boat or ocean of blood, humanity itself over time. I just think that it's sort of funny that I never realized the connection there until recently. And also reading Marshall McLuhan, I got from Cliché to Archetype recently, which I was familiar with Understanding Media and the Mechanical Bride and the Gutenberg Galaxy, but I hadn't ever seen or been able to read this. And it too has connections to this, or at least references to the city, this whole electric reflection, the city, and this, I don't know, it's just weird. Like Marilyn Manson apparently does mention these Marshall McLuhan-esque ideas with narcissist, narcosis, which that was one of my favorite songs. Apparently Marilyn Manson said that's like one of his favorite songs off the album. But he mentions the Mechanical Bride, obviously, in Mechanical Animals. And also, what else is it? Deep Six. I think, yeah, Deep Six. Anyway, I just think that the irony is there. But the reflection, again, of heaven upside down, the black and the white, and the rainbow, all that sort of MK Ultra, Wizard of Oz sort of stuff is, I don't know, it's relevant in the sense that humans are still or at least modern day people are still completely blindsided by it. But anyway, I think that this Ahriman idea and all these tendrils and concepts in the city, Rudolf Steiner already pretty much talked about all this already, obviously. And there's this other new reprint of his essays called The Electronic Doppelganger, which, again, Marilyn Manson comes to mind. But this doppelganger, electronic doppelganger, is basically, again, like the internet avatar, but it's a little more than that. It's your actual electric body, or your electric nervous system, I guess. I don't know. It's pretty much your whole data trail or data pool, which increasingly is becoming a subject, I guess, in the public consciousness, or lack thereof, or automatic. That's the funny thing about this whole noosphere, the human noosphere. And again, Citta, the mind. It's hard to tie all this shit together, but it should be obvious. But alchemy has been a huge thing as well, because again, the 99, that field, the zero, the Tao, the Mahakala that's generated, the Chinwa, which is the golden egg or the golden flower. There's a lot of connections, and it just takes a sort of like, again, a transmutation or a process, and over time. And this alchemy, obviously there's different ways of spelling it. This way would be 122, which is Ninib, Saturn, and a few other things I can't think of right now, but there's also 99. It could be 94 even, but with a Cheth, since that's CH, it's 99. Or alchemy, it could be 111, 111, which is why I had Nina brought up, or Nina as the root of Nineveh, which means technically the house or the place of the fish. And the fish is pretty much, again, the subconscious, or just the seed of consciousness in a weird way, the root of consciousness. And so Nina happens to be 111, which again is the Black Iron Prison, or the BIP, the Cubicle City, Antilia, which is a sort of like utopia, metaphysical city, or perfect city in a weird way. Well, Nina is, again, the cuneiform of the place of the fish, or Nineveh, which is south or north of what was Babylon, but it was actually bigger apparently than Babylon. And apparently Alexander the Great pillaged like this library of Ashurbanipal and destroyed a lot of the knowledge of their sort of like belief system, which again included Ahriman and some of these other, figures or whatever. And there's temples to different things, similar to like Egypt. The thing is it sort of resonates in a weird way, like with how history, again, the earliest origins still resonate through time. And this 111 is the root number, one Malkuth again as well, and the Godhead, the Doghead. Yeah, no, it's hard for me to sort of verbalize all this. I've studied like way too much all over the place, and I see it connect to myself, but and I see so much potential, but at the same time, I very much see Ahriman. I see Ahriman in it all. This whole Raymond Lowell idea of the Zairja or Zairja, it's basically a sort of like, it goes back to that cryptogram or cryptology of Bacon. That whole subject, it's really interesting because I forgot how this connects, other than the fact that this and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, Charles Babbage, all the way, Turing, all these different people have slowly developed and ephemeralized, to use Buckminster Fuller's term, technology by, making it smaller, just reducing and, infolding technology on itself. And in a weird way, like, Rudolf Steiner, he already knew about this whole idea. Well, Rudolf Steiner and Walter Stein talked about it in the 9th century book, World History in Light of the Holy Grail. And this, again, the Holy Grail, the blood of man, this whole labyrinth of past, present, and future. And then again, the fourth ability to sort of, I don't know about ability, but there's a sort of potential again for alternative, for, you could say different timelines, I guess, but there's no proof of one or the other. It's just that's where will comes in, whether you're aware or not. And so that's that sort of infinite factor infinite and unknown. But at the same time, it can be sucked out from you, like, vampirized in a lot of ways. And I think that's that's the meaning, I guess, of the city. And this other idea, the relationship of earthly man to the sun. And Swedenborg, he kept coming up there for a few days. In his book, The Divine Love and Wisdom, which again, love, 111, he talks about the sun a lot in this whole book. And I ended up calculating, like, it just came to me. I was like, the divine love of the sun. The love of the... And then sun, using a shin, which is like the fire of spirit, happens to be 666, which again, this electric solar power number. And in this lecture and Rosicrucianism and Modern Initiation by Steiner, he actually says that man is a solar being, and that Earth is basically where we're just like doing our work, but there's a schism, obviously, and a lot of it has to do with just being asleep. And it goes back again to this sort of like spirit and matter, the fifth element held down by or incarnate in matter, 4 elements, and its ability to, in a way, resurrect. Leibniz, like, I'm really interested in his theories and work, but again, there's just so many things I could tie this all into. But I'm going to read quite a few different things, and I guess I'm going to start with the Incarnation. I'm not going to read this whole thing, but this is apparently all the main references to Ahriman in the lectures of Steiner. So there's this, I'm not going to read this whole thing because I want to read this this other essay, and obviously here's this long lecture or essay by Steiner, The Influences of Ahriman. I pretty much pulled all this up because I wanted to sort it out and see what was what. So there's the Ahrimanic deception as well. So there's the Incarnation of Ahriman, the influences of Lucifer and Ahriman, the Ahrimanic deception. That book, The Electronic Doppelganger, is some other lecture. Forgot, like I had it pulled up and then I closed it. So kind of hard to find. This came up in sort of a search a long time ago, so I printed out a couple, well, this, and then also this, what is it? No, not this. So yeah, okay, this. The Computer in the Incarnation of Ahriman, which has a few chapters. So I printed these out, and I guess I'm just going to read them online anyway, though, so that it's all there. But it's always good to have copies. I'm pretty sure I think I had to find this on archive because they deleted it. So here's the advent of Ahriman. Real quick at the outset, I should say, I mean, not that anyone cares what I think, but I personally don't think that I think that this is sort of like a little overhyped towards this idea of, I guess, the Antichrist. I think this is going to be more of a collective, like all-encompassing humanity sort of thing, not just a single person. Of course, people like to have this sort of cult of personality and all that, but just as there's been like multiple tyrants and rulers and whatnot, to say there will only be one is sort of, I don't know, retarded. But anyway, a powerful being called Ahriman, or Satan, will incarnate in a human body. Obviously, Ahriman is the sort of Persian equivalent of Satan. Satan is 359 in Hebrew, and when you subtract it from 666, it's 307, which is Ahriman. But anyway, and also it makes me think of Pazuzu, who obviously is 107, which is also Lamb the Way. And Ahriman and Lamb, the Greys, in a lot of ways they're all connected. Or at least they're all, I don't know. Numerically, they're related, or coincidental, whatever you want to call it. The central event, earthly cosmic evolution, is an outcome of the deeds of the gods. The central, that's, you can take that how you will or interpret it how you will. The central events of the earth evolution was the incarnation of Christ. Spiritual powers of opposition are active. Lucifer, Ahriman, Sorath. Ahriman is the inspirer of materialistic science and commercialism and permeates modern culture with deadening forces. Ordinary scientific thinking is only semi-conscious. So again, this is like a summary of what this thing's about. We can, however, make thinking conscious. The spirits of opposition are necessary in the God's evolutionary design. Ahriman manifests especially at 666-year intervals. The contemporary is 1998 AD. Goethean science, so that little window is when they say that Ahriman should be manifesting. Goethean science, which Steiner teaches and talks about, is a life-positive alternative to Ahrimanic science. Ahriman in the flesh will likely present himself as the Christ, or some savior of some sort. The Christ does not reappear in a physical body, but in a superphysical, ethereal form. Ahriman may incarnate macrocosmically in our computers, or again, the grid, and possibly in humanity itself with biological nanotechnology or bio-nanotech. Ahriman seeks to pervert these faculties and to divert humanity and the earth from their destined paths in the God's evolutionary plan. Ahrimanic secret societies influence politics, finance, and culture. A false Maitreya is emerging as a false Christ. An epistemology of conscious thinking supports the expansion of consciousness to the perception of spiritual truths. So, that's a mouthful just for abstract. I wish to bring before the public, through the World Wide Web, some information about tremendous events approaching. I am aware that much talk in this vein is already on the web, and that there is generally a sense in the air that something big is about to happen in the next few years, the turning of the millennium. I believe that this sense of something in the air is a correct perception, albeit sometimes highly distorted. So again, this literal charging of the atmosphere, and they call Satan the prince of the air and the earth. So again, it's what I'm saying is just that with all this vibration, it's simply the science of that natural, science of the natural forces And so it's going to end up having a sort of effect on us inevitably. But again, Marshall McLuhan talks about this sort of like feedback effect of the narcissus narcosis. And all this, I think, should be taken into consideration to guide through the labyrinth. So anyway, most of the information in this essay is not new. It has been open to the public at least since the aftermath of the First World War. Yet it has not reached the wide public that needs to hear it. I hope that the advent of the World Wide Web and the search engines will make this important information available to many around the world who have not yet encountered it and who might put it to good use. I claim no special knowledge concerning these matters. I have merely drawn on published sources. I expect no one to take my word for anything. I do ask the readers to read and think through this information, to follow the leads that I give, and do their own investigations. Conscientious investigations might well cause some intellectual upheavals and change the course of some lives, and this is exactly what is needed many times over around the world. This essay is based directly or indirectly on the spiritual science, or anthroposophy, promulgated by Rudolf Steiner in the first quarter of the 20th century. I say based on because this exposition can only be grossly oversimplified and must contain whatever misunderstandings that derive from my own more or less weak grasp of the subject matter. The reader must assume that this essay is almost wholly derivative. It contains scarcely any original ideas of my own. In the interest of readability and to give my strained resources a break, I do not provide full citations in the text. If I did, almost every sentence would be footnoted. I do provide below some bibliographic remarks, which I hope will be useful to the conscientious reader. It is probable that hundreds or thousands of people in this world are better qualified than I to write this notice. I write it because, 1, I am not aware that anyone else is writing it, and 2, it needs to be written and published now. The events of which I speak are the approaching incarnation of a powerful superhuman spiritual being, following the concomitant political, social, economic, and cultural events. Preparations for this incarnation have been building to a climax over the past 4 centuries or more, and the climax is approaching soon. This being is called Ahriman, from the ancient Persian name Andromynyo, given by the prehistoric Zarathustra. We might consider Ahriman to be the same being usually called Satan, except that this concept of Satan is much confused and misunderstood. Therefore, in this essay, I will use the name Ahriman, and I will attempt to give a clearer understanding of his nature and aims than generally obtains. I realize that many are not inclined to take seriously the possibility of such an event, or to believe that such matters are known or can be known. So again, this being could simply again be this artificial intelligence that is being developed and is somewhat already here in our collective grid, in its sort of feedback loop, and the way it's playing out in history, the way basically humanity sees itself in this sort of mirror of its printing press and its media, and it's weird. That's why, again, Marilyn Manson knows about this sort of thing. And he's the best person, I think, the only person to sort of like display it, I guess. Just this sort of simulacra of AI. Not necessarily just AI, but again, the 11, this sort of, it's because ultimately it's a sort of artistic, it's the sort of medium of everything, like using the world as your medium. And, you can use that in a sort of good way, or it can kind of control you. And I think that's kind of what happens to people who don't understand, like, Hollywood being, again, ultimately fake. Nevertheless, again, I ask the reader to read this essay with an open mind, at least open enough to take in the thoughts and concepts. I will give a few epistemological considerations which support the notion that such matters can be known. and I will give some references which will help the readers to conduct their own epistemological researches, and thus to be able to make an informed estimation of this report. This is a matter of some importance. It is essential for the future of humanity and the earth that as many people as possible become wakeful and not be caught asleep by the impending events. A full explanation of the nature of Ahriman and his incarnation is far beyond the scope of this essay, as well as beyond the understanding of this author. If I only give enough of an explanation so that the readers become conscious enough to see the necessity and to have the means of becoming more conscious about these matters, then I will have fulfilled my purpose. And so again, just automatically what comes to mind is also this sort of Maitian concept of na-atan, and na-atan is obviously hive mind, you could say, of the writings of Nema and Hadna, and I don't know, that's just what comes to mind, because this whole thing has been coming up in different ways, I guess, throughout history. Spirit and soul. Since this essay speaks of spiritual matters, I would like to bring into focus the concept of spirit, along with the concepts of soul and body. I follow Steiner's exposition in his Theosophy. The body, of course, is the physical form, perceptible by the outer senses, in the world that is usually perceived in common by people's outer senses. By soul, I mean the inner world of subjective feelings and sensations of a human being or animal. The sensation of an outer sense perception, such as the green of grass, as well as feelings, such as pleasure or pain, are in the soul. Also, the inner being acts through the soul by the will, though the will is not usually conscious. We might say that the physical world acts on the soul through sensation. The soul lives in its own feelings and acts upon the world through the will. We generally experience sensations in wakefulness, feelings as if in a dream, and will as if in deep unconscious sleep. In addition to living in the inner world of the soul, the human being can live in the world of thought. Through thinking, we can make contact with the being of the things of the world. By spirit, I mean the essence of thought. Contrary to common misconception, thought is not subjective but objective, in that it belongs to the whole world, accessible to all. Many people can grasp the same thought and through that thought contact the same objective reality, though they do not usually experience each other's sensations and feelings. As the physical world interacts with the soul, so also does the spirit. We can call forth thoughts by our acts of will, and the thoughts give us feelings. Much of the confusion about the supposed subjectivity of thinking arises from the subjectivity of feelings and sensations connected with thinking, as well as from the fact that much of what usually passes for thinking is hardly thinking at all, but a kind of semi-conscious, automatic pseudo-thinking. In modern times, people experience thinking as it comes, usually automatically out of themselves, yet paradoxically, thinking in essence is objective and universal, as we can best see in mathematics. I will say more about this below. Thus, through our experience of thinking, we can attach an experiential, empirical meaning to the concept of spirit. All this should, of course, be taken as only a bare introduction to a vast, deep subject. For now, I am trying only to counter the widespread opinion that soul and spirit are nebulous, meaningless terms. And while it is usually true that we hardly experience our thinking, thinking may be intensified so that it becomes conscious. And this development of consciousness may lead to the perception of the world and beings of soul and spirit, and thus become the basis of spiritual science. Spiritual beings in earthly evolution. Following the communications of this spiritual science, I will posit that spiritual beings known as angels live invisibly to us usually, and involve themselves in earthly affairs. This idea has been gaining acceptance in the general culture in recent years with the surge of interest in angels. I will also posit the existence of other spiritual beings, higher and more advanced than the angels, called the archangels in theology or angelology. Modern spiritual research by Steiner, as well as ancient tradition from Dionysius the Areopagite, pupil of St. Paul, speaks of at least 9 orders of angels and supra-angelic beings, which, taken together, are called the hierarchies, sometimes the choirs of angels, or sometimes the gods. Other, still higher beings are not discussed here. Some of the names given to the 9 hierarchies in ascending order are angels or angeloi, sons of twilight, sons of life. All human beings have individual angels as guardians and carriers of their eternal selves. Archangels, archangeloi, spirits of fire. The folk spirits are of this rank. Archi, or singular archi, spirits of personality, primal beginnings, principalities. The time spirit, or zeitgeist, is of this rank. Exousiae, or spirits of form, powers, authorities. The Elohim and Jehovah are of this rank. Dynamis, or dynamis, spirits of motion, mights, virtues. Kuriotetes, or kuriotetes, spirits of wisdom, dominions. Thrones, spirits of will. Cherubim, spirits of harmony, and seraphim, spirits of love. Although the doctrines of Dionysius or Dionysus were long considered to be heretical, the existence of these hierarchical beings is mentioned in the Bible. Angels, of course, are mentioned in many places. Some other examples are archangels, thrones, dominions, principalities, and powers, cherubim, and seraphim. These spirits are not all angelic in the sense of good and holy. Some sometimes oppose the regular good world order. Ahriman, the unjust prince of this world, is a retarded spirit of form, working as an archi, opposing in a sense the good world order. Yet this opposition is not purely evil, as I will discuss below. Since Ahriman is a spirit of opposition, we might begin to understand his nature by understanding what he opposes, the God's plan of earthly and human development. But the situation is not as simple as a two-sided contest. Basic to competent understanding of the world process is the recognition of at least 3 kinds of spiritual influence upon the evolution of humanity and the cosmos. We must be clear that this evolution is something very different from the random, meaningless, material process conceived by the Darwinists and such like theorists. I mean by evolution a thoroughly purposeful, thought-filled process of development initiated and guided by spiritual beings. The normal gods, the regular hierarchies, create and nurture the evolvement of the world and humanity, so as to bring about the possibility of human beings attaining the status of divinity as spirits of freedom and love, the 10th hierarchy. At the present stage of evolution, the human being progresses through alternating periods of earth lives and purely spiritual lives, birth, death, and reincarnation. Essential to the fulfillment of humanity's task is the realization of freedom, meaning not so much political freedom as spiritual freedom, that human beings should become independent, unique individuals acting consciously as the originators of their own deeds. Occult wisdom independently rediscovered and made public by Steiner, and greatly simplified here, to put it mildly, explains this evolution as being created and guided through 7 great cosmic ages. We are now in the 4th great age, called the Earth Age. All ages' names here are given in order of succession. The previous 3 ages are called Saturn, Sun, and Moon. Again, these are past ages of cosmic development, not to be confused with the present-day heavenly bodies of the same names. The same holds for the 3 future ages, Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan. The Great Earth Age comprises 7 lesser ages, of which we are in the 5th. These 5 are called Polarian, Hyperborean, Lemurian, Atlantean, and Post-Atlantean, and the Post-Atlantean Age comprises 7 cultural epochs, of which again we are in the 5th. The previous 4 are called Indian, Persian, Egypto-Chaldean, and Greco-Roman. Recorded history begins only with the Egypto-Chaldean epoch. What is generally known of ancient Indian and Persian culture derives from records made in the 3rd epoch. These names of epochs do not imply that nothing important was happening in other regions of the earth, but that the archetypal evolutionary impulses of the times were centered in the regions designated. The epochs lasted approximately 2,160 years, and the present fifth post-Atlantean epoch began about 1413 AD. Neither are these epochs considered to be sharply differentiated. Transitions happen gradually, future developments being prepared in advance, and past influences lingering after. Note, this account is ridiculously simplified for the purpose of providing a bare conceptual framework for this essay. To get a faint idea of how simplified, consider that on old Saturn, space did not exist. Time, paradoxically, began only during that age, and the only quasi-sensory phenomena was a kind of heat substance. Conditions on old Saturn were so vastly different from earthly conditions that we can imagine them only faintly. Indeed, perhaps better than trying merely to picture old Saturn as a physical existence would be to conceive of this heat as only an outer appearance of the soul warmth of the creator gods. The basic reality is spirit beings and their deeds. The beginning might be pictured thus. The thrones offered sacrifice of part of their own being to the cherubim. The warmth of this devotional sacrifice rose as smoke, and from this fiery smoke was born the archai, the time spirits. Thus, a sacramental creative act of holy beings viewed externally as heat in the beginning of time. We can properly approach these sacred mysteries made public only in our time with reverent inner activity, calling forth inner pictures imbued with devotional feeling of respect for even our physical existence as a gift of the God's own being substance. And again, this is only to give the dimmest conception of these tremendous facts, and of their remoteness from our usual materialistic imagining. Conditions only very gradually over inconceivable eons approached those of the present. For example, a kind of space came into existence only on the old sun, and so on. Always the reality behind the outer appearances is beings and their deeds. The central event of the Earth Age occurred during the Greco-Roman epoch in Palestine. It was the incarnation of a very high spiritual being, a god of the normal current called the Christ, culminating in the events surrounding the crucifixion, the mystery of Golgotha. This event was the turning point of Earth evolution from descent from spirit into matter toward ascent back to the spirit, with the fruits gained from the sojourn into matter. Steiner himself did not begin with a Christian worldview. He independently and unexpectedly rediscovered the mystical fact of Christianity during the course of his consciously clairvoyant experiences. Besides the normal gods, a host of abnormal spiritual beings called Luciferic also influences earthly evolution. In a sense, these oppose the normal gods' plan for evolution. The Luciferic beings try to draw humanity away from the normal Earth evolution to their own abnormal psychic spiritual cosmos of light. In the human soul, they inspire pride, egotism, disinterest in one's fellow humans, fiery emotionalism, subjectivity, fantasy, and hallucination. In the human intellect, they inspire generalization, unification, hypothesizing, and the building of imaginative pictures beyond reality. Human speech and thought are Luciferic in origin. So are human self-consciousness and the capacity for independence and rebellion against the normal God's world order. Also, the susceptibility to disease originated from Luciferic influence. A high spiritual being, in a sense the leader of the Luciferic host, Lucifer himself, incarnated in a human body, in the region of China in the 3rd millennium BC. This event brought about a revolution in human consciousness. Before then, human beings could not use the organs of intellect and lived by a kind of instinct. Lucifer was the first to grasp by the intellect the wisdom of the mysteries theretofore revealed by the gods to humanity in other forms of consciousness. The effects of this incarnation inspired the wisdom of pagan culture, up through the gnosis of the early centuries AD and lingered even into the 19th century. This wisdom should not be considered to be false in itself. It is good or evil depending on who holds it and for what purposes it is used. The great pagan initiates took it upon themselves to enter into the Luciferic influence and turn it to the good of humanity. Only through the Luciferic influence has humanity risen above the status of childishness. Apart from the pagan culture of nature wisdom was the Hebraic culture which, in a sense, separated the human being from nature, and which prepared an hereditary current to provide a body for the incarnation of Christ. In pagan culture, the human being felt membered into the starry cosmos, without what we know as moral impulses. Moral impulses in the human soul were prepared by Hebrewism and furthered by Christianity. Christianity is also a culmination and fulfillment of pagan wisdom. Here, Christianity means not so much organized religion as the deeds and continuing influence of the Christ being and his hosts, not necessarily confined to formal religious organizations. A third spiritual influence working into human and earthly evolution is the Ahrimanic. The intention of Ahriman and his hosts is to freeze the earth into complete rigidity, so that it will not pass over to the Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan ages, and to make the human being into an entirely earthly being, unindividualized, unfree, and divorced from the normal God's cosmos. The essential Ahrimanic tendency is to materialize, to crystallize, to darken, to silence, to bring living, mobile forces into fixed form. In other words, to kill that which is living. This tendency, which again, this false preservation in the sort of like bullshit simulacra, this tendency in itself within proper bounds is not evil. The dead material world is necessary for the regular God's plan of human and cosmic development. The Ahrimanic tendency is evil only when it exceeds proper bounds, when it reaches into what should be alive. And Ahriman does try to exceed proper bounds. Again, the basic reality of the world is spiritual beings together with their deeds. But Ahriman promotes the illusion, the lie, that matter is the basic reality or the only reality. In fact, Ahrimanic spirits, not atoms or ultimate particles, are the reality behind the apparently material world. So, in a sense, the Qliphoth, or the shells, are the basis of the material world. Ahriman lives upon lies. He is a spirit of untruth, the father of lies. Ahriman in modern times. In the present fifth cultural epoch, the Ahrimanic influence in human culture is reaching a climax. The modern scientific revolution since the 15th century has been inspired largely by Ahriman. He is the inspirer of amoral, atheistic, mechanistic materialism and the kind of cleverness that goes with it. The regular God's intent for the present epoch, also called the consciousness soul epoch, is that humanity should develop increased consciousness together with the individuality and spiritual freedom that go with that consciousness. Ahriman opposes this. He wants the human being to live from unconscious instincts as an unindividualized, impulsive animal. Clever, but an animal nonetheless. Ahriman is the teacher of the lie that the human being is an animal, Darwinism and similar theories. To the modern mind, it might seem a contradiction to say Ahriman opposes increased consciousness but promotes intelligence and science. This is because the modern mind is so immured in what is generally considered to be scientific thinking, that it has almost no conception of the true nature of conscious thinking. And that's again because people are essentially, they buy into that sort of like ease of not having to think, and that's ultimately what is pushing a lot of that. Steiner, especially in his book Die Philosophie der Freiheit, 1894, has been our teacher of real thinking, but the general intellectual culture has not learned the lesson. And same with any of these teachers. The fact is that the scientific thinking normal in this epoch, no matter how clever, is hardly conscious at all, possibly with some relatively rare exceptions at moments of insight or mathematical discovery. In the kind of consciousness usual in our scientific culture, we become conscious only of the fixed results of the thinking after it has been accomplished. We are not usually conscious of the thinking process itself. And since it is unconscious, it is not our free action, it is automatic. When we think in the manner usual in our epoch, we are sentient automata, acting from instinct. Formerly occult fact, this instinctive thinking in the wide culture had been inspired by Jehovah up to about 1840 AD. Since then, it has been inspired by Ahriman, resulting in the 19th century torrent of materialism, which, aided by withdrawal of the German folk spirit, drowned by the life-positive romanticism in culture. And this is what Ahriman wants. He wants to stamp out all traces and all possibility of free, individualized human consciousness. He wants the human not to be an individual being, but only a member of a general species of pseudo-humanity, to be a clever, earth-bound animal, an homunculus. As indicated, Ahriman is the inspirer of the most extreme kind of scientific materialism, the doctrine that there is no spirit or soul in the world, that life itself is not in fact alive, but is only a complex of mechanical processes, that reality is at base only quantitative, that there is no reality in the qualitative, color, sound, feeling and relationships, etc. Even that the human's inner being is a confluence of material forces. On the emotional level, he works in the human subconscious instincts, inspiring fear, hatred, lust for power, and destructive sex impulses. On the mental level, he inspires rigid automatic thinking. In Steiner's phrase, thinking almost entirely without thoughts, but tremendously strongly in the language, in the literal words, which easily become empty words, which in turn easily become lies. This abstract thinking is devoid of any conscious inner activity and devoid of any real connection to living experience, and creates a darkened consciousness without light, color, or images. So again, it's just basically ajnana, or ignorance, not knowing, the degradation of language. According to Steiner, it is characteristic of the present culture of Ahrimanic scientism and Anglo-American economic imperialism that language has lost its instinctive spiritual meaning. That is, the connection is lost between the literal word and the spiritual impulse that constitutes meaning. Without real spiritual content, language consists only of empty phrases such as rule by the will of the people, the free world, individual freedom, and so on. These phrases are largely devoid of reality in our social political structure. Here, the pervasive actuality is the power of money over human beings and over life. And where the empty phrase rules in language mere conventions rather than living human contact, rule in social life and mere routine, rather than lively human interest, rules in economic life, and it is only a short step from the empty phrase to the lie. Again, this is especially true in politics and economics, for the prevalence of empty words makes possible the falsification of realities, a potent weapon in the hands of those with occult, conscious intentions to manipulate people for devious ends. In our time, people en masse act as if they are possessed by evil forces because, in a way, they are. The demons of materialism speak through empty words. So again, it makes me think of that book, The New Demons by Jacques Ellul too. A language in which the demons of materialism have taken the place of human spiritual impulses can lead only to destruction. And again, destruction is a formula of 666. Certainly, Steiner was not the only one to notice this aspect of modern language. George Orwell was perhaps the most prominent writer to decry this trend. See, for instance, his classic essay, Politics in the English Language. He envisioned the dehumanization of language becoming deliberately intensified in the news-speak of the Ahrimanic Nightmare, 1984. Having no apparent knowledge of spiritual science and working with only keen observation and a love of truth, he saw what was happening in the political discourse of Western Europe and carried to extremes in the totalitarian regimes. On the socio-political level, the antidote for this poison of empty words is the liberation of cultural life, especially education, from political and financial power. As outlined in Steiner's concept of the threefold commonwealth, the separation of the political rights state, the spiritual cultural sphere, and the economic sector, along with the elimination of egotism and coercion from the economy. On the individual personal level, the antidote is the infusion of active creative thought into language, thus creating a language in which the words point to the thoughts, evoking living thinking in the listeners. If we do not put our wills into creating our original thoughts, then ready-made pseudo-thoughts, trite words and phrases, come automatically to mind and carry us along with them, resulting in thinking almost entirely without thoughts. We can at least make the effort to resist these ready-made phrases and generalizations that effortlessly come to mind, and to form mental pictures of particular people, things, and events. And further, to make original word formations describing these things in pictures from varying points of view. The essential point is that we not let our speaking and writing be determined by unconscious influences. But already, this is happening, and they want everything to be automatic, so essentially, it's almost too late, but that we call forth through our own efforts new, original thought creations and convey them with original, fluid, artistic word formations. We will not always fully succeed. We are not all poets all the time. But if we consciously make this effort, then we will go far toward recovering the lost human spirituality of language, and consequently toward the humanization of culture. I will say more on this subject in another context. And, not incidentally, we will thus progress toward living consciously in the thinking free of literal words, that is, the language, again 99, of the spirit-soul voice in which we will live after death. Men must learn to see through words. They will have to acquire the capacity to grasp the gesture in language, from symptom to reality in modern history. The Ahrimanization of Culture. In the social-cultural sphere, Ahriman's influence is apparent everywhere, especially strong and growing stronger throughout the 20th century. Chief among the Ahrimanic trends are antagonistic nationalism based on ethnicity. Moderate folk nationalism was a progressive principle in the past, but ethnic nationalism is retrogressive and destructive today. Dogmatic party politics engendering hatred and bitterness arising from the refusal to see other equally valid or invalid points of view. The subjugation of cultural life, medicine, education, research, criminal jurisprudence to political and economic power. The mechanization of the political state, bound by rigid laws everywhere with little place for free human initiative. In everyday life, Philistinism, tedium, and alienation, lack of interest in one's own work, even in intellectual work. Ahriman wants knowledge to be devoid of warm human interest and connection, to be stored in libraries and not live in human souls. In medicine, materialistic, mechanistic, and atrocious experimentalism and treatment, without understanding of the living human individual. The related practice of embalming corpses tends to bind the human entity to earth. This is an Ahrimanic reflection of the ancient Egyptian mummification. In social science, blind acceptance of statistics, and the belief that the satisfaction of economic needs by itself will secure human welfare. In economics, the subjugation of all living and human interests to the inhuman, impersonal mechanism of profit-seeking, to the artificial person of the corporation. In the USA, this has reached such a state that the humanizing influence of the labor movement is being obliterated, and the exigencies of making a living along with other destructive Ahrimanic trends, are destroying the human family. This in the so-called richest country in the world. The Ahrimanic Mammon is archetypally the god of filthy lucre and of the power of money over life, as well as of all low and dark forces. His hosts also attack the human body and soul to corrupt and destroy them, or vampirize them. In the Christian religion, narrow, simplistic interpretation of the Gospels, without appreciation for the occult wisdom needed for an approach to the deep mysteries of the Christ being. In literature, books inspired directly by Ahriman, works of great intelligence that further Ahriman's goals. For example, some parts of Nietzsche's Antichrist and Ecce Homo. In techniques, very refined developments, but directed only at satisfying animal needs, promoting human immersion in the sense world to the exclusion of the supersensible. In worldview, humans as animals, animals and all living things as mechanisms, the non-existence of soul and spirit, and the non-existence of moral reality, amoralism. Obviously, these impulses are running amok in this world more so all the time. They are, in fact, approaching a climax. They are preparations for the incarnation of Ahriman himself in a human body, or in human bodies and minds. Good and evil. To sum up this description of the triad of spiritual streams, the conflicts of human and spiritual life do not derive from a simple two-sided war between good and evil. It was one of the great insights of Steiner to renew the ancient teaching of the golden mean of good as the middle way between opposing extremes. Lucifer is too warm, too flighty, too unstable. He inspires human fanaticism, false mysticism, hot-bloodedness, and the tendency to flee earthly reality for hallucinatory pleasures. Ahriman is too cold, too hard, too rigid. He tries to make people dry, prosaic, Philistine, materialistic in thought and in deed, and hardens what would be healthily mobile, supple thoughts, feelings, and even bodies. Christ, as the exemplar of the regular gods, represents the middle way between the too much and too little, holding the opposites in balance, and leading humanity to find the healthy middle way. Seen this way, Lucifer and Ahriman are not purely evil. They both bring to human and earthly evolution forces that are needed for good, healthy development and the fulfillment of the God's plans. Evil results only when events get out of balance and run to extremes. However, neither do Lucifer and Ahriman simply oppose each other. In a sense, they work together in opposition to the God's intent for evolution. They both work to prevent humanity and the earth from progressing together to the new Jupiter. Lucifer draws human spirits away from the earthly embodiment toward his own psychic spiritual planet of life. Ahriman pushes the individual spirit out of the human organism and away from the earth, so that only a hardened, mechanized, ghostly human organism devoid of free individuality and living an instinctive but clever animalistic species life remains on the hardened cosmic slag of the earth, surrounded with old moon forces. Humanity's rightful task for the present is to lead lives of healthy, progressive alternation between the earthly and the cosmic, life, death, and rebirth, so as to lead the earth over to new Jupiter. The profound mystery of evil is that in a higher sense, in the long run, it serves the good. Not to imply that we would be justified in doing evil with the rationalization that good would result. It must needs be that offenses come, but woe to that man by whom the offense cometh. Matthew 18:7. Note, this is a deep subject, and I'm not altogether sure of my grasp of it. My impression is that Steiner was developing and expanding his insights during his career, so that reading just one of his treatments of the subject will not give the whole picture. The true picture of the workings of evil might be even more complex than that outlined above. Steiner did make some statements which might be interpreted as indicating a third stream of spirits of opposition, the asuras, a borrowed Eastern term, which are retarded archai who work to destroy the human I, the ego itself. The asuras might be the agents of the actual Antichrist, the sun demon, known to occultism as Sorat or Sorath, In some passages, Steiner does identify the apocalyptic beast 666 as Sorath, not clearly differentiating the Ahrimanic and Sorathic principles. While it seems true that the numerological interpretation of the Hebrew spelling of Sorat or Sorath gives the number 666, or 666, still the position of Sorat in relation to Lucifer and Ahriman is not altogether clear to this writer. A possible solution to this question might follow from the imagery of the Apocalypse. Michael casts the dragon out of heaven. Immediately afterwards arise the two beasts, the first from the sea, Lucifer, and the second from the land, Ahriman. Thus, Lucifer and Ahriman appear on earth as two beings or principles, but they are the progeny of the one spirit of opposition, the dragon, in heaven. If we identify the dragon, the Antichrist, as Sorath, we can picture Lucifer and Ahriman as the left and right hands of Sorath. Christ strives to hold Lucifer and Ahriman in balance so that they serve the good, while Sorath strives to keep them out of balance so that they work for destruction. While Lucifer seeks to draw the human I, the ego, to his own planet, and Ahriman seeks to harden the earth and the human organism so that no ego can live in a human on earth, Sorath, through the Asuras, seek to destroy the ego itself along with the earth. Sorath uses Lucifer and Ahriman as spirits of seduction to mask his own true intention of pure destruction, and Sorath manifests in social evolution as pure destruction, especially in the wars and mass murders of our century. Some suggest that he manifests in the human organism as the destroyer of the immune system, the so-called AIDS virus. Thus, the true picture might look something like this. Where and when? Steiner says that the Ahrimanic incarnation will happen in the West in the third millennium. In his nomenclature, West means primarily Britain and English-speaking America. There is ample reason to suspect that the destined place for this event is America, for the effect of the American natural environment on the human body and soul especially favors Ahrimanic tendencies. According to Steiner's insights, each of the various regions of the earth has its unique effect upon the human organism. In America, the Ahrimanic influence is strong, rising from the center of the earth, carried by electromagnetism. This strengthens the entity known to occultism as the human double or doppelganger. The doppelganger is an Ahrimanic soul being with intelligence and will, but with no individual spiritual ego, intends to bind the human soul to the body, hardening human thinking, feeling, and willing. All human beings have a doppelganger living in their nerve electricity, infusing into their souls all sorts of degrading, depressing impulses, as well as instigating internal illnesses. Electricity is the subnatural, rigidifying shadow of soul forces. The Ahrimanic tendencies in America are well known, even to those whose perception is unenlivened by occult knowledge. American culture has long been famous for its violence and hard-boiled materialism, and more recently for its degeneracy and decadence. As to exactly when Ahriman's incarnation will happen, Steiner, as far as I am aware, does not give a precise time. In at least one passage, he seems to indicate the end of the third millennium. In other places, he indicates the early part of that millennium. In many places, he points to a great crisis at the end of this century, even a war of all against all, when humanity might well stand at the grave of civilization. In any case, it seems highly likely that a major Ahrimanic onslaught, either the incarnation of Ahriman himself, or the advent of the false prophet of the apocalypse, or some other attack, will break upon us around 1998 AD. To see why this is so, we need to do a few simple calculations based on the occult principle of meaningful rhythms in history. Let the skeptical reader be a true skeptic and suspend judgment and take in the following discussion with a mind open to possibilities unsuspected by the materialistic mind. Some occult history. It is a fact unknown to history but revealed by Steiner's spiritual research that while the incarnation of Christ was happening in Palestine, another stupendous drama played out in Mexico. A high initiate of the negative mysteries, the most advanced black magician in the world, had reached, by repeated ritual murders of an especially horrible kind, the threshold of knowledge of certain deep cosmic secrets. This knowledge would have given him the ability, as was his intention, of achieving the Ahrimanic goals of completely rigidifying the Earth so as to draw it out of the progressive development toward the new Jupiter, and of binding human organisms as automata in that slag of the Earth. He was thwarted in this intention by the incarnate high sun being Vitzliputzli, who caused the black magician to be crucified at the same time as the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, a shattering reflection in the American continent of the events in Palestine. Since then, the soul of this black magician has been held in a kind of prison. Recall that the Greco-Roman epoch ran approximately 2,160 years, from 747 BC to 1413 AD. The midpoint of this epoch was 1413 AD minus 2,160 divided by 2, which is 333 AD. Consider, as an hypothesis, the occult teaching that events in history occur at times, as it were, reflect and balance the events equidistant in time from a midpoint. Taking 333 AD as the midpoint, the fulcrum of the balance, and on one side the birth in Palestine, and on the other the scales would be 666 AD. The big event known to history of the 7th century was the rise of Islam. Another event, not so famous but still known to history, was the transfer of ancient Greek philosophy, especially Aristotle's works, probably including the lost work on alchemy, to the Academy of Jundi Sabur near present-day Baghdad, following the expulsion of the philosophers from Syrian Edessa in 489 AD, and from Athens in 529 AD, the philosophers had found refuge in what was then the Persian Empire, and at that academy they pursued their calling. Then this knowledge passed to the Islamic Arabs, and science of a particular bent reached a high development under them, while Europe was in the Dark Ages. Only gradually, over many centuries, did this science pass over to Europe, where it developed into the modern scientific revolution. Again, the trend of modern science, as it has in fact developed, is Ahrimanic. The direct ancestor of scientific materialism was this Arabian science, which was itself derived from the Academy of Jundi Sabur. Thus, on the other side of the 333 AD midpoint, from the birth in Palestine, was the rise of an active, materialistic, anti-Christian worldview in Jundi Sabur. Occult history, as given by Steiner, reveals how this came about. Sorath intended to come near to physical manifestation in 666 AD at Jundi Sabur, and to bestow upon the philosophers there a superhuman knowledge. This knowledge was to consist of everything that humanity, under the plan of the regular gods, was to learn through its own efforts by the height of the present conscious soul epoch. This epoch began in 1413 AD, so its midpoint will be 2493 AD. In other words, Sorath wanted to give to humanity prematurely and without the requisite human effort and experience the knowledge that would be right and healthy for humanity to achieve through work and evolution by the middle of the 3rd millennium. The regular God's plan for the consciousness soul epoch is for humanity to acquire through self-education and self-discipline the free, conscious, individualized human personality. If the humanity of the 7th century had been given this advanced knowledge at that immature stage of development, when people could not think in full consciousness, the result would have been disastrous. Just consider how much evil humanity has done with the science we have acquired up to now, at our present stage of maturity or immaturity, and then try to imagine what the relatively primitive people of the 7th century would have done with the science of 2493 AD. This picture is bad enough, but we need to recall Steiner's occult insights to begin to get the whole picture. If Sorath had succeeded, we humans would have lost the possibility of developing our true nature, and would have become egotistic, animalistic automata with no possibility of future development. We would have become earthbound, and the Earth could never then pass over to the Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan stages. The normal God's plan would have been thwarted, and humanity could not become the spirits of freedom and love. However, the rise of Islam thwarted this plan of Sorath. It is a deep, mysterious paradox that Islam, which was and is opposed to Christianity in many ways, also worked in concert with the Christ impulse in history by blanketing, by skimming the cream off this Sorath science and by watering it down. Still, this science survived and has worked on into the present day, but the worst was averted for those times. The weakened Jundi Sabur impulse, as a distorted quasi-Aristotelianism, passed to the Arabs over Africa and Spain to France, England, and through the monasteries, e.g. Roger Bacon, back over to the continent. The realism of the medieval scholastics, especially that revived Aristotelianism of Thomas Aquinas, opposed this Arabian influence, somewhat correctly seen yet as inimical to Christianity. But with the decline and decadence of medieval Aristotelianism, and with the dawn of modern anti-Aristotelian empiricism, e.g. Francis Bacon, the diluted but still powerful Sorath science came to dominate world culture. Baconian and Goethean science. The true spirit of this kind of scientism can be illustrated by a telling metaphor coined by its seminal spokesman early in this epoch, Francis Bacon. He said, propounding scientific experimentalism, that we must put nature on the rack and force her to answer the questions we put to her. This figure will speak volumes to those who meditate upon it. We, seeking information for whatever motives, are to torture the goddess who gave us birth and nurture so as to cause her, through unbearable pain and injury, to blurt out secrets which she, in her wisdom, conceals from the impure and self-seeking. In much of so-called physiological research and medical training, this is hardly even a metaphor. The torture unto death is quite literal. The usual victims are animals, but all too many researchers are not above using human subjects when they can get enough power over them, and even a slight whiff of occult knowledge shows us a deeper meaning. The central rite of Satanism or black magic, sometimes crude, sometimes sophisticated, is the deliberate ritual torture and killing of animals, and, at a more advanced level, of humans. When done in a precise way, this practice confers knowledge and power upon the practitioner. Also, it affects the whole earth, hardening and rigidifying it to the characteristic Ahrimanic purpose. Thus we can see the hordes of researchers and medical students who hurt, injure, and sacrifice animals as undergoing an unconscious Ahrimanic black magic initiation which hardens, brutalizes, and Ahrimanizes their souls, and through them also the culture and even the earth itself. Sacrifice is the actual word they commonly use, not thinking which god they sacrifice unto. Vivisection is truly the archetypal act of modern science as it is generally understood and practiced. In contrast to our Baconian science, there does exist a little-known scientific trend, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, or Goethe. In the general culture, he is known primarily as the author of Faust, but he was also a scientist known for, if known at all, the prediction of the discovery of the intermaxillary bone in humans, or less often, for his anti-Newtonian theory of color. His mode of scientific thinking was quite different from the Baconian Ahrimanic mode, and likewise he illustrated it with a telling metaphor. He said, in paraphrase, that we must approach nature as a reverent lover, and, perhaps, she will whisper to us her intimate secrets. The contrast to Bacon's metaphor could hardly be more stark. Also, Goethean or Goethean method of scientific investigation, in contrast to amoral experimentalism, is a method of self-improvement and self-development, a reverent meditating upon the facts of experience, in the hope that they will speak. This scientific method has, of course, been all but buried under the Baconian Ahrimanic avalanche, even in Goethe's or Goethe's own country. I like Goethe because that's how it's spelled, but I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Goethe or something similar. And it was no mere accident that Steiner's first professional appointment was to edit Goethe's scientific writings. Steiner and his followers have developed and expanded the Goethean method to an amazing extent, giving a reasonable hope for renewed life in our deadened, death-dealing scientific culture. Steiner, too, has been almost totally ignored by scientists in the West, slightly less so in Central Europe. Also, the practice of Goethean Steinerian science has vast implications for the soul of the practitioner as well as for the whole earth. Spiritual science sees soul and spirit in nature in a real practical way, completely consistent with the empirical facts. It reverently approaches the scientific laboratory as a holy place, and the experiment as a sacrament, as a revelation to the creator spirits through the sacred symbols of nature. This is consistent only with the moral development of the scientist, and with the furtherance of the God's plan of human and cosmic evolution. 666 again. The 666-year rhythm continued further. Another period ended in 1332 AD. Around this time, circa 1312, the cruel suppression of the Knights Templar began. Little is known to history of the true nature of the Templars because of their secretive nature and the distortions passed to history by their triumphant enemies, but these knights did cultivate an esoteric Christianity that, although somewhat flawed, had the potential of bringing about a more humane civilization in Europe. And so again, even though this essay kind of doesn't like Francis Bacon and Manly Hall, they kind of say that, his work did that as well, but, it's a little bit of both, I'm sure. This possibility was thwarted by the power of the French king, Philip the Fair, and his allies in the church. Philip, through the torture and killing of the Templars and through the material inspiration from their looted gold, attained a kind of Ahrimanic initiation knowledge, but he died soon thereafter. The Templars were either killed or driven underground, and medieval culture declined until the Renaissance and Reformation. The Templar impulse did continue underground to pass over to the lodges, especially York and Scottish Rite Freemasonry. These lodges worked in opposition to Roman Catholicism, at least until the end of the 18th century when they united in opposition to Napoleon. But the esoteric content became decadent and Ahrimanized. Nevertheless, many of the modern institutions of liberal republican democracy, such as freedom of speech, religion, and the press, are very largely due to the influence of Freemasonry, especially in the USA. This is a huge and interesting story, but it is beyond the scope of this essay as well as the knowledge of this author. And of course, another 666-year cycle ends around 998 AD. As stated already, it is apparent that the Ahrimanic influence in culture is building to some kind of climax. Indeed, as is obvious to all with eyes to see, that civilization in the USA, and actually now that I look at it, that's 300 plus 6 plus 1. USA is 307, which is Ahriman. Despite or because of the triumphant march of technology, human culture and civilization are decaying regardless of rising economic indicators. It is an easy guess that the times around 1998 AD are a propitious period for a major Ahrimanic manifestation, perhaps the incarnation of Ahriman himself, which 1998, again, was Mechanical Animals, Marilyn Manson's album, which is pretty self-explanatory considering the subject matter and the literary references and all this stuff, but 3 times 666 years since the birth of the body of the Incarnation of Christ. Perhaps the body will be born, which is to be the vehicle of Ahriman, possibly 30 years later, or perhaps some other major event, such as the advent of the false prophet of the apocalypse. These are approximate times only. The outer effects of occult or hidden events may manifest only gradually. In 1998, we did not see newspaper headlines announcing a spectacular supernatural event. But if we had been alive in 666 AD or 1332, I guess part of that's deleted, I'm not sure, but surely as thoughts are things, even a slight change in consciousness can influence physical. Neither would have likely been informed by the contemporary. I don't know what's wrong with this, but those I'm not sure why that's all fucked up, but those manifestations of evil did not fully succeed according to the plan. Other influences intervened and moderated the outcomes. The occult machinations were hardly known to the public. Such may also be true in the present. The actual course of events depends on many contending forces and upon the consciousness and will of human beings. and the crux of the struggle will likely be hidden or occult to the wide public. We will live and or die in the outer effects of the occult causes, as uncomprehending, most of us probably, as is usual in social cataclysm. I don't know, there's some typos in this essay, but Steiner repeatedly pointed to the turn of the century or millennium as a time of crisis. As is the turn of every millennium, every 1,000 years, Lucifer and Ahriman work together with special power. Also, the Dutch anthroposophist Bernard Leavegood, in his deathbed testament, made the following remarks. From indications by Rudolf Steiner, we have to assume that in the year 1998, Ahriman will play an important role. It is a part of the development of the earth and of humanity that Ahriman will at one time be on earth in a physical body. In lectures, Rudolf Steiner is mentioned at a time in the third millennium, before even a part of the third millennium after Christ is past. However, he has said at a meeting of young people in Breslau that Ahriman will do everything in his power to advance this moment as much as he can. Steiner then mentions the year 1998. It will depend on all of humanity together whether Ahriman will succeed in this or not. Whether he will succeed in this will depend on the question whether there will be enough people who see through his designs. In 1916, Rudolf Steiner said that at the beginning of the 21st century, evil will appear in a form which at that time, 1916, could not yet be described. My estimate is that the nadir of this battle will fall around the years 2020 to 2040. Then the abyss of the demons will open. National Socialism and Bolshevism will pale in comparison with this. Millions of people will perish. The Battle for the Soul, pages 98 through 113. A cynic might say that these predictions allow for plenty of wiggle room for the incarnation of Ahriman, 1998 to the first part of the next millennium or even the end of that millennium. I will concede that the predicted time is not very precise, but I believe nevertheless that it is highly likely that this incarnation will happen in the next few years to half-century or century. And even without occult insight, one who observes the present social and cultural decline can hardly avoid seeing some kind of wrenching changes approaching. Again, it is not certain that Ahriman's incarnation will be immediately known to the public. Steiner warns that Ahriman wants humanity to be unconscious of his true nature and to see his advent as progressive and good for human welfare. Says Steiner, if Ahriman were able to slink into a humanity unaware of his coming, that would gladden him most of all. It is for this reason that the occurrences and trends in which Ahriman is working for his future incarnation must be brought to light. Ahriman will establish a possibly secret school for powerful magic arts and clairvoyance. The technical applications of this highly intelligent spirit will indeed look like magic to us, even as advanced as we might consider our science to be. For Ahriman's understanding is not limited by the crude materialism he foists upon humanity, and the clairvoyance bestowed upon Ahriman's pupils will be effortless, not won through the long preparation of soul purification and self-discipline of legitimate occultism. It will give spirit vision, but the visions will be subjective and deceptive. People will see differing, conflicting visions of the soul-spirit worlds and will fall into confusion and conflict. Ahriman in the flesh will be an overwhelmingly powerful and impressive figure when he reveals himself, and it seems probable that, as the father of lies, he will present himself as that which he is most certainly not, Christ in his second coming. And again, it is America where many religious people are expecting the second coming in a physical body that will be especially susceptible to Ahriman's deceptions. It is entirely possible that those who cling to the Gospels with a superficially literalistic interpretation closed to occult insights will be the very people who will be the false Christ's followers. For us, occult insight is needed to understand what the Scriptures do literally say, for they were written in occult terminology out of higher consciousness. The true second coming. Another tremendous revelation from Steiner's spiritual science concerns the true nature of the second coming of Christ. Steiner was adamant that the physical incarnation of Christ can happen once and only once. Just as a pair of scales can have only one balancing point, so in Earth evolution the event of Golgotha can take place only once. The amazing fact is that the second coming is happening now, but that most of humanity is unaware of it. Actually, the term second coming is not in the New Testament. The Greek word is parousia, meaning roughly active presence. It was this presence that Saul or Paul experienced on the road to Damascus, Paul being humanity's premature birth of the coming new experience of Christ. Parousia was translated into Latin as adventus, which means arrival, thus helping to give rise to the expectation of a physical arrival of Christ. The original Greek term seems in consonance with Steiner's explanation. See Emil Bach's St. Paul. In fact, it is the driving force behind the apocalyptic convulsions and struggles of our time. For, as the picture is given in the Apocalypse of John, the bottomless pit is opened. So again, pit is 99 as well, which is at the bottom of that grid. Michael casts the dragon and his hosts onto the earth. The vials of wrath are poured out, and Babylon is overthrown in preparation for Christ's triumph that brings the new heaven and new earth. Most of us are unaware of this present second coming because it is not happening in the visible material world, but in the ethereal region of the earth. Ethereal means the system of formative forces bordering on the physical that raises inert matter to the realm of the living. Plants, animals, and humans all have ethereal formative force bodies, and when the ethereal body forsakes the physical body becomes ordinary matter. In other words, it dies. The earth, being the body of a living being, also has a formative force body, the ethereal earth. These ethereal forces manifest especially in weather phenomena such as cloud formation. It is a false, Ahrimanic science that sees cloud formation as a merely material process of evaporation and condensation of water molecules. This is rather a process of dematerialization and rematerialization through the working of the ethers. With these concepts, we can see new meaning in the Bible verses concerning the ascension and return of Christ. A cloud received him out of their sight. Acts chapter 1, verse 9, it seems to be saying that Christ descended into the ethereal, formative force region of the earth. In the statement that he so shall come in like manner as ye have seen him go into heaven, Acts chapter 1, verse 11, seems to say that he shall return from the ethereal regions. Behold, he cometh with clouds, Revelation chapter 1, verse 7. Steiner's association that Christ shall not come again in the flesh seems to be in consonance with the Bible. Then, if any man shall say unto you, Lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. Wherefore, if they shall say unto you, Behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers, believe it not. On the contrary, the second coming shall be a tremendous event not limited to a particular location. For as the lightning cometh out of the east and shineth even unto the west, so also shall the coming of the Son of Man be. The ethereal is superphysical, not bound by laws of material space. Christ's appearance in the ethereal earth is everywhere at once. And since the ethereal is superphysical, some degree of superphysical vision or clairvoyance is needed to see into it. Few people at the present stage of evolution have that kind of clairvoyance, and some may have it only sporadically. But the second coming is only at its beginning. True clairvoyance, as opposed to the deceptive Ahrimanic clairvoyance, will, again, hive mind, internet bullshit, consciousness, fake consciousness, pseudo-conscious hive mind they're developing, will consciously encounter the ethereal Christ in the centuries to come. Ahriman dreads human consciousness of the ethereal Christ and fights against it. It is essential for us to grasp the fact that he who shall come in the flesh is not Christ, but Ahriman. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders. And, they already have now robot priests. Now, Soon I'm sure they'll have a robot Jesus. So, Steiner revealed the occult fact since the beginning of the present reign of the Sun, Archangel Michael as the time spirit in 1879 AD, the human ethereal body is becoming less closely bound to the physical body, thus opening the possibility of new clairvoyance. 1933 AD, to 950-year cycles of the precession of the nodes of Saturn since the crucifixion and resurrection in 33 AD, would have been an especially propitious time for the beginning of widespread perception of the ethereal Christ. But this was hindered by the rise to power of Hitler in expression of Sorath himself rising from the abyss, and by the convulsions and distractions that followed. What was hindered in 1933 might again become propitious around 2000 to 2100 AD. So again, think of 9/11, a reflection of the calling of Abraham around 2000 to 2100 BC. We may speculate that Ahriman and Sorath will oppose this new Christ consciousness by even more horrendous hindrances. The occult meaning of the computer. A very interesting theory by David B. Black interprets the progressive mechanization of culture not only as an Ahrimanic influence, but as the actual macrocosmic incarnation of Ahriman. This is being brought to completion through the development of the electronic computer. Black traces the milestones in the evolution of the computer as reflections of the spiritual events in the heavens. For example, in the 1840s, around the time of Jehovah's abandonment of human blood-bound thinking to Ahriman, Boolean algebra was developed. The year 1879, the time of Michael's accession as time spirit and the final expulsion of the dragon onto Earth, saw the publication of Frege's Begriffsschrift, a great milestone in the development of formal logic, the separation of logic from the spiritual word. Also in 1879, Edison invented the electric light. Light is separated from the sun and plunged into the sub-earthly. And again, electric is 666. Electricity is Ahrimanic light. Trotsky and Stalin were born. Mergenthaler invented the linotype machine. Bessemer introduced the hard steel process. And the U.S. Census Bureau hired Herman Hollerith, who developed the first large-scale punched card tabulating machine. The Christ's coming in the clouds in the early 1930s was reflected on Earth by the publication of Gödel's incompleteness theorem, which demonstrated that a truly thinking machine is impossible, but which also led to the development of recursion theory, which is the essential conceptual framework for artificial intelligence and artificial life. Also in 1930, by a fortuitous comedy of errors, the planet Pluto was discovered. Pluto, of course, is the god of the underworld, and the discovery of his planet was a synchronistic harbinger of the unleashing of the submaterial powers of the pit upon Earth. Later transits of Saturn and Uranus to Pluto's discovery position marked the bombing of Hiroshima and the explosion of the first H-bomb. As is well known, the development of the electronic computer proceeded exponentially, from von Neumann's development of the stored program to the desktop and the laptop. A lesser-known development was the Josephson effect, which allows the construction of semiconductors from superconducting materials. Thus, electrical circuits can operate without luciferic heat, and Ahriman, whose nature is freezing cold, can completely enter into electrical devices. As superconducting computers became more common, Ahrimanic beings higher than elementals might actually incarnate in them, since no physical energy is consumed in a superconducting circuit. Ahrimanic elemental spirits inhabit our artificial machines, just as normal elementals or nature spirits, gnomes, undines, sylphs, salamanders, work in and throughout the living processes of nature. Black sums up. Sunless light and wordless logic intertwined, and out of them came the computer. Thus, while Ahriman microcosmically incarnates in a human body, we might also face the macrocosmic literal incarnation of Ahriman in our machines. An Evolutionary Leap. The incarnation of high spiritual beings in human bodies has the special significance that new possibilities for human development are opened up, because, as it were, the way is cleared by these high spiritual beings in the flesh being the first to accomplish these developments. Lucifer was the first to use the organs of intellect. Christ was the first to redeem the fallen, death-prone human body with the resurrection body. This was but one of the tremendous deeds of Christ. Even a minimal exposition of the scope of the accomplishments of this incarnation is far, far beyond the limits of this essay. Suffice it to say for now that Steiner, out of his clairvoyant initiation knowledge, revealed that the incarnation of Christ was the turning point of the evolution of the earth and of humanity, from descent into the physical toward ascent into the spiritual. Not that this evolution turned on a dime. The downward momentum is obviously still very great, but the seed for the upward growth was planted. The true stigmatists have participated somewhat in the redeemed body as harbingers of future evolution. Likewise, Ahriman in the flesh will try to inaugurate a new human capacity for his own ends. He wishes to bring the shadowy, brain-bound, semi-conscious, clever Ahrimanic thinking into the human ethereal body. So again, the AI wants to get inside pretty much your mind, like hack your mind, and it's this whole matrix concept, but it's not new. It's really old. This would be an essentially evil development, this would be an especially evil development if it is carried into the average human organism. It is normal and healthy at the present stage of human evolution for the human ethereal body to dissolve into the wide cosmos in the days immediately following death, after one's whole life passes before one's eyes. Afterwards, the human soul and spirit entity rises to higher regions where it is purified and prepared for a new earth life. But materialism in the earth life hardens the ethereal body so that it does not dissolve, but remains near the earth for a longer time, while the dead human entity serves Ahriman. Only slowly and in unconsciousness do such dead spirits enter the spirit worlds to prepare for a new incarnation. Ahriman wishes to be the first to so harden the ethereal body so that it becomes the vehicle of automatic intellectual thinking devoid of will, and thus to make it possible to keep human ethereal bodies permanently in the region of the earth. Then the earth would become so hardened that it would not pass over to the Jupiter age, and humans would become clever, animalistic, ghostly, earthbound creatures. The gods' plan for human and earthly evolution would be thwarted. Steiner put it this way: Ahriman works against the word. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. He wills that the words shall be thrown away, that heaven and earth shall continue on. Here we can give a glimpse into the motives of the sophisticated Satanists or black magicians. Ahriman's acolytes seek a kind of immortality in the slag earth surrounded with old moon forces, but an immortality with egotistic, earthly consciousness instead of the cosmic consciousness of the individualized spiritual ego. The regular gods intend that in the present epoch people should indeed think free of the physical brain, but with free, conscious, self-created thinking. This development would gradually open the possibility of the reintegration of humanity into the spiritual cosmos, and further the passing of the earth over to the new Jupiter. Humanity could eventually rise to the rank of spirits of freedom and love, and not sink to the level of earthbound, animalistic, clever automata. To put it mildly, a lot is at stake here. The new Jupiter, it makes me think of Chesed and the blue, like the blueprint, I guess, a new blueprint, the new heaven and earth. Turning evil to good. But Ahriman's incarnation need not be an evil event as he wishes it to be. This incarnation is necessary in human and earthly evolution, and it can be turned toward the good if humanity meets it in the right way. On the mundane level, we can remedy Ahrimanic tedium in the work life and the intellectual life by filling them with warm, luciferic enthusiasm, by finding what is interesting in them, by getting ourselves interested in objective impersonal facts and processes. On the psychological level, we can remedy Luciferic subjectivity and fiery emotionalism by observing ourselves coolly as we would an external natural process. Indeed, we can personally experience how the Ahrimanic principle can be a blessing if applied in the right way, through cold, objective self-contemplation and impersonal thinking. If we can find satisfaction in dry but correct evaluation of our own wants, fears, and vicissitudes, as we could say in mathematical proposition, we will gain thereby a wonderful liberation. And we can truly understand and feel how Ahriman's influence need not be evil, but can be quite decidedly good if we bring it to the right consciousness. And so it will be with Ahriman's incarnation. Everything depends on the consciousness with which humanity meets him. He wants us to be unconscious. It is our responsibility to strive to be more and more conscious, and to inculcate consciousness in as many people as we can. Such are the motives behind this essay. On a higher level, we can become more aware of the meaning of our own lives and of the world process by studying and fulfilling ourselves with the modern form of cosmic wisdom given by spiritual science, mainly from Steiner, but from others also. This is a renewal of wisdom that was formerly kept hidden or occult in the mysteries. Today it is essential that more of this wisdom becomes generally known, if human culture is not to succumb to Ahriman. Just as the ancient initiates entered into the Luciferic wisdom and rescued it for the good of humanity, now must humanity, with the consciousness gained from spiritual science and from the ethereal Christ, enter into the coming Ahrimanic knowledge and turn it to good purpose. The Ahrimanic knowledge will show what cleverness can and cannot produce from earthly forces. If we meet Ahriman consciously, we can acquire through him the realization that the earth is becoming old and must decline physically, eventually to die and enter the spiritual worlds, to be reborn as the new Jupiter. And through this decline, humanity is to be lifted above the earthly, as the seed survives the dying plant in winter, to sprout and grow in the spring. The Epoch of Consciousness. The fundamental principle in this, the consciousness soul epoch, is the emergence in the human being of conscious, individualized, independent thinking. Concurrent with the emergence of this soul force, as a byproduct as it were, are wider possibilities for the workings of the forces of death and evil. But these workings are, as is characteristic of Ahriman, so falsified that, for example, the cultural institutions that are generally regarded as most beneficial, education and medicine, are in fact among the worst carriers of evil. Not to imply that these institutions should be shunned or destroyed, but purified and renewed, in part by their liberation from money and politics. When this epoch has run its course, if it will have fulfilled its potentials, human culture will be vastly changed. For example, the distinction between civilized and primitive peoples will have been erased, and a kind of moral socialism will have become instinctive. Our specific task for the consciousness soul epoch is to acquire three great truths, the same truths that Sorath wished to foist upon humanity in the 7th century, with his own slant. We might presume that Ahriman in the flesh will likewise try to insert them into our culture and distort them to his own ends. It is the task of an alert and conscious humanity, schooled in spiritual science and led by the Christ, to gain these three truths through our own striving and to use them for the good development of the earthly creation. The first truth concerns the mystery of birth and death, that the human soul in the physical world has but the semblance of the true soul life that it had before conception and will have again after death. The life in the sense world interrupts the supersensible soul life in the world between death and rebirth, so that we can gain for the spirit that which can be gained only in the sense world. To see this truth, we must look Lucifer in the eye, and thus see through the distortions and illusions he spreads over the human soul. So again, seen with your Anya seeing the cycles of everything, and basically the eye of Shiva is the 0 point. But the destiny of the East, meaning the Slavic regions and eastward, is to give rise to an eugenic occultism, the knowledge of how, through astrological regulation of conception, to bring the right human entities to birth at the right time and place for forward evolution, which is the exact opposite of what's happening. Or conversely, to bring in the wrong entities from the hindrance of right evolution. Thus, this eugenic occultism can cause great good or great harm depending on how it is used. The second truth concerns the mystery of the body, that the human body is not a lump of matter, but a form which is spiritual in origin and through which interchanging substances are constantly in flux. This knowledge will lead to a true medical art, the essence of which is to keep intact the natural healing forces of the body. The destiny of the middle, meaning Central Europe, is to give rise to the hygienic occultism, which, of course, can lead to great good, but can also cause great harm if it is used without strict conscientiousness. The third truth concerns the mystery of matter, that the reality behind material substance is not atoms, molecules, or ultimate particles, but is spirit, to be exact, Ahrimanic spirits in rhythmic interrelations, so Clifothic shells. The true picture of solid matter is not a machine, but a rainbow, a ghostly appearance, an outcome of spiritual processes. Modern physics, in some advanced theorizing, may have made some halting moves toward this truth, but the dead mechanistic world conception still holds sway over the scientism which dominates world culture. This scientism is the Ahrimanic lie, the descendant of the Jundi Sabur influence, which, even though weakened, banished soul and spirit from the scientific worldview. To see through this lie, we must look Ahriman in the eye, a dangerous undertaking if we are not prepared by spiritual science. So again, looking into the Indrajala, or the web of illusion. The destiny of the West, meaning primarily the English-speaking world, is to give rise to a mechanistic occultism which will bring about fantastic machine forces based on rhythm and resonance. The lost fabled Healy motor was a start in this direction. But the introduction of such machine forces would cause harm to society if the political, cultural, and economic spheres are not made mutually independent, and if egotism is not banished from the economy. Steiner laid down the basis for this healthy social reordering in his concept of the threefold commonwealth. Ahriman seeks to divert and pervert these three destined developments of the consciousness soul epoch through the activity of angels who rejected the Christ influence during the Egypto-Chaldean epoch. In the present times, the Christian angels pour pictures of spirit realities into the deep regions of the human soul organism. If the human being does not take up these pictures consciously, they sink down into the ethereal body and act as unconscious instincts through the influence of the Ahrimanic angels. These unconscious instincts work against the three progressive evolutionary trends in the following ways. 1. Perverting the eugenic occultism. Destructive sex impulses affect the whole social life, working against the development of conscious human brotherhood and making a humanity entirely egotistical and entirely controlled by instinctive urges carried in the blood. 2. Perverting the hygienic occultism. Medicine becomes materialistic and can be used to heal or harm according to egotistical purposes. 3. Perverting the mechanistic occultism. Powerful, Keely-like machine forces are employed, controlled not by the vibrations of good people seeking the liberation of the workers, but by egotistical people for the evil purposes of attaining power and control over the masses. The first two perversions are readily apparent in modern society. The third has yet to emerge in public. Again, the direction that these three trends of the present epoch will take depends upon human consciousness and will. Some occult politics. Some powerful Ahrimanic secret societies linked to the lodges in Britain and the USA strive to keep their version of this third truth of the spirituality of matter as their own secret and to ensure that the wider public knows only a crude, atheistic, mechanistic scientism in which spirit and soul have no place. They also strive to guide political and economic trends over the world so that the budding potentialities of the Middle and Eastern peoples come under their domination. The history of modern times has very largely been the story of the outworkings of this struggle. The crimes of the secret Anglo-American power groups include the instigation of the First World War and the consequent establishment of the Bolshevik regime in the East. These power groups believe that the English-speaking peoples are destined to justifiably dominate the East Slavs in this, the fifth cultural epoch, for the purpose of guiding their nascent potentialities, which will blossom to lead the world culture in the sixth epoch, just as the Romans during the fourth epoch dominated and educated Britain for her future leadership in the fifth epoch. Some truth does lie behind this concept. This is the epoch of the consciousness soul, and the English-speaking peoples are gifted to develop the consciousness soul in an instinctive way, and it is true that the Slavs are destined to lead world culture in the sixth epoch. But these power groups seek, through illegitimate means, to guide toward illegitimate Ahrimanic ends these inherent potentialities which are loosely written into destiny. Many historians and paranoid right-wing conspiracy nuts have, solely through common sense and open-eyed observation of external events, discerned some of the outworkings of the influence of these secret societies through their semi-secret instruments, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Order of Skull and Bones, whose members include George Bush, Averell Harriman, and an amazing number of powerful Americans, the Rhodes Scholarships, the Round Table, etc. But these observers, lacking occult knowledge, can only guess at the true aims of the secret power groups. The Anglophile societies may disagree among themselves about means and details, but essentially they aim to gain world domination for themselves, though certainly not for the good of the masses of the English-speaking peoples, and to influence all cultural trends in an Ahrimanic direction. Now, in post-Cold War Europe, the Anglo-Americans and the Jesuit Catholic power groups are working together to make the basic arrangements of this part of the New World Order. Central Europe, from France to Poland, is to be dominated by the Jesuit interests, while the East, meaning roughly the regions historically Orthodox Christian, is to be dominated by the Anglo-American West. This arrangement furthers the aims of the Anglo-Americans by preventing cultural collaboration between Central Europe and the Eastern Slavs, thus preventing the rise of a strong, healthy, and independent Central European culture that could mediate and balance the East and the West. Thus, the present push toward the New World Order in Europe is a continuation of the long-standing Anglo-American policy of obliterating Central Europe, especially Germany, as a political or cultural force, and of controlling the future seeds being prepared in East Europe, the same policy that led to the First World War and the Bolshevik Revolution. The deeper Ahrimanic aim of the Anglo-Americans is to defeat the God's plan for Earth evolution by turning the Earth into a heap of dark frozen cosmic slag, haunted by an earthbound humanity of ghostly homunculi, and to secure for themselves a privileged place in this Ahrimanic world order, and Ahrimanic immortality with earthly consciousness and with power over the uninitiated. The late Professor Carroll Quigley, mentor of the young William Jefferson Clinton, wrote the fairly well-known tome Tragedy and Hope, in the lesser-known work The Anglo-American Establishment, in which he described, from a sympathetic point of view, some of the machinations of semi-secret Anglophile power groups, power groups. Prominent among these Anglophile groups was the secret society organized by Cecil Rhodes around 1891. Its members included William T. Stead, a spiritualist known to Annie Besant of the Theosophical Society, Lord Esher, an advisor to Queen Victoria, the Earl of Rosebery, Nathan Rothschild, Alfred Milner, whose posts included Colonial Secretary and War Minister during the First World War, H.A.L. Fisher, sometime Education Minister, and A.J. Balfour. I do not imply that Quigley or Clinton or all those working for the goals of these power groups were or are fully aware of the deeper aims behind the Anglophiles, but that they are more or less knowingly or unknowingly under the influence of the occultists and will usually act in the way desired by these occultists. Altogether, of those who work in accordance with the aims of what may be loosely called the Anglo-American power groups, e.g. the Freemasons or at least some faction of them, CFR, Round Table, Rhodes Scholarships, Skull and Bones, and their associated political and economic instruments, or of the Jesuits, very few are aware of the true occult aims. This is true even of most of the initiated, for the ceremonial magic of the initiation rituals works on the ethereal bodies of the acolytes so as to make those lower initiates into receptive, unsuspecting instruments for the wishes of the few who are more aware. This process might loosely be likened to a sophisticated kind of post-hypnotic suggestion. In general, we should hold suspect any secret society that practices ceremonial magic and is administered by higher grades. Nor do I wish to imply that one super-secret power group on Earth controls everything. Various occult power groups, arrayed in various and shifting alliances and antagonisms, vie for their various aims. The centers of the conspiracies do not lie on the physical plane, and no matter how great their power, they are not omnipotent. Again, the primal force behind present-day turmoil is the coming of the ethereal Christ. As an old saying goes, where there is bright light, there are deep shadows. But much depends on us, on humanity. We need to become conscious of these power groups as well as their deeper aims and the aim of Ahriman himself. If we do not acquire this alert consciousness, Ahriman might have his way, and the future of the earth and of humanity will be dark and bleak. The earth's future, as well as our own, is our responsibility. Any real progress towards a healthy social order depends on humanity's development of a new kind of thinking. The present, Ahrimanic brain-bound pseudo-thinking is inherently antisocial. It subconsciously tries to dominate other people and put them to sleep. Most present antisocial aspects of society proceed from antisocial consciousness. The brain-bound pseudo-thinking is determined by subjective, unconscious instincts, not by concurrence with the objective truth, not by the meaning process of the thinking itself. An antisocial society is a physical picture of the antisocial human consciousness. If human consciousness becomes harmonious with objective reality, then a truly social society will be possible. Again, it all depends on human consciousness and will. The foregoing discussion can help us understand a presently unfolding event, the emergence of the so-called Maitreya, now being promoted by Benjamin Creme and others. And you can tell this was written a while ago. Allegedly, this Maitreya is not only the Christ, but also the Messiah, Krishna, and the Imam Mahdi. The story goes like this. In 1977, Maitreya left his ancient retreat in the Himalayas to reside incognito in London. Allegedly, he has created his own physical body, a Mayavi Rupa, which can appear in many places at once according to his intention. Nevertheless, he supposedly rode an airliner from Pakistan to London, coming in the clouds. He also appears in dreams to many people around the world. The Maitreya is a highly advanced human being, not a god. He has been working behind the scenes to inspire many recent events, such as the environmental movement, the end of communism in the Soviet Union, the end of apartheid in South Africa, and the end of the East-West confrontation. Since 1988, he has miraculously appeared to speak before religious groups worldwide, causing miraculous healings and charging water with healing power. Other miraculous phenomena around the world are said to emanate from him. Marian influences and weeping Madonna statues, crop circles, holographic crosses of light, and mysterious hitchhikers who announce the return of Christ and then vanish. These phenomena are leading to a vast approaching day of declaration when Maitreya will announce his true identity over worldwide radio and television, and listeners, and even those not listening, will hear him telepathically in their own languages. And simultaneously, spontaneous healings will occur around the world. Thereafter, masters, advanced initiates who have reached the stage that they no longer need to incarnate, but return to Earth voluntarily, of Maitreya's vanguard, will reveal themselves to support his efforts. One of these masters will be the Jesus whom the supposed Christ Maitreya overshadowed from the baptism to the crucifixion. The social teachings of Maitreya oppose unfettered market forces and support the easing of the vast disparity between the rich and the poor by the principle of sharing. Governments will be forced to institute sharing after the coming collapse of the stock markets beginning in Japan and the resulting upheavals. Under the leading of Maitreya and the masters, a new worldwide civilization will emerge based on the principles of lessened regulation, liberty, freedom, environmental equilibrium, and the guarantee to all of enough food, clothing, housing, healthcare, and education. What's wrong with all that? Is it true enough that runaway market forces, aided by their agents in government, are grievously oppressing humanity? The gap between rich and poor is cruel and dangerous, the natural environment is being degraded, and so on and on. We can begin to see what's wrong when we consider, as explained above, that Christ appears once and only once in the flesh, and that his second coming is now taking place in the supraphysical ethereal earth. Clearly, this is inconsistent with the supposed Christ Maitreya coming down from the Himalayas to live in London and appear around the world to the physical senses. Further, the Maitreya's supporters teach that the Antichrist energy will not be manifested through individuals on Earth until 3,000 years will have passed since the defeat of Hitler. Again, this is the reverse of the truth as explained above. This is the time of the climaxing activity of the Antichrist through Ahrimanic influence, leading to the physical incarnation of Ahriman. Evidently, this supposed Maitreya Christ is an impostor who tries to falsify the tremendous events breaking upon us. We get a strong clue to the true nature of the Maitreya from this statement of his supporters. For the last 100 years, the ageless wisdom teachings have been released through individuals such as Helena Blavatsky, founder of the Theosophical Society, and later by Alice A. Bailey and Helena Roerich. In 1948, the imminent return of Christ was revealed in Alice Bailey's book, The Reappearance of the Christ. Steiner and, following his researches, Sergei O. Prokofiev, grandson of the composer, have uncovered the occult influences behind Blavatsky, Bailey, and Roerich. This story, much abridged, goes as follows. Around 1875, Blavatsky gave voice to some true Western Rosicrucian wisdom, much garbled in her Isis Unveiled. She later came under the influence of a particular group of Eastern, Tibeto-Indian occultists who inspired her secret doctrine with its strongly anti-Christian bent. These inspirers were the Mahatmas, the supposed Maurya and Kutumi. The true identity of these Mahatmas is problematic. Under her influence, and that of A.P. Sinnett, whose esoteric Buddhism was inspired by the same Mahatmas, the Theosophical Society took a decidedly Eastern turn, even moving its headquarters from New York to Madras. The teachings of the Mahatmas derived from a pre-Christian occult wisdom and held Lucifer higher than Christ, but also had a strongly materialistic and atheistic tinge. This occult materialism did not deny the existence of higher beings up to a point, or the human afterlife and reincarnation under the law of karma. Indeed, the concept of karma entered Western culture mostly through the Theosophical Society, but it did deny the existence of a theistic God and held that the higher realms consist only of refined, subtle matter. Blavatsky traveled to India and a secret location in Tibet to be initiated into these teachings. The Mahatmas aimed to get a kind of revenge on the Western world for having overwhelmed the East and suppressed Eastern occultism. We have Blavatsky's hearsay testimony that at least one of her Mahatmas even hated and despised the white race. On a deeper level, the aim was to work with Lucifer and Ahriman to draw humanity into the illegitimate realm known to occultism as the Eighth Sphere. This realm lies outside of the normal 7 great ages of the Saturn-Vulcan series. It arose through Lucifer's introduction into the Earth Age of the supersensible old moon forces, containing reflected images of higher worlds. Ahriman tries to take earthly dense matter and join it to these images to create densified imaginations, or specters. Materialistic thoughts in human brains, especially the occult materialism taught by the Mahatmas, greatly furthers this process. If human evolution could be diverted into this eighth sphere, the God's plan for earthly and human evolution would be defeated. Later, after Madame Blavatsky's death, the Theosophical Society under Annie Besant tried to put forth the young Krishnamurti as the Christ, or Maitreya, or both. Krishnamurti was prepared over a number of years going through some initiations, but later lost faith in his putative mission, at least in part because his ailing brother, despite the assurances of the masters that he would recover. As is well known, Krishnamurti later disavowed his nomination, and the whole undertaking collapsed. This affair also led to the departure of Steiner from the Theosophical Society, wherein he had been the secretary of the German section, and subsequently to the founding of the Anthroposophical Society. Helena Roerich and her husband, the painter Nicholas Roerich, came into the picture in the 1920s. Helena Roerich started receiving telepathic dictations from a Mahatma, and she began to write these inspirations in her multi-volume work Agni Yoga. Then began a series of journeys, the most amazing of which, 1925 through 1928, was an expedition which, under the American flag, crossed India, Tibet, Mongolia, and the new Soviet Union. Incredibly, they traveled to Moscow with the aid of OGPU, later called the KGB, to meet with high Bolshevik commissars and to deliver a letter from the Mahatmas, along with some Tibetan soil, for the grave of our brother Mahatma Lenin. For the Mahatmas were indeed cooperating with Anglo-American secret societies in promoting the socialist experiment in Russia. Emissaries of the Mahatmas had even met with Marx in London and with Lenin in Switzerland. Though the Anglo-Americans and Tibeto-Indians oppose each other in some ways, the Indo-Tibetans oppose British rule in India. They were united for somewhat differing motives in supporting the Bolshevist war against the Russian people and culture. For the destiny of the Slavic East is to create an humane, Christ-inspired society in the sixth cultural epoch. Both these occult groups wish to divert this destiny into other paths, even by the destruction of human civilization, which would have been the result of Bolshevism had it succeeded. Today, after the fall of communism, Russia and much of Eastern Europe lie prostrate both physically and morally. Russia is grievously wounded but not yet dead. She might yet rise to her destiny if free market reforms and other destructive Western influences don't kill her first. It even turns out that the Indo-Tibetans were behind the depredations of the Mongol hordes of Genghis Khan and his successors, who devastated and enslaved almost all of Russia. And even today, the supporters of Agni Yoga are active in Russia. Mikhail Gorbachev is among them. The hidden Tibetan Mahatma's headquarters visited by the Roerich expedition was the same as was visited by H. Blavatsky. This is the earthly Shambhala, whose high ruler, according to H. Roerich, is the Maitreya. In its true meaning, Shambhala is an Eastern term for the soul-spirit world, which was lost to ordinary human perception with the decline of atavistic clairvoyance. The return of Shambhala refers to the coming recovery of this perception with the new higher clairvoyance. And it is this same earthly Shambhala and these same Mahatmas who inspired Alice Bailey and her organizations, the Servants of the World and the Secret School, or Scala Arcana. Prem's group uses the same prayer, now called the Transmission Meditation, given in Bailey's The Reappearance of the Christ. And of course, Bailey's Christ, who will reappear, is none other than this so-called Maitreya. The truth, as given by Steiner about the real Maitreya, is roughly this. There are 12 exalted beings called bodhisattvas who serve the Christ spirit in the guidance of humanity. One of these bodhisattvas was incarnated in the 6th century BC as Gautama, who rose to rank of Buddha. The ex-carnate Gautama Buddha closely cooperated with the mission of Christ Jesus in Palestine, and later took on a mission of redemption on Mars. His successor was appointed, so to speak, to take his place in the Lodge of Bodhisattvas, and this Bodhisattva is destined to become the Maitreya Buddha, the bringer of the good, approximately 2.5 millennia from now. Meanwhile, he repeatedly incarnates at least partially on earth in the service of the Christ. One of these incarnations, or incorporations, not quite incarnations in the usual sense, was as Jeshu ben Bandira, the Essene teacher and martyr, circa 105 BC. Today, this Maitreya Bodhisattva works to proclaim and further the coming of the ethereal Christ. When this Bodhisattva becomes the Maitreya Buddha, the earth and the human organism will be constituted very differently than now. Thinking, speaking, and actions will be morally consistent. Thus, it is evident that the so-called Maitreya presently emerging is not only a false Christ, but also a false Maitreya. The Mahatmas of Shambhala have deep knowledge and far-reaching influence and abilities, but they are severely limited and falsified by their blindness or opposition to the Christ. Their occult vision extends only to this solar system and backwards only to the old moon. They do not comprehend the cosmic Christ, who descended from the starry realms to the sun and thence to earth. They are basically Luciferic with strong Ahrimanic tendencies. It is not clear to this writer exactly what the pseudo-Maitreya will play in the incarnation of Ahriman. Perhaps he will be the bodily vehicle for Ahriman. Perhaps he will work in that uneasy, problematic alliance that sometimes holds between Lucifer and Ahriman. But this much is clear. If humanity accepts him as he presents himself to be, much evil will follow. Again, the consciousness of human beings is essential. If the stated aims of the pseudo-Maitreya seems benign, remember that, not very long ago, many otherwise intelligent people believed Bolshevism to be the inauguration of a just civilization. The Mahatmas of Shambhala inspired Genghis Khan, Marx, and Lenin. They are not to be taken lightly. Epistemological Considerations. Now, some might say, your occultist Steiner says one thing, these Indo-Tibetans say something else, still others say yet other things. What's to choose between them or among them? It's all incomprehensible anyway. Again, the aim in this short essay is not to prove things conclusively, but to get some important information to a wider public. Those who absorb these concepts will at least be forewarned, so that they need not be caught wholly unprepared and unaware by onrushing events. It is hoped that those thus forewarned will not easily take at face value the phenomena surrounding the putative Maitreya or Christ, and that they will not be wholly oblivious to the real ethereal Christ. And further, it is hoped that people will not take the information given here and begin their own investigations and even set out on the path of knowledge. There is no need to be dismayed and defeated by the complexity and abstruseness of this subject matter, and it speaks to us through a sense of reality, if we truly will listen to it. Those who have a real, persistent will for the truth will eventually find truth, even though most may stray temporarily into byways. The law is, seek and ye shall find. Many modern people, especially those trained in the sciences, regard such concepts as spiritual beings, spiritual worlds, divine providence, etc., to be preposterous, impossible, or at least unknowable. The prevailing epistemology, usually unconsciously assumed, of scientific technical culture holds that whatever knowledge we can gain, whether considered certain or hypothetical, we can gain only through the physical senses and inductive or mathematical reasoning. But, as we are taught primarily by Steiner in modern times, we can find other approaches toward gaining experiential knowledge. Sense-bound, mechanistic mathematical scientism is peculiar to a particular mode of human consciousness, which mode is prevalent in our time, but is not the only kind of consciousness available to humanity. We might regard the psychedelic revolution as a muddled attempt to open up these other kinds of consciousness. In ancient times, humanity had a dreamlike consciousness of supersensible realities, the so-called primitive animism. In the course of evolution, we lost this faculty in order to enter deeply into the sense world, losing our experiential membership in the spiritual cosmos, thus to gain the possibility of individuality and freedom. We have now reached the evolutionary stage at which we are poised to regain this supersensible experience, clairvoyance, at a higher level. That is, with the ability of independent, self-willed thinking. At the practice of this consciously self-willed thinking, as opposed to the Ahrimanic thinking discussed above, is the gateway to true clairvoyance. For thinking itself, when consciously self-willed and freed from dependence on the subconscious human organism, is the first stage of clairvoyance, a waking up to a higher state of consciousness, which is just as experientially distinct as is ordinary waking day consciousness from dream consciousness. Still higher development of clairvoyance leads to experiences which can be metaphorically described as spiritual seeing, hearing, and touching. Steiner has given detailed instructions for the orderly, healthy development of these higher faculties of experience. To entertain another figure of speech, we might consider the developing of these faculties as the refining of the human organism itself into an instrument for scientific investigation, just as the mineral substances of the earth can be refined and developed into, say, a telescope. Only the human organism consists of body, life, soul, and spirit, and its refining is to make us conscious of supersensible realities. Rudolf Steiner accomplished this self-development to a higher degree than anyone else who has made himself publicly known in our times, and his teaching on spiritual science flow from his supersensible experience. There are other dubious or downright evil ways of gaining some kind of supersensible experience, but these can lead to delusion and or moral or spiritual ruin. But this knowledge is not altogether closed to those who do not yet have this clairvoyance. Steiner time and again emphasized that those of us without spiritual vision can, because true thinking itself is a kind of living into spirit realities, understand and justifiably believe true information given by the spiritual seer. It would be wrong for anyone to say, I cannot accept the teachings of spiritual science until I become myself a seer, for without inward application to the results of spiritual research, there is no chance whatever of attaining genuine higher knowledge. It would be as though a child during gestation were to refuse the forces coming to it through its mother, and propose to wait until it could procure them for itself, just as the embryonic child in its incipient feeling for life learns to appreciate what is offered. So can the non-seer appreciate the truths of spiritual science. An insight into these teachings based on a deeply rooted feeling for truth and a clear, sound, all-around critical and reasoning faculty are possible even before spiritual things are actually perceived. The esoteric knowledge must first be studied, so that this becomes a preparation for clairvoyance. Knowledge of higher worlds, page 189. For in thought itself, an inner entity is present that is connected with the supersensible world. Occult Science, page 294. One, by really thinking, finds oneself in the region of a living, supersensible world. Occult Science, page 295. If we read communications about supersensible facts in the right way, we are living into the stream of spiritual existence. Occult Science, page 18. Certain powers are required to discover the things referred to, but if after having been discovered they are made known, every person can understand them who is willing to bring to them unprejudiced logic and a healthy sense of truth. Theosophy, page 20. All knowledge of the worlds of soul and spirit slumbers in the profoundest depths of the human soul. We can grasp, however, not only what we ourselves have brought to light, but what also someone else has brought up from the depths of soul. This is so even when we have ourselves not yet made any preparations for the treading of the path of knowledge. Correct spiritual insight awakens the powers of comprehension in anyone whose inner nature is not beclouded by preconceptions and prejudices. unconscious knowledge flashes up to meet the spiritual fact discovered by another, and this flashing up is not blind faith but the right working of healthy human understanding. Theosophy, page 156. The thoughts presented by the seer are, indeed, already present when one, the non-clairvoyant reader, surrenders to them. But one cannot think them if one does not, in every case, recreate them anew within the soul. What is important is the fact that the spiritual researcher calls up thoughts in listeners and readers that they must draw forth out of themselves. Occult Science, page 296. We can find our way toward the truth about soul and spirit through our healthy human feeling for reality. The feeling for truth and the power of understanding it are inherent in everyone. This feeling, which perhaps at first perceives nothing at all of what it is told about higher worlds, is itself the magician that opens the eye of the spirit. In darkness, this feeling stirs. The soul sees nothing, but through this feeling it is seized by the power of truth. The truth then gradually draws nearer to the soul and opens the higher sense in it. Of course, we must learn what is so hard for most of us to distinguish between a healthy feeling for truth and the feeling of satisfaction of our egotistic prejudices. The key here is unsparing self-examination and a sincere preference for objective reality over our short-sighted selfish interests and subconscious impulses. We must have a firm grasp of the fact that the truth is still true regardless of our ignorance or resistance, and have an energetic will to reality. Again, the law is, seek and ye shall find. If we really love the objective truth above all else, we will come to feel healthy and happy in the presence of truth, and to feel sick and pained in the presence of falsehood. These pure feelings and pure objective thinking are our touchstones of reality and of guidance, and, if fostered, will eventually develop into personal, first-hand, higher cognition. Perhaps not in the present incarnation, but the will to reality is itself an indestructible reality which carries into future lives and into eternity. Of course, the treading the path of knowledge does not immediately confer infallibility. In occultism, the possibilities for illusion and deception are vast. One might yet stray into error. However, the essential thing is the seeker's purity of striving for truth. In Steiner's words, the truth is what leads to the highest and noblest impulses for human evolution. The truth should be dearer to us than we are to ourselves. If our relationship to truth is guided by these words and we still make a mistake in this life, the truth will be strong enough to draw us to itself in the next incarnation. Honest mistakes we make in this incarnation will be compensated and redeemed in the next. It is better to make an honest mistake than to adhere to dogma's dishonesty. After all, our path will be lit by the promise that truth will ultimately prevail, not by our own will, but by its own inherent divine power. Spiritual Guidance of the Individual and Humanity, pages 88 through 89. Note, one of the questions which occasion much illusion and confusion is that of reincarnation. Even many of those who readily accept the reality of the supersensible worlds can easily fall into error here, if they do not appreciate the complexities and possibilities for illusion. According to Steiner, not only does the individual human spirit undergo reincarnation on Earth, but so also might, in a way, the ethereal bodies, astral bodies, and even copies of the individual ego. All these latter are not at all necessarily unique and individualized. They might be shared by many incarnated individual human beings. See the lectures published in English as The Principle of Spiritual Economy. It is possible that one with insufficiently developed clairvoyance might misperceive these other kinds of reappearance of supersensible entities, taking them to be the true reincarnation of human individualities. To see how and why, we need some understanding of the stages of higher knowledge, metaphorically called spiritual seeing, hearing, and touching. Steiner calls these stages in his special restricted meanings imagination, inspiration, and intuition. To have knowledge of a sense being means to stand outside it and to judge it according to external impression. To have knowledge of a spiritual being through intuition means to have become completely one with it, to have become united with its inner nature. Step by step, the student of the spiritual ascends to such knowledge. Imagination leads him to sense the perceptions no longer as outer characteristics of beings, but to recognize in them the outpouring of something psycho-spiritual. Inspiration leads him further into the inner nature of beings. He learns through it to understand what these beings are to each other. With intuition, he penetrates into the beings themselves. Occult Science, page 310. And further, what is released after death from the human bodily nature goes through various states in the subsequent period. The states directly after death might be described in some measure through imaginative cognition. What, however, takes place when man advances further into the period between death and rebirth would have to remain quite unintelligible to imaginative cognition, if inspiration did not come to the rescue. Only inspiration is able to discover what may be said about the life of man in the land of spirits after purification. Whoever wished to fathom the nature of man by imagination and inspiration alone would miss the innermost processes of his being that take place from incarnation to incarnation. Only intuitive cognition, therefore, makes possible an adequate research into repeated earth lives and into karma. Occult Science, page 310 through 311. In general, those of us who have not attained to intuitive cognition should use great caution in forming judgments on our own about the identities of particular individuals in cases of reincarnation. We might be misled by an incomplete perception of the reappearance of unindividualized parts of the human entity. To judge these as being reincarnation might be partially true, in that some supersensible human energies are indeed reappearing in the physical world, but such judgments can be seriously misleading if one were to read uncritically from them deep meanings concerning an individual's destiny through repeated earthly incarnations. We might set foot on the path of knowledge as skeptics, but if we are true, consistent skeptics, we must admit that we cannot claim to know of the impossibility of higher knowledge. This realization should make us unprejudiced and open-minded about that possibility. With this attitude and with a will to reality, we can then assimilate the concepts of higher knowledge without blind faith, and their truth will call forth inchoate recognition in our souls, because the truth is already in our souls. We might find that this knowledge is much more alive and paradoxical than we conceived it to be in our skepticism. Says Steiner, when you look at reality, you do not arrive at concepts which can be fitted into systems, for one thing is always at the same time and in a certain way the other thing. Ideas for a new Europe. Even our skepticism can carry truth, if we are imbued with a sincere desire for reality. Steiner, again, and our high goal is this, that we may know more exactly how much we still need to know. Then we shall be more and more permeated with the truth of the old Socratic saying, the more a man learns, the more he knows how little he knows. But this conviction is good only when it is not a confession of passive, easygoing resignation, but testifies to living effort and will towards an ever-extending knowledge. The right result is to be more and more inspired to further striving, to regard every new thing learnt as a step toward the attainment of yet higher stages. From Jesus to Christ. We can further work upon ourselves through the proper training to begin to develop our own higher perception. Bibliographic remarks and links. For a quick overview of Rudolf Steiner's life work, see A.P. Shepard's Scientist or A Scientist of the Invisible. This work provides only the barest introduction. The serious investigator will need to probe deeper. Steiner left a stupendous, vast body of work in German. Not all of it is available in English. Most of the publications bearing his name are not his writings, but his lectures, preserved in stenographic records and published without his review and corrections. Most of these lectures were given to audiences who were familiar with his basic teachings, and he spoke directly to the particular needs of his listeners. He only reluctantly allowed the stenographic records to be published, with the disclaimer that they might contain errors and could be rightly judged only by those who already had a thorough understanding of the basics of spiritual science. Thus, the investigator might best begin by studying Steiner's basic writings, which he intended for the general public, and which systematically set forth his fundamental concepts. Chief among these basic works are Theosophy from 1904 and Occult Science and Outline 1910. These are indispensable for an understanding of Steiner's spiritual anthropology and cosmology, and give condensed expositions of the path of knowledge. The chapter by that name in Theosophy should almost be memorized by the serious truth seeker. An extended exposition of this path is given in Knowledge of Higher Worlds, 1904-5, also in a new translation, How to Know Higher Worlds. Steiner's basic work on the enlivenment of thinking itself is The Philosophy of Freedom, 1894. Other translations, The Philosophy of Spiritual Activity and Intuitive Thinking as a Spiritual Path. This book can be hard reading. We can get some help from Otto Palmer's compilation, Rudolf Steiner on his book, The Philosophy of Freedom, and from George Hulwind's Stages of Consciousness, Chapter 1. Steiner gave many lecture cycles expounding his clairvoyant insights into Christology, but his basic written treatment of that subject is the early work, Christianity as Mystical Fact. Another translation, Christianity and the Occult Mysteries of Antiquity. For a reading guide to Steiner's work, see Robert McDermott's The Essential Steiner, which also contains introductory essays by McDermott and selections from Steiner's works. The primary sources for the foregoing essay are Steiner's lectures published as The Ahrimanic Deception, The Influences of Lucifer and Ahriman, Three Streams in Evolution, and Inner Realities of Evolution. Another source which I have used almost to the point of plagiarism is Carl Stegman's great work, The Other America, 2 volumes, typescript 1975, a deep study of Americanism in the light of anthroposophy. Stegman lived almost 99 years, dying early in 1996. His efforts stemming from his feeling for America's true spiritual destiny as the battleground in the war to turn Ahriman's influence to the good, culminated in 1976 in the founder of Rudolf Steiner College near Sacramento, California. The Other America has just been published at long last by the Rudolf Steiner College Press. If people will meet their responsibility for wakefulness, this book should have a press run in the millions. Some other sources relevant to this essay include Ere the Century Closes, In the Name of the New World Order, The East in the Light of the West, America's Secret Establishment, Conclusion. To recapitulate some history from a slightly different panoramic viewpoint using Steiner's insights into the interplay of individual and world karma. The ruling time spirit since 1879 AD is now the Sun Archangel Michael, the countenance of Christ. His previous rulership encompassed the time of Aristotle and Alexander. Michael is the administrator of cosmic intelligence and a promoter of cosmopolitanism. Ideas, to Plato, had been living spiritual beings attainable in higher vision. His pupil Aristotle put this pictorial wisdom into conceptual thoughts, suitable for the age of lost clairvoyance. Alexander carried this Greek thought culture into the wider world, both in the service of Michael. But this ancient Greek thinking was not experienced as coming from within the human being, it was rather experienced as coming like perceptions from the outside, a cosmic pan-intelligence. Later, this Aristotelianism was carried over to Jundi Sabur and thence into Arabian Muslim culture. Perhaps the most brilliant and influential proponent of this Arabian culture was the Caliph Harun al-Rashid and his associates in the 8th century AD. This culture was, as indicated above, brilliant in a way, but also anti-evolutionary in that it failed to appreciate the Christ impulse and was infected with the Sorath Ahriman influence from Jundi Sabur. Around this time, the cosmic intelligence began to fall to earth out of the rule of Michael and in the heads of the human beings, the pan-intelligence becoming individualized personal intelligence. This process was the preparation for what was to culminate after the dawn of the consciousness soul epoch in the 15th century, that human beings were to experience their thoughts as coming from out of themselves as a personal intelligence and individual freedom. Which makes me think of that book, The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind by James Joyce. He said there was a dramatic shift in that, like how we heard our voices in our head. They used to think they were the gods. In 869 AD, the fateful Eighth Ecumenical Council in Constantinople declared to be heretical the doctrine of trichotomy, that the human being is body, soul, and spirit, thus effectively outlawing the spirit in Western Christendom and plunging West European humanity even more deeply into material experience. While this council was happening on Earth, in the soul or spirit world, Harun al-Rashid and his associates who had recently died conferred with the individuality of Aristotle and associates, Alexander and the Aristotelians, together with the Platonists and the Knights of Arthur's Round Table. In this meeting, Aristotle and his associates resolved to bring to earth a renewed and Christianized wisdom suitable for the epoch of individualized intelligence of the consciousness soul. But al-Rashid and his party remained opposed to this Christianization. Subsequently, on earth, the Arabian impulse was carried forward by philosophers such as Avicenna and Averroes, who upheld a decadent and retrogressive form of Aristotelianism which denied human spiritual individuality surviving death. And the Platonists descended to earthly incarnation up through the 12th century as teachers of the Christianized nature wisdom of the school of Chartres. This wisdom later inspired Bruno Latini and consequently his pupil Dante. In the 13th century, the Aristotelians incarnated into the Dominican order, where in the help of the Platonists, then in the spirit world, they upheld the doctrine of the human individual intelligence and immortality in the subtle conceptual thinking of the scholastic realists as against the Arabian philosophers. The greatest of the scholastics was Aristotle himself, incarnated as Thomas Aquinas, the proponent of the reality of pan-intelligence in the form of concepts, the universals, and of the reality of human individual experience of intelligence. After the end of medieval culture and the beginning of the consciousness soul epoch, al-Rashid himself incarnated as none other than Francis Bacon, the fountainhead of modern Ahrimanic scientism. Paradoxically, Bacon was inspired by a high initiate who also inspired Shakespeare, Jacob Boehme, and Jacob Bald, Karmic Relationships, Volume 2. Again, evolution is not a simple two-sided conflict between good and evil. In a way, an empirical science had to enter cultural development. Ahriman intends to make the now earthly human intelligence entirely overly individualized and personal, so that it degenerates into mere cleverness driven by lower instincts and divorced from universal reality. But while Baconian science gained ground on earth in the spirit-soul world, the Platonists and Aristotelians convened in a school under the leadership of Michael. This school prepared the impulses which were to appear later on earth as the renewing and enlivening of culture in the coming Michael age. Meanwhile, in the 15th to 18th centuries, Ahriman had convened a school of his own for the purpose, among others, of preparing his human acolytes for their coming incarnations, especially those in our time. And this school was sub-earthly in the sense that it was beneath the earth's surface, in the sense that it was sub-sensible, the opposite of super-sensible. This heavenly gathering around the turning of the 18th and 19th centuries culminated in a mighty ritual, while on earth the Romantic movement brought life into culture, before the deep descent into the materialism of the later 19th century. Goethe, in a previous incarnation, had been a sculptor associated closely with Plato. After 1879, the Aristotelians were in incarnation, led, as Prokofiev and Leavegood maintained, by Aristotle, Thomas himself as Rudolf Steiner, and brought to earth the content of the Michael school as anthroposophy, spiritual science. Plato himself had been incarnated toward the end of the 19th century as the Goethean scholar Karl Julius Schroer, teacher of Rudolf Steiner at the Technische Hochschule in Vienna. And shortly before his death, Steiner prophesied that the Aristotelians, together with the Platonists, would again be on earth for the battle against Ahriman at the end of the 20th century. Those who stand with full intensity within the anthroposophical movement will return at the end of the century, and others will then unite with them, for by this means the salvation of the earth and earthly civilization from destruction must eventually be settled. This is the mission of the anthroposophical movement. The troops are mustering, the armies are forming up for battle, the hosts of Ahriman against the hosts of Michael. Note, this struggle is further complicated by the fact that, besides the coming physical incarnation of Ahriman, a non-physical, ethereal manifestation of Ahriman will occur, with the aim of obscuring the appearance of the ethereal Christ. This aim is being furthered by the supra-Masonic occult power groups or brotherhoods mentioned earlier. Steiner says these brotherhoods of which I have just spoken, whose aim is to banish the souls of men into materialistic spheres, are also making it their aim to ensure the coming of Christ should pass by unnoticed in the 20th century, that his coming as an etheric being should not be noticed by humanity. This aim is developing under the influence of a very definite idea, a very definite impulse of will, to win the sphere of influence which should come to us through Christ in the 20th and later centuries, for another being, to conquer that sphere for another being. These brotherhoods of the West do exist. They aim to thwart the impulse of the Christ and put in his place another individuality that has never appeared in the flesh, an etheric being of a strongly Ahrimanic nature. Prokofiev, in The Spiritual Origins of Eastern Europe, tries to explicate the interrelations of Sorath, Lucifer, and Ahriman thus: the ethereal Ahrimanic manifestation will be of a being still mightier than the Ahriman who will incarnate in the flesh, an ethereal emissary of the sun demon Sorath. This emissary was the being who inspired the demonic impulse of Jundi Shapur, and might temporarily incorporate in the incarnated Ahriman in the culminating moments of the earthly activity of the latter. Sorath himself will directly enter earthly evolution only in the distant future. Further, this emissary works through Luciferic spirits to inspire Jesuitism, through Ahrimanic spirits to inspire the Western Brotherhoods, and directly to inspire Bolshevism and perhaps Nazism. And, in the cycle of the year, Prokofiev tries to explain the present crescendo of phenomena surrounding UFOs as proceeding from these Western Brotherhoods which seek to conjure forth a spectral ream which will, in accordance with the intentions of this ethereal Ahrimanic emissary being, be formed immediately beneath the surface of the earth in the region of its solid and liquid elements, that is, in the sphere where during the 15th to 18th centuries the sub-earthly Ahrimanic school began its operations, and from which sphere the many so-called unexplained phenomena of our time, mistakenly ascribed to extraterrestrial influences, proceed. As mentioned above, these brothers seek to so harden their ethereal bodies as to attain an Ahrimanic immortality for themselves in the environment of the earth, and to so harden the earth as to prevent it from passing over to the new Jupiter. Tverdowski, in his more recent work Christ and Antichrist, gives a somewhat similar and perhaps somewhat differing view. 3 stages regarding Jundi Shapur are defined: Sorath, the beast, as the impulse giver, and Ahrimanic being as inspirer, a human being who, so to speak, propagates and acts as the representative on earth of his doctrines. With that, an indication is given of the cooperation between Sorath and the Ahrimanic beings, which have several characteristics in common. Tverdowski seems to see the 666-year rhythm as pertaining more essentially to Sorath than to Ahriman. Here is an excerpt from the same book, quoting Steiner's lecture to priests of the Christian community in September 1924. We can say, as the writer of the Apocalypse would put it, that before the etheric Christ can be properly understood by people, humanity must have passed through the encounter with the beast, which will make its appearance in 1933. At the end of the century, 1998, we come to the time when Sorath again rises his head most powerfully from the surrounding flood of evolution. He will oppose the vision of Christ which will appear in the etheric world to those who are prepared to receive it in the first half of the 20th century. It is startling that Steiner named the exact year of Hitler's accession to political power as the time of the direct intervention of the beast Sorath in early affairs. Trudowski comments, "The present situation regarding Sorath is far more dangerous than in 1933, if only for the reason that people imagine that it is less dangerous. At present, however, the situation is the reverse, versus 1933. One is exposed to an inner undertow which is so insidious because it gradually creeps up on the soul unaware in tiny steps, in such a way that truth and the reality of the spiritual world become ever more shrouded in oblivion. Truly, it is so difficult to tackle such an elusive foe because he does everything to remain unnoticed." Trudowski apparently sees the present incursion of Sorath as distinct from the impending incarnation of Ahriman, though both are closely related. For some, this may seem a fine point, given the horrific and tremendously critical nature of the crisis. However, in the end, it may not be a superfluous distinction. We may need all the understanding we can get in order to face the crisis correctly. Again, I refer the reader to this excellent book as well as to Steiner's 1924 lectures, both now available in English. Steiner sums up the nature of the struggle between Michael and Ahriman for the formerly cosmic and now earthly intelligence. In Ahriman there stands before us a cosmic being of the highest imaginable intelligence, a cosmic being who has already taken the intelligence entirely into the individual personal element. In every conceivable direction, Ahriman is in the highest degree intelligent over intelligent. He has at his command a dazzling intelligence proceeding from the whole human being, with the single exception of the part of the human being which in the human forehead takes on human form. To reproduce Ahriman in human imaginations, we should have to give him a receding forehead, a frivolously cynical expression, for in him everything comes out of the lower forces. And yet from these lower forces the highest intelligence proceeds. Makes me think of Lamb again. If ever we let ourselves in for a discussion with Ahriman, we should inevitably be shattered by the logical conclusiveness, the magnificent certainty of aim with which he manipulates his arguments. The really decisive question for the world of men, in the opinion of Ahriman, is this: will cleverness or stupidity prevail? And Ahriman calls stupidity everything which does not contain intelligence in it in full personal individuality. Every Ahriman being is overendowed with personal intelligence in the way I have now described, critical, in the repudiation of all things unlogical, scornful and contemptuous in thought. When we have Ahriman before us in this way, then too we shall feel the great contrast between Ahriman and Michael, for Michael is not in the least concerned with the personal quality of intelligence. It is only for man that the temptation is ever present to make his intelligence personal after the pattern of Ahriman. Truth to tell, Ahriman has a most contemptuous judgment of Michael. He thinks Michael foolish and stupid, needless to say, in relation to himself. For Michael does not wish to seize intelligence and make it personally his own. Michael only wills, and has willed through the thousands of years, nay, through the eons, to administer the pan-intelligence. And now, once more than that, men have the intelligence. It should again be administered by Michael as something belonging to all mankind, as the common and universal intelligence that benefits all men alike. We human beings shall indeed do rightly if we say to ourselves, the idea that we can have cleverness for ourselves alone is foolish. Certainly we cannot be clever for ourselves alone, for if we want to prove anything to another person logically, the first thing we must presume is that the same logic holds good for him as for ourselves. And for a third party, it is again the same logic. If anyone were to have a logic of his own, it would be absurd for us to want to prove anything to him by our logic. And Steiner makes this concept of intelligence more concrete. What is intelligence? These abstract generalizations do not, of course, exist in reality. Intelligence means the mutual relationships of conduct among the higher hierarchies. What they do, how they relate themselves to one another, what they are to one another, this is cosmic intelligence. And since as human beings we must first consider the kingdom that is nearest to us, concretely speaking, the cosmic intelligence will be for us the sum total of the beings of the hierarchy of angeloi. If we are speaking concretely, we cannot say so much intelligence, but rather so many angeloi. This is the reality. Around that fateful year of 869 AD, there was a split in the world of angels. The other 6 planetary archangels, which until then had been led by Michael, rebelled against the sun rulership, taking with them their associated angels. Since the angels are the carriers of reincarnating human individualities, this split brought human karma into disorder. Much of the chaos in recent history is the result of this schism, and those human beings whose angels fell away from Michael receive their personal intelligence as a complete matter of course. This means that it works in them automatically through their bodily nature. It works in such a way that they think cleverly, but are not fully and deeply humanly concerned in what they think. These now earthly angels can incorporate themselves into human beings, the cleverest ones who deny the spirit when human consciousness becomes impaired or dull, a very real kind of Ahrimanic possession. Ahriman's perpetual endeavor is to appropriate the intelligence of human beings and not allow them to realize what they can achieve through their own intelligence. Men must strive as time goes on to keep their intelligence under their own individual control, to keep unceasing watch over it. Ahriman takes full advantage of moments when, in full waking life, a man falls into a state of vertigo or dizziness, into a state of twilight consciousness, when he feels not quite securely anchored in the physical world and begins to yield himself to the whirl of the universe, when he does not stand firmly and steadily on his own feet as an individuality. The best way we can protect ourselves is to develop clear, exact thinking, not simply skimming over things in thought, as is the general custom today. We should go even farther and try to avoid colloquialisms and current catchwords, for directly we use such words which come not from thoughts but from habits of speech. We are not exercising thinking, even if for only a very short time. These are particularly dangerous movements because they are not heeded. We should really be careful to avoid using words behind which there is not sufficient reflection. The occult movement in the 19th century. It really does matter how we use language. What is now happening in humanity is nothing less than a further incarnation of logic, the logos or word, which is cosmic intelligence. The word is becoming flesh in the individualities of human beings on earth. The Christ, logos or logic, is indwelling individual human beings. Ahriman, the spirit of lies, seeks to falsify this intelligence by severing it from the cosmos and making it, in humanity, entirely earthly. But just as logic or logos is universally true for all human beings, an entirely individual subjective logic and intelligence is false, a lie, an unreality. To think truly as an individual being with universal intelligence is indeed important for the whole earth, for all humanity. It is an act in the battle for the future of the earth, for Michael against Ahriman, for the cosmic Christ who descended to become the spirit of the earth. Again, Steiner says that the time of decision is the end of the 20th century. We will either stand at the grave of civilization or we will turn toward a spiritualized culture. We may face a scaled-down war of all against all. This war is known to occultism as the catastrophe that will end the post-Atlantean age, as the flood ended the Atlantean age. We are given help through the present second resurrection of Christ in the consciousness of human beings, following the second crucifixion of Christ by the materialism in the souls of the dead from the 19th century onward. We can now think angel thoughts. We have Christ thoughts and Christ feelings on earth. This ability prepares, but is not to be confused with the perception of the ethereal Christ. This natural clairvoyance, which was hindered in 1933, may again become possible from 2000 AD onward, as a reflection of the deed of Abraham around 2000 BC. He was the first human being to transform the old clairvoyance into brain thinking. The reflection of this event will be the freeing of thought from the brain and transformation into free, conscious clairvoyance. The date of 2000 BC for Abraham derives from Stedman. Prokofiev puts the calling of Abraham around 2100 BC. There will be no real social healing unless human beings allow the Christ into their souls. To outward appearances, the Christ influence might seem so weak, and the Ahrimanic influence so strong that we might lose heart. But we can take heart by ever recalling that the greatest, most powerful event of our lives is the coming of the ethereal Christ. It is the unseen driving force behind the visual depredations of the adversaries. A new clairvoyance is coming as a natural development. Ahriman seeks to divert into the earthbound, intellectual pseudo-thinking of the hardened ethereal body, so that the ethereal Christ passes by humanity unnoticed, and another, Ahriman, is substituted in his place. But cosmic wisdom in the human mind has power. Human beings permeated by this wisdom, spiritual science, instill horror into the Ahrimanic spirits. If we meet the ethereal Christ in the earthly Ahriman consciously, with spirit will, both events will serve the good of humanity and the world. The battle against Ahriman in the West will require greater inner force than elsewhere as indicated because the spiritual geography of the American continent favors the doppelganger and Ahrimanic spirits generally. Therefore, the gain from the eventual victory can be all the greater. Ahriman can be defeated in America just as the Mexican black magician was defeated by the sun being Huitzilopochtli almost 2,000 years ago. And we have the prophecy from Steiner that while the present American materialism is strong, it is youthful and childlike. It is destined to be outgrown into a spiritualized culture during the 6th Slavic epoch. The power of Ahriman is great, especially in America, but the power of Christ is greater. Yet the Christ and his hosts, with Michael in the forefront, respect and wait upon human freedom. And with freedom comes responsibility. If human beings will consciously take up the Christ power, the earth can be won for the good. Alright, so going back to this field of numbers, when you realize it's pretty much obviously the 10 by 10, and yet it makes the directional, like 4 grid, or 4 directions. It's essentially elemental, and that 10 is, again, 1 through 4. But what is essentially happening, it's a good way to understand the quantum bit, or a qubit, or the Hall-on, or the fractal, in that it's ironic that pretty much this whole 107, even though it's 99 or 100, 107 is a funny key that keeps, or it's been coming up since it originally came up as the egg, but obviously it's gold. But when you realize this whole alchemical process, alchemy itself, the Mahakala being the supreme Kala of the Tao, well, I found octave is also 99, with the 8 is 107 again, and so this, what was I going to say about that? It's a good way of understanding this whole implicate and explicate order, and pretty much what consciousness, how it arises from this sort of field, and again, Turiya being the fourth state, in which it's like the background of consciousness. they say that its quality is a matra, immeasurable, measureless. And so again, this 107 being the egg, but also the field of x, y, z, and also the final hay of the, tetragrammaton. It's that open end, the fourth way, the fourth direction, the fourth dimension, or the hidden pillar, so to speak, which, again, it's hard to explain, but it's that open end of the future in a weird way, and it's also where that point emerges, I guess, or it's the magnetic energy center in the nexus between the above and below, or the micro and the macrocosm. And it's kind of hard to explain, but that within and the without, the outlook from the magnetic energy center. Well, like a matra happens to be 252, which is this number that keeps coming up. It's actually the daughter as well. THEDAUGHTER. The daughter, obviously, being the final hay. Minus 107 is this lens number. And then plus 107 is this gateway number. But yeah, the 252 number is called the magistral number, apparently. And it has to do with a couple things. Really, this unfoldment of the monus hieroglyphica, or the elements themselves. And again, this whole symmetrical diamond, it has a lot to do. It explains this whole grid and the octave unfoldment, and essentially what they've called alchemy. So again, I mean, this goes way deeper. The whole architecture thing, the fact that these natural numbers create shapes and have resonances, is kind of important, again, with the city and the fact that city is mind, manifest, the meaning of the city. Essentially, that's what I've realized. Like, if you read the last chapter of the meaning of the city, it's called Jehovah Shamash. Well, Yod He Vav He, again, 26, plus Shamash is 666 as well. And so again, the solar number, the solar power, the solar intelligence reflected on Earth and the various, intelligences, or not even just on Earth, but in the, stellar reflections, I guess. I think that's what that number is about. And I realize, like, I don't know, it's funny, this whole energy, all this stuff that's happening now, the automation, this trend towards mechanization and all that, it's funny. These shells, it's a shell game. But that's what's kind of cool about it, I guess, is, again, 666 is the robe of glory, which it comes up in, I think, what is it, the Pistis Sophia. It's essentially the soul, the vehicle of consciousness. So again, Hafren, the mind. And then also these different connections with the so-called UFO phenomena, the balls of light, airships, all these different things, I guess. But it's also the fourth dimensional cube itself, this sort of hypercube shape. And I think that, again, the thing about 666 in this relationship to the cube, or the matrix, this sort of time cube, is the fact that really it's sort of like a hall of mirrors, or a sort of stage with these veils or curtains, so to speak, because again, it's like a labyrinth. And so there's this sort of dimensional or angular blind spot, I think, that it's kind of revealed with the Kabbalah and this whole model when you understand the 999. When you think of the whole field, again, more fully as the there's 1 through 100, then there's the field of 200, 300, 400, up to 900. So again, there's this deeper field that I think the 666 number is obviously indicative of. Like, there's this limitation, or this, again, this sort of box, which, when you understand the deeper sort of that 333 fundamental underlying component, that Saturnian and yet lunar underlying grid, it helps to see that, what you could call the hyperdimensional matrix, the supreme knowledge of the hyperdimensional matrix, and all the different things, which essentially, again, does correlate with the incoming of the Eon of Ma'at, as well as the literal manifestation of the Eon of truth and justice itself. It's hard to explain that part, but like Crowley even said, black and white are essentially just two ends of the same spectrum. And so, to me, that one, grasping the one, is simply understanding that sort of like that crossover, or that abyss, I guess you could say, that separates, I guess, or at least creates the illusion of separation between what we call 0 and 1, or the void, Nuit and Hadit. And so really, again, this fourth dimensional cube sits at 6, and really being the key to the Kabbalah of 9 chambers as a whole, the whole Kabbalah. It shows that, again, it's this the ever-coming one is this labyrinthine sort of monad, the holographic monad, or the holonic web, all these different ways of putting the same thing, really. But again, the fact is that it's all shells of something much deeper that can't actually be fully, it can be contained, I guess, but it's bubbles, or cells, and, bubbles, again, is 107, as well as Azathoth, who's symbolized by bubbles, but essentially the same. It's again, implicate and explicate order, or externalization of a hierarchy, which Buckminster Fuller, related to the vector equilibrium, or this sort of, or morphogenetic fields, you could call them, these magnetic fields underlying, or embedded in the morphology of any sort of structure. Just shows that essentially there's this holonic logos, or knowledge, underlying all of it, which presupposes, I guess you could say, or our own anticipations. So it's just funny. But this whole Ahriman thing, I don't know, it's just obvious. The Indrajala, the web of illusions, this sort of, especially when those webs are sort of energy strings, puppet strings, energy transactions, social currency. It's all the same thing. And we're just in another phase of it, I guess, but it doesn't have to be quite this way, I think, is the ultimate message. Okay, so that other Ahriman essay, or whatever, was pretty long, and this one's probably, I don't know, half as long, but just for the sake of sort of, making this knowledge a little more accessible, and not so left to be forgotten, because I think there's certain elements in this that are just kind of important and should be considered. And I think, I don't know, it's just interesting, especially how much things have changed since they were written. Although that last essay did mention 2020 as being another like key sort of year in which something may occur, or some sort of, because it mentioned 2000, the whole 9/11 thing came to mind as being some sort of off-putting factor, which clearly it was. And right now I think time is ripe for another sort of paradigm shifting moment, I guess. The computer and the Incarnation, Ahriman, or of Ahriman. The computer is transforming our society and our way of life. At first, confined to the central offices of large corporations, scientific research institutions, and government agencies, computers are finding widespread application in automobiles, appliances, and small businesses. In 1980, about 400,000 personal computers were sold, bringing the computer as such into many of our lives more directly than the ubiquitous computer-generated bill. Many people have grown concerned about the changes resulting from the spread of computers. While few would maintain that having armies of clerks adding columns of figures is better for the clerks or for the rest of us than having computers do the work, people complain that they are being dehumanized, reduced to a number or a machine, being made servants of inhuman masters, and in general feeling their lives changed in ways they cannot control and do not like. While computers give us welcome relief from drudgery, they have other effects which we do not welcome. Norbert Wiener took up this theme as early as 1948. He described the unprecedented rapidity of the changes that science and technology as a whole have brought to society, and emphasized the key role played by cybernetics in bringing this about in its later stages. He also described some of the evil consequences of the changes, but seemed to feel that the evil resided in the social aspect of the new situation, in the uses to which we are putting our new powers. Since Wiener's time, the field known as artificial intelligence, in which one tries to make computers mimic human intelligence, has been established and grown. What started out as dumb, fast machines have developed into automatons which are increasingly able to exhibit human-like characteristics. Joseph Weizenbaum, who devised a program to carry on an intimate conversation in English with a person, reported his dismay when people took what he imagined to be a clever experiment completely serious. For example, a number of practicing psychiatrists seriously believed the doctor-computer program would grow into a nearly complete automatic form of psychotherapy. Amidst other important observations and insights, Weizenbaum worried about how, as the machines grow more capable, we imagine ourselves less capable, more like machines, and grow more committed to a mindlessly scientific approach to the world. Some people have the idea that things with the computer are getting out of control, that the machines are acquiring a kind of autonomy. In summarizing her recent survey of 50 computer owners, Sherry Turkle, an associate professor of sociology at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, said consumers liked the feeling of power associated with programming a computer. When you program a computer, you feel a great deal of control and mastery, she said. People begin with a desire to make the computer do something and end up being absorbed by its doing something to them, she said. This experience of having the tables turned on one is being repeated at many levels and in many contexts. This brings us to the idea that the computer is no ordinary machine, that it can wield a power over us that no mere tool could. What is it about the computer that makes it special? To me, this is no abstract question. After programming computers at an advanced level for many years and watching what happened to me and to others who developed intimate relationships with the machines, I confronted this question with a sense of personal urgency and in a troubled mood. Most of the experiences I had were not discussed by those who worked with me. Indeed, in the atmosphere that attaches itself to computers, certain things about the machines are nearly unthinkable, though nonetheless true. I had no desire to engage in a romantic reaction against the machines or to struggle against rationality in any way. What troubled me was that I felt my reasoning powers being boxed in and limited, and I found it difficult to be as rational about all of my experiences as I wished to be. I felt the need for more understanding, not less, and began to realize that the computer itself had something to do with my lack of intellectual penetration. What happened to me, many other people have also experienced in varying degrees. Specifically, I noted that my thinking became more refined and exact, able to carry out extensive logical analyses with facility, but at the same time more superficial and less tolerant of ambiguity or conflicting points of view. My feeling life somehow gradually detached itself from the rest of me. The feelings that were closer to me grew flat and gray. They lost their strength and color, and correspondingly played a less prominent role in my life. The feelings that were farther from me, on the other hand, grew stronger and cruder. They lost much of their human quality and modulation. Finally, in the life of the will, I developed a tremendous capacity for application to the solution of problems connected with the computer, and ability for sustained intellectual concentration far above average, so long as the focus of concentration was the computer. In other areas, I lost willpower, and what I had took on an obsessive character. Many other things happened to me as well, but the transformations I've just described are of a general nature, widely experienced, and will serve for the present. The computer is special because of its relation to the spiritual being here called Ahriman. The name Ahriman comes from the Zoroastrian god of darkness, the being eternally opposed to the god of light, who is called Ormazd. In Rudolf Steiner's conception, Ahriman is opposed to Lucifer, literally light vessel, and the two of them together are opposed by the redeeming power of the Christ. Steiner's thought is formally similar to the one advanced by Aristotle in the Nicomachean Ethics, in which evil is pictured as having the form of mutually contradictory excessive opposites, both of which are opposed by a good which stands at the mean of the two evils. The general idea, which it is the point of this book to explain in detail, is that the world has been coming increasingly under the sway of this being Ahriman in the course of the last 2 millennia, with an ever-increasing pace in recent centuries, and that the computer represents the vanguard of this development. It took me a long time to see what relevance such a seemingly abstract and religious concept could have to the manifest realities of electronic technology. The key point in seeing the relevance is to recognize that the division we make between religion and science is a false one, and that the subject matter of both religion and science suffer because, for example, we do not know how to be rational and observant about perfectly objective phenomena which we categorize as religious. As soon as we actively investigate such a situation as the relation between a spiritual being and electronic technology, or even just attempt to penetrate to the core of the technology while leaving none of the facts out of account, it is possible to learn how to be scientific and objective about a wider range of phenomena than is generally thought open to such investigation. This research leads to such results as are described in the later sections of the book, in which I will attempt to make clear the exact nature of the relation between the computer and the being Ahriman. Methodology. We have demonstrations about the circle, but only conjectures about the soul. The laws of nature are presented with mathematical rigor, but nobody applies a comparable diligence to research on the secrets of thinking. The source of human misery lies in the fact that man devotes more thought to everything but the highest good in life. Whence we have the clandestine atheism planted in men, the fear of death, doubts about the nature of the soul, the weakest, or at least vacillating pronouncements about God, and the fact that many men are honest by habit or necessity rather than by virtue of their judgment. A rather long discussion of methodology will be required if a modern reader is to be expected to make sense out of the arguments and descriptions that follow. The results I have reached are nonsensical in terms of generally accepted scientific notions, but there is a framework in which the results make good sense and which provides a clear logical way for arriving at results of this kind. So, it is the task of this section to describe the framework, in particular focusing on the methodology I've followed. In addition, I provide an active defense of it on 2 points which grate on moderns: the reliance on authority, in this case centrally that of Rudolf Steiner, in taking supersensible beings without a physical body in the ordinary sense to be fully real. Finally, I give a brief description of the logic implicit in my approach, which again is different from the forms ordinarily accepted. While we have come to realize the arbitrary character of axiomatic systems since the discovery of non-Euclidean geometries in the 19th century, we have not yet seen that our notion of axiomatic systems as a whole is one of several alternatives, each valid for a particular realm of experience. Metaphysical method. The methodology employed here is one that has been adapted from a more general metaphysical method, that is, from a method designed for and suited to the treatment of questions concerning the totality of the world, which is assumed to contain a component above and beyond what is ordinarily thought of as matter. This is not the place to state the general argument for why the world does have a non-material component, and thus why there is a need for a metaphysical method as a more inclusive replacement of the manifestly simpler materialist method. Such questions are in any case generally not settled by means of arguments, however astute and cogent the arguments may be. Our powers of reasoning have been so weakened through prolonged exposure to scientism that we have learned not to trust our rational faculty whenever a truly important question is at hand, and thus sacrifice use of the facility which could most positively settle the issue. So I will simply employ the broader method and hope that few will regret the lack of argument in its defense. Metaphysical method starts with the recognition that every person has, whether as a result of individual striving or unconscious schooling, an attitude or stance with respect to the world and the knowledge that can be won from it. In practice, it is impossible to take a neutral stance to the world while one conducts an exhaustive investigation and inventory of its contents, reserving all judgment until the full results have been tabulated. So each of us necessarily adopts some stance or other, usually not even on the basis of partial information, but as a result of his or her class, culture, schooling, etc. The materialist method either ignores the question of stance or considers it to be inconsequential, imagining all the facts in the world to be of roughly uniform size and density, and that a determined pursuit of what it imagines to be objectively existing facts will put them all right in the end. Metaphysical method, on the other hand, considers the stance that humans take toward them to be of at least as much importance as the facts themselves, playing a large role in establishing or even creating the facts in the first place, and a determining role in the path a person takes through this world, i.e. the selection of the tiny portion actually experienced from the myriad of what might potentially be experienced. The main task of metaphysical method in this context is to establish the true attitude towards a given set of facts. There is room for legitimate disagreement among those who pursue this method, just as there is among those who work in an accepted scientific field, and there are also right and wrong answers, and fruitful and fruitless avenues of investigation. Metaphysical method maintains that it is out of such stuff as attitudes that the destiny of souls is woven, and that this is the source of the method's importance. Now it must be admitted that attitudes and facts are woven together and reflect upon each other. Modern philosophers of science have gone so far as to admit that our attitudes affect our perception of facts. This has already been mentioned, and far from being a defect is a motivation for taking our attitudes seriously and making a special study of them. The drama of a good detective story provides an illustration of the relationship between faceless facts and our weighing and weaving of them into a single web. As the story proceeds, all the facts on which the final understanding is based are mentioned, but because they make no sense in the context of the theory being built up, they are ignored by the reader and by the story's detective. As each fact is recognized for what it is, one's understanding of all the other facts shifts and alters. A wholesale alteration can occur repeatedly in the course of a single story. The master detective has to pursue two contradictory courses simultaneously. First, he has to build up as complete a theory as he can out of the facts at his disposal and pursue it as though it were certainly true. And second, he has to doubt his theory with unalloyed cynicism, always looking for facts or perspectives which would cause it to collapse. The detective's attitude is very much like that of a certain kind of scientist, the kind who can bolster a theory and rip it apart with equal facility. As one moves along the progression from detective to scientist to metaphysicist or spiritual scientist, the range of facts to be accounted for goes from narrowly limited to as nearly all-inclusive as possible, and the focus of attention goes from being largely absorbed with the facts to being explicitly concerned with the response to the facts, or with the facts as seen in the broadest context. One starts out seeing facts as fixed and primary, and ends up seeing them as flexible and secondary. It is possible to imagine that metaphysics is something like a psychology of scientific discovery. Actually, metaphysics has little to do with the subject matter of modern psychology, or even the supposed psychic world that parapsychology attempts to penetrate. Imagine that a person starts out life a totally isolated ego, unable to make contact of any kind with an outer world. Then the person reaches out and eventually finds a full, coherent, objective world which fills his experience. This is what the modern world understands as the normal condition of an adult human being. Now ask the question, what has reached? Where and of what is the arm that reached? Because we are ordinarily not aware of the reaching and do not think of it, we picture the physical world as being immediately there, nothing more than sound or light waves, which are also a part of it, being required to bring it to us. We relegate the choice of what comes to our awareness to the psychological notion of attention. But in fact, the physical world, which seems so immediate to us as a whole, as distant from us as it is possible for something to be, the gap between us and the world is filled with a living substance, with the stuff which is a varied mixture of me, us, not me, and not us. Any part of it which is closer to us and more real than any part of what we think of as the physical world. It is this which maintains the distance between subject and object, and also which keeps them together. It is in this ultra-real world that our destiny is made into events and experiences, and this is the world which the metaphysician studies. So again, the events of the world are like a very complicated quantum labyrinth of interpenetrating, crossing paths, fields, if you try to think of it, obviously, over time. The world which the metaphysician studies is the unity or oneness in which our dual or split world has its origin. Since the world is nowhere to be found here, the researcher must position himself in the emptiness where it would be if it were here, which is in the gulf which separates subject and object, and to which our most immediate access is given by what I have characterized as stance. The modern scientist ordinarily absorbs himself in the object world, and takes all that his senses convey to him as being the ground of reality. The world of the subject he experiences as being something present but inessential, an observer, and a source of generally unreliable commentary. The critical idealist, of which Kant is the prototype, is aware of the logical incongruities inherent in this position. He takes with full seriousness the way we confront the world from within ourselves and unavoidably impose our theories on our perceptions, constructing all sorts of notions about the source of our perceptions, but unable actually to meet or confront that source directly. The existence of realists and idealists, each caught in worlds which seem phantom-like to the other, provides a stark illustration of the subject and object worlds which are separated from each other by a seemingly unbridgeable gap. The metaphysician, affirming what is positive in each of these positions, and taking what is negative as a signpost to the interworld emptiness he seeks, standing resolutely in both worlds, using the contradictions between them as the force which sustains him in the emptiness, rising until the single creative source of each reveals itself to him. The experience is not a merely subjective experience of mystical unity or cosmic ecstasy, having no significance in the world of facts or theoretical understanding. It is like discovering a theory which has the perceptual there-ness and irrefutable permanence of an observed fact, and at the same time a fact which has the transparent clarity and connectedness of a penetrating theory. It is for this reason that metaphysical method requires, as a prerequisite, the acquisition of the skills ordinarily valued in the subjective and objective realms, and in addition certain religious virtues which provide the actual conduit for the experiences described here. Defense of the methodology. A defense of metaphysical method on every point is too large a task to attempt here. I have chosen instead to consider in detail 2 points of apparent conflict between modern thought and metaphysical method to illustrate the kinds of defense that can be made. I have chosen a single type of argument among many as being appropriate, namely showing that the differences are not as great as we think, so that attacks made on this method are equally appropriate to modern method. First, the question of authorities. The contrast we draw between the present practice and the previous one, which has much in common with the metaphysical method, is that pre-scientific papers used to establish points by referring to the reverend figures who agreed with the author, a popularity contest, while now they establish points by a combination of experimental data and strict mathematical reasoning, the test of experience and truth. There are many ways in which this contrast is misleading and self-serving. Many important points are now established by a modern version of the popularity contest. An example is the way in which the von Neumann disproof of the hidden variable theory in quantum mechanics gained broad acceptance in spite of the small number of people who understood it. Von Neumann's tremendous prestige as a mathematician, coupled with his extremely long, abstruse proof, resulted in the nearly immediate acceptance of the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, in spite of the fact that the proof, as has since been shown, has serious difficulties. More importantly, the scientific system as a whole is something we accept on authority. We do not go carefully assuring ourselves of its validity a step at a time as we learn to accept science. We accept it first and may or may not actually internalize any of its explicitly held precepts. Most of us are not educated in science, and even those few of us who become proficient in some science do so after having been first thoroughly steeped in an atmosphere in which science is assumed to be authoritative. Our idea of who or what constitutes authority has changed, but our reliance on authority as such certainly has not. It is disingenuous to claim that the ancients eschewed experience as a path of knowledge in favor of authority. They respected experience so much that they believed having experience to be a skill in itself. They took highly skilled experiencers to be like fine instruments and put faith and trust in them just as we do in our machines. We too have our authorities, only they are for the most part not people. They are machines and logic. When the ancients wished to examine physical things, they used their senses and built instruments to aid them when necessary. But they were not as concerned with the material world as we are. To answer most of the questions posed in the books we castigate as being authority-ridden, we would be unable to construct physical instruments to aid us. But the ancients knew that the instruments were nonetheless needed, that the naive and untutored are unlikely to stumble across the answers to deep and subtle questions. So they subjected talented people to rigorous training to make these people into instruments of directly seen knowledge and listened with respect to what they reported. What can seem to us as undue reliance on authorities is often simply proper respect for the sort of instrument most relevant to the question at hand. This brings us to the role of Rudolf Steiner, the primary authority in this case. His role is the same as the research scientist who presents his findings to a product development group of a company. The group could not have arrived at the results themselves, but they are in a position to test them and to judge them based on their overall knowledge of the field and the previous results of the scientist. In order to do this, they have to know and trust the scientist's methods. If the previous successes have been the result only of happy coincidence, there is no reason to trust the next one. A superstitious person and a scientist might make the same prediction in a particular case, and our differing responses depend on our knowledge of the methodology which led to the result. But the case of the spiritual investigator is different from the ordinary scientist, in that his explicit work on himself has transformed what was simply attitudes towards facts, the attitudes being subjective and the facts objective, into a whole new world of facts, just as objective but more real, deeper, more inclusive, and there than the usual set. This is the origin as facts of the supersensible beings which will be mentioned in this book, and which are treated as are any other fact which one did not discover on one's own. Having considered the question of authority, I will now turn to the question of occult worlds and unseen beings. What we say is that people used to project their feelings on nature and imagine an animate world hidden behind the inanimate one, while now we simply investigate the phenomena we find and construct testable theories to account for them. But what is so much better about projecting our thoughts onto phenomena in the way we suppose the ancients to have projected their feelings? The whole point of modern science is not to rest content with the phenomena as experienced, but to pierce through them, to the supposed physical laws they express, in other words, to construct a hidden or occult world which orders the manifest phenomena. The occult nature of modern physical science has long been recognized. Newton was attacked by his contemporaries not for his science, but because of what was seen as the occult nature of the gravitational force. And we are more content in our occult world than we are in our supposed primary one. Theory now often precedes observation, rather than following it, and our greatest scientists put as much or more credence in good theories as they do in observations. Once we recognize the way in which modern science describes a speculative occult world which lies behind the phenomena we experience, we can consider the next level of argument. Because of science's strict reliance on experimental method, it obtains better results than the old occultism, and is therefore to be preferred to it. Certainly, we've been able to make many measurements and predictions more accurately than the ancients, but this is in spite of our occult method rather than because of it. We have won many battles over accurate measurements not because of superior weapons, but because of having more of them. We have won by means of the scale of our war machine, not its efficiency or appropriateness. The history of astronomy, usually taken to exemplify the triumph of modern science, can now be used to show precisely the opposite. The misrepresentation of its history incidentally provides evidence of the disingenuousness and lack of self-consciousness of modern occultism. The picture we have is that Ptolemy constructed his arbitrary system of planetary spheres in a primitive attempt at celestial mechanics, and had to introduce all sort of fixes just to make it work at all. Then along came Copernicus, who advanced the heliocentric view against a millennium of tradition, because the emerging scientific mood demanded a theory which fit the facts better than Ptolemy's. Finally, Kepler saw that the orbits were ellipses, and the modern age was launched. The real story is more interesting. It starts with the Babylonians, who accumulated many centuries of planetary observations, and who by the 3rd century before Christ determined things like the period of the sun to an accuracy not surpassed by modern astronomy until the 19th century, using a purely empirical theory. Then, using Babylonian observations, Ptolemy considered his theory to save the appearances. That he needed such a theory shows that modernism was already at work in him, but he did not reify his concepts, nor did he introduce elaborate ideal notions into them. Although he maintained that all motion in the heavens is spherical, he introduced the equant into his constructions, which made his circles mathematically equivalent to ellipses. Copernicus appeared on the scene in the 16th century. He admitted that he rarely made observations and stated a prime motivation to be establishing the planetary orbits as perfect circles. Therefore, putting theory ahead of observation, he threw out Ptolemy's ellipse construction and talked about how the sun is really the center of our system. Actually, of course, one can treat either the Earth or the sun as the center of our system. It is only a question of where one would prefer, as a matter of convenience, the center of the coordinate system to be. Copernicus, however, thought this matter of coordinate systems, which does not affect the phenomena one way or the other, to be crucially important. In so doing, he is properly thought to stand at the beginning of our age, because he took what is not and cannot be seen, and which does not alter phenomena, to be more important than the phenomena themselves. The significance of Kepler is that he worked within the new occult realm and showed how more elaborate ideas may be used within it. He improved the efficiency of the method without altering its quality. History shows that, to the extent they cared about what we care about, the ancients obtained unqualifiedly admirable results, in that they did so without postulating elaborate worlds which stand unseen behind the phenomena. We are the occultists, not they. And if we use results as a measurement of virtue, our method does not stand up as well as theirs, since we have a commitment to the direct connection between the occult world and the world of phenomena, which the ancients were not hobbled by. Perhaps that is why they were able to obtain results more accurate than the accuracy of their observational tools with such an economy of means. There are important differences between the occult world postulated by modern science and the one observed by some of the ancients and a few modern spiritual scientists. In particular, my occult world is populated by living beings, but an occult world of living beings is not intrinsically more difficult to justify than an occult world of mathematically expressed laws or other mathematical quasi-objects such as atoms or electrons, once some occult world has been admitted to exist. Of course, we are not used to having our occult world populated by living beings. We find it strange and uncomfortable. But what of that? The only scientific question is, can we know that world to the extent that an occult world is knowable? Can we show by its use that we can account for phenomena which otherwise leave us perplexed? Once we arrive at this question, it is possible that the ground is emotionally and intellectually cleared for the new thoughts to be advanced here, and we may proceed. Material and spiritual logic. Since this is a book about computers and not methodology itself, the present discussion of methodology must soon come to an end. But because something called Ahriman will be brought into a definite association with the machines, one more set of thoughts must still be conveyed, thoughts about the logic which permeates our thinking. The laws of thought and logic which have developed in the West, starting with the Greeks, are adequate for treating the nature of the computer in a clear way. But it is impossible to treat adequately the notion of Ahriman and remain within the bounds of ordinary logic. One is compelled to choose between being truthful but unclear and illogical, and clear and consistent but misleading. The source of the problem is that, with a few notable exceptions, our logic has come to us through immersion in the material aspect of the world. It is not all-inclusively about thought, but is more narrowly about the thought of matter. As a result, we cannot think clearly in the ordinary sense about something such as Ahriman, which does not have a simply material existence. So, as a final methodological subject, I must indicate briefly the nature of the logic which underlies the main content of this book, and which also underlies other internally transparent expositions of spiritual realities. For simplicity's sake, I will call all the ordinary logics from the syllogism through the predicate calculus material logic, and the family of logics whose general characteristics I will outline here, spiritual logic. Material logic has appeared in many different forms and has undergone significant transformations during its history. Even relatively small differences of notation have at times had a major impact, but there are certain characteristics which all material logics share. All are based on a relatively small set of statements called axioms or postulates. Axioms are the basis of any logical system because they appear first asserted by the constructor of the system for his own metalogical reasons. Axioms are extremely simple statements, so simple that their truth is self-evident. At one time, axioms were held to be universally true, but now it is generally accepted that they are arbitrary, that they form a system's basis, not because of their necessary truth, but because a system must be based on something. A famous axiom in geometry is, parallel lines in a plane never meet. In symbolic logic, a typical axiom is A or not A, which states that a proposition must either be true or its negation must be true. Two distinct sorts of objects which are found within logical systems may be called operands and operators. Operands are the passive objects of the system. In geometry, they are the things like points and lines, while in propositional logic they might consist simply of true and false. Operators are the dynamic actors of the system, typically serving to relate operands to each other. In arithmetic, plus is an operator, and in the propositional logic, and is a typical operator. Statements in the logical system consist of logical sequence of operands and operators. Logical systems must also have transformation rules, which turn one true statement into another true statement. These are perhaps most familiar to us in algebra, in which a simple transformation rule might be, this rule expresses the thought that if one starts with any equation s equals t and adds a constant c to each side of the equation, the truth value of the equation is unaltered. When applied to the axioms, the transformation rules allow one to produce an indefinitely large number of true statements, the most significant of which are termed theorems. Theorems are simply compound statements which have been spun out of the axioms by means of the application of the transformation rules in a particular order. Just as axioms are the basis of a logical system, the theorems are in a sense the goal of it. Theorems are often complicated enough so that their truth is not self-evident to most of us, but can nonetheless be shown to be as true as the axioms. In the appropriate circumstances, showing a statement to be necessarily true or false, proving or disproving a conjectured theorem, can be challenging and useful. To make the notion of a logical system clear, consider a system which we may call the odd numbers. The system's definition has three parts. The first is the alphabet, which is the set of signs which may appear in statements. In this case, the alphabet has only one sign, 1. The second is the set of axioms. In this case, the single axiom 1. Finally, there is a single production rule as illustrated, where X is understood to stand for any statement, axiom, or theorem. The rule states that any true statement remains true after 1 is appended to it. Successive application of the production rule to the axiom results in the theorems 1 or 1 or etc. If one interprets each series of ones as representing a number in the unary number system, it is evident that our logical system encompasses the odd numbers 1, 3, 5, 7, etc. While this system is trivial, more complicated systems are different only in having larger alphabets, more axioms, and more production rules. The power of material logic derives from the fact that it is purely formal. It is nothing but a set of rules which tell how to transform strings of signs into other strings of signs. The signs have no meaning of their own. They are not symbols or even signs of anything. It is not necessary to admit any commonality between 4 objects in the sign 4 in order to have a logically sound system of arithmetic. In fact, it is a miracle of felicity that correspondences nonetheless exist, that accurate maps of much of the world can be made out of a totally vacuous system. To a logician, though, perhaps a greater delight is the way that theorems of such power, beauty, and subtlety can be built up out of a small pile of trivialities. In material logic, the idea of higher-order logics is already present. For example, one speaks of primary logic or simple propositional logic, and then of general logic, which includes quantifiers such as some and every. This way of building a logic brings into play a symbolically speaking vertical element, but the vertical element is unfortunately of a false kind. This point may be grasped by a comparison to the plant and animal kingdoms, in which the animals are a genuinely higher order of being than plants. They add a qualitative element with appropriate physical expression not present in plants. If the animal kingdom were higher order in the sense that term may be understood in material logic, animals would be constructed out of the same principles in material as plants, the only difference being that they would somehow feed on the other plants instead of, or in addition to, conducting photosynthesis. Indeed, parasitic plants such as mistletoe and insect-eating plants such as the Venus's flytrap are counterfeit animals, higher-order plants in this sense. Truly higher-order logics are, however, possible. I know of two levels, and more may exist. The level immediately above material logic is a logic of metamorphosis and transformation in a world ruled by dynamic polarities. Goethe sensed this logic while he did his botanical studies, and Hegel developed it under the rubric of dialectics. I have described this logic in a preliminary way and demonstrated its application in detail elsewhere. While material logic is appropriate to the mineral world, the first higher-order logic permeates wherever living beings unfolds itself organically. It is the second-order logic which is of interest to us here, and which I have termed spiritual logic. So far as I know, a formalism in which statements in this logic may be expressed has never been devised, nor will I present one here. Nevertheless, it is possible to see that spiritual logic permeates spiritual realities in a way appropriate to their nature, and that people who have investigated these realities in an exact way have intuitively made their descriptions conform to spiritual logic, whether or not they were consciously aware of the fact. In what follows, I will attempt to characterize and describe spiritual logic, but not fully define it. Spiritual logic is related to material logic by a series of inversions, reversals, and coalescings involving its central elements and characteristics. The most obvious inversion involves the vacuousness that characterizes material logic as a whole. Its signs and strings are empty, arbitrary, and trivially obvious. The alphabet is nothing but a set of placeholders, shells or cells. The theorems, however clever, are mechanically derivable from the axioms via the production rules. In spiritual logic, it is appropriate to say that one finds not signs, but symbols. All the statements, both axioms and theorems, indicate sources of meaning, being, and quality. Of course, the marks that one might make on a piece of paper superficially appear similar to those of material logic. The point is that material logic may be fully represented by marks on paper, while spiritual logic may only be appropriately indicated by correctly formed graphic symbols. Material logic is more trivial in its axioms and more sophisticated in its theorems, some of which take a stroke of genius to discover. Its axioms are so obvious that beginning students are often confused by them. Who in his right mind would trouble to state the principle of identity, that any variable or constant is equal to itself? In spiritual logic, this relation is reversed. The axioms are full, necessary, in the part of the system which is the most profound and difficult to understand, while the theorems are, relatively speaking, easier to grasp and arbitrary. The point in material logic is to discover and elucidate theorems. In spiritual logic, one stumbles across theorems more easily, and the point is to elucidate the axioms, the profound sources of the system. Another aspect of the reversal of the relation between axioms and theorems concerns unity and compoundedness. In material logic, axioms are simple statements, while theorems are almost always compound. In spiritual logic, the axioms are still in some sense unities, but they are so in a complex, multifaceted way, while by the time one gets out to the consequence, the theorems, the complexity is at least greatly reduced. The theorems most different from the axioms are simple irreducibles, such as individual percepts experienced by humans. In most instances of material logic, though not in the example given above, think instead of algebra, there is a clear distinction between passive operands and active operators. A similar distinction holds between passive logic systems and active abstract, e.g. Turing machines, even though one can completely model one in terms of the other. Again, one distinguishes between active production rules and passive theorems. Although such dualities pervade material logic, it is as a whole passive, substance-like in relation to spiritual logic, while as a whole is active, essence-like. A facet of this relation appeared in the discussion of the fullness and emptiness of the logics above. As one moves from passive, as a whole, material logic to active spiritual logic, the duality active and passive recedes into the background, so that, for example, the clear distinction between operands, such as variables in an equation, and operators, such as positive, disappears. The symbols of spiritual logic partake of the natures of substance and of essence at the same time. Spiritual logic is not an alternative to material logic, because it does not supersede material logic in that logic's proper realm of application. One must still be able to ferret out and eliminate ordinary logic contradictions. However, this admirable practice, universally applied, effectively makes one able to think about phenomena which have a preliminary spiritual basis. Hence, spiritual logic, which provides a basis for thinking clearly about spiritual realities, and which is implicit in, and thus necessary for rationally comprehending, existing expositions of spiritual phenomena. Premises of the history and demonstration. In this section, I will describe the premises or axioms on which the more concrete history that follows is based, or, from another point of view, which permeate and animate the historical events. According to the principles of the logic introduced in the previous section, all that it will be possible to do here is to identify the relevant premises, name them, and give a preliminary, rather structural description of them. Nonetheless, I will try to enliven the descriptions by giving some of the direct consequences and correlates of the axioms by way of illustration. In the world as we usually think of it, there is no room or place for any beings which are not manifestly and obviously part of it. Since I will draw a connection between such a being and the world, evidently I am not talking about the world as we usually conceive it, which conception is in itself a symptom of the influence of Ahriman. In order to reveal the existence and presence of Ahriman, we must put aside the concealing conception and replace it with something that may be, for convenience, called the created world. This is the first axiom. A created world is one which does occupy a certain level of existence, but does not do so necessarily. It does not generate its existence out of itself. One need not say that the creation took place at a certain time, before which there was nothing. Rather, one says that the major work of creation is the establishment of the world's matrix, the, metaphorically speaking, place which will contain the world's content. This matrix or vessel we call space and time. For this it is clear that the world was created at the beginning of time, since there was not time before it was created. The place where the world would be was empty before the world was created, but this requires that there be something in some other, symbolically speaking, higher place which does exist and is capable of initiating existence, and which did in fact perform the act of creating our world. It is irrelevant to explore this world further. To think of it as heaven or God would be improper and inexact. It is sufficient to realize that an existence of a different and higher kind than our own is a logical necessity if our world may properly be termed created. The condition of the created world is formed or permeated by an axiom of higher order, which we may call two-ness. This axiom appears in many guises and is at the root of several concepts which will provide fundamental to our discussion. It is perhaps more familiar to us as the notion of polarity, in which two mutually contradictory principles are seen as dynamically opposed to each other, and are in fact complementary aspects of a unified entity. The physicist Niels Bohr, who did so much to establish such polarities as wave-particle duality against great resistance, stated it as, "The opposite of a correct statement is a false statement, but the opposite of a profound truth may well be another profound truth. Polarity, while serving as a good introduction to it, is not identical to two-ness, but is only one of its facets. We shall meet more of them later." Leaving oneness aside for the moment, let us now turn to the axiom zero-ness or nothingness, which we have already touched upon in describing what there was when there was no created world. The difficulties we have in understanding this axiom within the context of the created world, itself ruled by two-ness, provide a good illustration of the meaning of two-ness. For how are we to understand nothingness except by imagining what there is when there is not something? We have trouble picturing nothingness as an absolute, depending on itself alone for its definition. We are forced to admit that nothingness would be indefinable, have no meaning at all, were it not for a something with which to contrast it. But zero-ness is an axiom that exists independently of two-ness, even though we are bound to picture it from within a created world where two-ness is a rule. Beyond what little has already been hinted at, though, there is, appropriately, little indeed that may be said of zero-ness. Unity prevails if one manages to climb back up the ontogenetic ladder of creation out of where two-ness rules, when one speaks, as the Buddhists do, of overcoming the false distinction between subject and object, a facet of two-ness, or, as in Islam, of the absolute and unqualified unity of God. Now we will explore several of the major facets of two-ness in the created world. One such facet is known by the names of its two ends, microcosm, little world, and macrocosm, great world. This facet is important because it is identified with the human being, and is a door through which knowledge of the things described here may be obtained directly. Specifically, every person participates in and is a variation of the prototypical human, which is the microcosm. Universal man, the macrocosm, is identified generally with the non-human world at large, and specifically with the celestial world, the world of the 7 planets and the 12 signs. Microcosm, macrocosm is an aspect of two-ness which defines the structure of the world and is experienced by every human being. And again, the cosmic nexus is the macro and micro, or the micro and macro. It describes how a potential human being is inserted into the created world. The process of inserting a human into the created world, which has just been mentioned, is generally referred to as incarnation and merits discussion in its own right. In order for a potential human being to become a part of the created world, he must follow the path of the world's creation. Otherwise, he would end up in some place other than merged into the created world, which is the presumptive goal of the incarnation process. The human is first lifted out of nothingness and into simple being, into what is for us the way station of oneness or unity. Then the human crosses the boundary from oneness to two-ness, appearing simultaneously at the two boundaries of the created world. So again, this makes me think of that time can be overcome. The first boundary corresponding to the microcosm is the indefinitely small point, physically represented by the fertilized egg cell. The second boundary corresponding to the macrocosm is the indefinitely distant plane or sphere, the periphery of the universe, symbolized by the zodiac. And again, zoon is spermatozoon, and then the beast, the bestiary. This transition point between oneness and two-ness is represented symbolically by the Ouroboros, the snake biting its tail, because the head and the tail of the snake are more distant from each other than any parts of the snake, but may also be joined more intimately than any other parts, in which state the snake is a closed figure, without beginning or end. Once the transition into two-ness has been effected, essential merger with the created world has been achieved, and the incarnation is completed by means of a metamorphic development, the details of which need not concern us here. So again, this metamorphic egg, or the shells, or the zero, it's all pretty much concomitant or symbolic of the same thing. A facet of two-ness which is directly manifested in human experience is that of subject and object. The subject is what, or more typically who, we are, while the object is what, rarely who, we are not. Like all aspects of two-ness, these appear to be absolutely distinct from each other, with no possibility of their being joined or ever truly communicating. A closely related facet of two-ness is that of spirit and matter. The status of this polarity has become clouded in modern times because of the increasingly widespread denial that the term spirit denotes anything but delusional thinking. The closest the modern world has come to recognizing this polarity is in the notion of physics of matter and energy and the equivalence between them. In this conception, a piece of matter is seen as a tightly bound concentration of a tremendous quantity of energy, which, like spirit, is thought of as a pure dynamism, activity without any substantial or physical basis whatsoever. In Hindu doctrine, the analog of matter is prakriti, which is passive and substantial, while spirit is analogous to purusha, which is active and essential. In the manifestation of a created world, the numbers each rule the world in sequence, though none of them ever ceases every form of existence, as is shown by the possibility of experiencing oneness through mysticism while incarnated into a world where two-ness is the rule. This brings us to the notion of sequence in the forms of manifestation in the created world. I use the word sequence in an attempt to dissociate the changes from our ordinary notion of time, which requires the experience of differences, an experience which was first made possible by the rule of two-ness. During oneness, all of creation is together, without real separateness. This state is represented in the Bible as the Garden of Eden. After the expulsion, the reign of two-ness began, and along with it, our present time in what may be termed evolution. This term is the exclusive property of two-ness and denotes the working out of the essential properties of two-ness, the most central of which revolve around difference and distinction. During evolution, distinctions appear where there had been none, and existing differences are sharpened and increased. So one may say that during evolution, man is separated from the gods, or the Godhead, expelled from the garden, cut off from higher levels of being. Man is separated from his own self. The separation of microcosm and macrocosm, the limiting of communication with the higher self to the voice of conscience. Languages, the Tower of Babel, races, nations, and sexes appear. Species appear and differentiate, and in general, all beings grow fragmented and separate. The introduction of threeness is the turning point in the development of two-ness and of evolution. Just as 2 is the number of evolution, 3 is the number of what has been called involution, which is the inverse of evolution, namely an overcoming of the differences and a return of the transformed man to the lap of the gods. When threeness completely overcomes two-ness, time will come to an end, and the sequentiality of the created world in anything resembling its present state will be at an end. At this point, it is appropriate to introduce our 3 main concepts in the form in which they will appear in the rest of this book. Lucifer, the personified facet of oneness, Ahriman of two-ness, and the Christ of threeness. Our main protagonist is, of course, Ahriman, who personifies the tendencies unique to the age in which we live, and who will be associated with that characteristic product of our age, the computer. But understanding something means at least in part seeing it in its proper context, and the context of Ahriman includes Lucifer and the Christ. In order to form a more vivid initial picture of Ahriman, let us turn to what may be called the mythology of Ahriman. Rudolf Steiner tells us that the Ahrimanic beings are the greatest, the most comprehensive and penetrating intelligences in the cosmos. But this intelligence is calculating. It is freezing cold, so much so that the more Ahriman achieves his aims, the severer is the frost around him. The intelligence of Ahriman reduces everything it works with to measure, weight, and number. It is mechanistic and deterministic. There are ways of being intelligent that are not Ahriman's way, but since the gods released the cosmic intellectuality so that it may become a part of human nature, and since the Ahrimanic beings used their capacity to unite with their own being, the sum total of all intellectuality, Ahriman stands firmly identified, from one point of view, with a kind of real intelligence. It should not be difficult to see how Steiner's description related to what has previously been said about Ahriman. It all follows from the nature of two-ness. Intelligence, especially when it is cold, sets itself apart from the world, treats the world as an object, and observes it. Separateness is essential to its functioning. The development of intelligence tends to go hand in hand with the experience of alienation, in which the gulfs which accompany two-ness are made to seem unbridged. Leaving his traits aside for the moment, let us now turn to the activities of Ahriman in history. One central fact is of concern to us here, namely, that Ahriman will incarnate in a human physical body in the West during the third millennium after the incarnation of Christ. This event will provide a symmetry to the incarnation of Lucifer, which occurred in the Orient in the third millennium before Christ's incarnation. I will now attempt to elucidate this event from two directions. First, in the remainder of the present section, I will show how the axioms already presented shine down into it from various points of view. Second, in the historical section, I will trace the concrete events that have resulted from the coming incarnation in a way that I hope will make clear their connection to the axioms. What does it mean for Ahriman to incarnate? From our present discussion, we know that an incarnation of any kind involves an entry into the created world of the being in two forms, macrocosmic and microcosmic. When the entity that incarnates is an ordinary human, he remains on the surface of things. That is, he has his body, and his nativity is properly expressed in the configurations now studied as astrology, but nothing special needs to be done to accommodate him. However it may be that Ahriman will take human shape, he is no human. He has roots deeper in the world structure than any mortal, being actually a part of that structure. When Ahriman incarnates, he cannot remain on the surface of things, since in one guise he himself mates or constitutes the surface of things. This depth is expressed in the fact that what is smallest and what is largest are not, in him, indefinitely distant from each other as they are for mortals, but stretch towards each other and draw close. The microcosmic form of Ahriman grows to fill space, while the macrocosmic aspect, far from remaining confined to the world periphery, shrinks down and actually permeates our local space. So Ahriman's embodiment, microcosmically speaking, would extend a considerable distance beyond the palpable bonds of his body, while still retaining in that space its microcosmic character. A consequence of this is that Ahriman would seem remarkably personal and open, meeting him deeply and in a touching individual way, without any feeling of social falseness, would be the norm. Similarly, the bodies of those physically near his would change to appear as they would were he to have incarnated in them. In the case of a weakly individuated associate, the result would be a physical likeness. With a strong individuated associate, the result would be an accentuated development of those features which were consistent with the nature of Ahriman's being. A consequence of the macrocosmic aspect of Ahriman's incarnation is that the world would take on an Ahrimanic hue. One could look out and seem to see, not quite tangible, Ahriman grinning back at one. In particular places or objects, especially in ones whose character or function was not well formed or did not exist prior to the commencement of the incarnation process, one would be able to see the macrocosmic aspect of, Ahriman's visage quite clearly. One small example of this is the way we think of the heavens themselves. I need only mention the fact that the Babylonians had a single word which meant both God and star, a confluence which does not reflect the experience of most of our contemporaries when they look at the sky. The subject-object polarity has been mentioned as a facet of the two-ness that now rules the created world. We can view the incarnation from the perspective of the facet as we can the others. From one end of the polarity, the incarnation consists of the collection of certain Ahrimanic changes occurring in the subjective aspect of the experiences of large groups of people. These changes would not appear with equal intensity in all individuals nor in all groups, but the progress of the incarnation would consist of an overall trend in an Ahrimanic direction. The existence of a trend affecting nearly everyone at least a little reflects the universal or inclusively human character of the incarnation. The fact that the trend is found markedly pronounced in certain groups and in certain individuals identifies those as being the leaders or particular embodiments of the trend. They are more sensitive or open to it, and at the same time more able to influence those less affected by it. From the perspective of the other end of the polarity, the incarnation consists of the collection of alterations in the external world which would result in the objective aspect of our experience being filled with objects and events of an increasingly Ahrimanic character. Again, parts of the world would hardly change at all, and others would change greatly. But there must exist a clearly discernible trend, and certain leading elements which particularly embody the influence and contribute to its spread. If we view the incarnation from the perspective of the spirit-matter aspect of two-ness, what we see is more dynamic than structural. The incarnation process involves bringing about an apparent union of spirit and matter, during which process the two react to each other and grow to a joining point. In the case of ordinary human beings, the response of the material sphere to the approach of a spiritual ego towards incarnation is shown in the gathering of various hereditary streams over the course of several generations into a single fertilized egg cell, the genetic properties of which provide a suitable physical basis for the experiences which should take place during the incarnation. Similarly, the passage of the ego through the planetary spheres depicts the spiritual response to the merger process. Intermediate bodies are created out of substances which are neither purely spirit nor purely matter. In the course of their formation, they too condense and take on a more definite relation to space and time, stretching out in a qualitative sense towards the matter with which they will merge. In the case of the incarnation of an exalted spiritual being, the physical body is prepared with great care through many generations, with specific foreknowledge of the use to which it will be put. The body comes from two parents, each of whom have two parents, and so on. The number of people involved increases so rapidly that the number of any one ancestral generation exceeds the sum of all the generations in the direct lineage that follow. To include just one more generation in the preparation process is to more than double the magnitude of the physical entities involved in the process. This is simply to emphasize the tremendous gathering, selecting, and intensifying of hereditary forces that accompanies a great incarnation. The genealogy of Jesus given in the Gospels illustrates the concern accorded to this issue in sacred literature. Just as the physical body or microcosm must rise to suit the nature of the spirit which descends to it, so must the physical world as a whole, macrocosm, rise to meet its spiritual correlate. In the case of an ordinary incarnation, the individual has no noticeable effect in this sphere, although the nature of a whole group of similar egos can make a difference. But in the case of a special incarnation of the sort we are discussing, the physical world as a whole must be prepared through the generations, so that it, as a whole, not just a special part of it, will be ready. We should be able to see the reciprocal action of the physical world in its macrocosmic aspect as it responds to the gradual approach of Ahriman. Ahriman, the microcosm, will appear in a single place at a definite time. Ahriman, the macrocosm, appears everywhere with no sharp movement in time dividing here from not here. Alright, so after pretty much letting a few days pass, since this has taken a while, I've pretty much thought about some of this stuff and wrote an email to a friend, kind of because it helps to just look at all this stuff, and I was looking back in the database and Kenneth Grant's sort of like, verses and commentary in the Book of the Spider in the Ninth Arch. And so recently there's been these sort of UFOs again, and it's funny because they're nothing really new, or at least this form, snake-like UFOs, because they go back to these Naga fireballs and the Hezbollah lights and these sort of like filaments of light in a weird way. Like they've also called it angel hair, and it's just sort of funny that serpents and nagas or najas keep coming up literally and sort of literaturely, or in the literature that I'm reading. And I said, so did you hear about those snake-like UFOs? That's funny because regardless, if they're real or whatever, I've been studying and decoding the whole subject of Nagas along with this whole subject of Ahriman in the relation to electrical science, and UFOs. LOL. It's so crazy how Kenneth Grant not only picked up on this all, but really gave the whole background and summation in his books, especially the Ninth Arch, which people don't get because he assumes you have read the others and see it all unified as he does. I see it now. Reading this Ahriman and the Mechanization of Man thing, this whole blog and all these posts, has taken me a lot of time, but a lot of stuff has happened because of it. Now get this, Ahriman's first original name is HLYMN in Pahlavi script, as I was reading Sign of Contempt and Disgust, which when transliterated and calculated is 785. This number has come up as well and is 8 more than 777 and 8 less than 793, another figurative or natural number that pretty much kept coming up for a little while until I realized certain things about it or contained within it, but is actually the serpent Takshaka, again the Nagaraja in the Mahabharata, as well as the personification of evil. It's also the avatar of Kalki and a few other things indicative of a certain force. Kenneth Grant notes it as Votan or Wotan and the magician, which is ironic since it's also demonic grimoires or black books, which goes with the black box, which I'll talk about in the next post, but again, also the blue orbs, a common form of intelligent electromagnetism. And so in the Book of the Spider, it says, there are no certain means of knowing when that blood first flowed within the veins of the Black One. The oracle of the 6th verse enumerates the word magician, with none final, probably identified with the Black One, and Dr. Phineas Marshall Black seems the most likely candidate. The oracle of, and he was dealing with, this grimoire, this deep dream grimoire. The oracle of the 7th verse is Votan, the region to which the survivors of Atlantis were guided. Actually Votan is 786. Were guided by their king via tremendous and ancient tunnels. See Robert Ernst Dickoff's book Agartha. The verse number is also Sept, which is indicative of Set. The verse could be saying that Uncle Finn led Frater Eosic along the tunnels of Set, see against the light. This is plausible as Frater Eosic himself led the scryer and the remnants of New Isis Lodge through the intricate web of power lines that formed the mysterious realm of Akbish. So again, the night side and the tunnels of the tree. There are, indeed, no certain means of knowing. And I'd simply also referenced, again, the Naga fireballs and the Ophanim, which the ophonym sits at 6, wheels is 111. So again, like wheels within wheels, these veils. Interdimensional yana, or vehicle, sits at 6. The vehicle of consciousness, the balls of light, airships, etc. And I said sits at 6, or 666, is indicative of the labyrinthine nature of the cube, really as the fourth dimensional cube, which is really 999. So this is sort of a limited angular cube, sort of prism, perspective prism, which is really 999, the hyperdimensional matrix. And so Daedalus, the builder of the labyrinth in the Greek myth, is 111. And the walls with the Minotaur at the center, 777. Then ironically, the labyrinth center is 999, so, which is like the labyrinth again itself. Again, it's just walls or veils within this labyrinthine monad. To me, this is the net and the web of Akbish. Actually, the web of Akbish with a tau sits at 6. But all of the chambers, in 999 especially, contain many formulas prophesied in Liber Akbish, as Grant says in verse 632, 26, and of the tangled light Krixkor. The tangled light is the light of the Krixkor, entangled in the scryer's hair when the claws of the hellbird rowelled her skull and injected her with the witch blood. The word Krixkuor contains the deepest mysteries of the Ku expressed as Krix, the cross or crossing of the light, or of the Ku. 370, Krix, is a number of fever, Cal chapter 3, verse 34, that comes from the skies, and denotes the light of alien intelligence crossing with that of mortals. 370 also is the number of Osh in Hebrew, An Shin, a bright constellation, traditionally associated with Ursa Major. Krixkor is then the light of creation, another translation of Osh itself, and by implication of manifestation. The scryer experienced the Krixkor in the crypt at Candleston. The oracle is Occult, the Kamite underworld. The crypt at Candleston is here linked with the new Isiac conjunction that prepared the scryer for her role with Freder Eosic in the working of the stellar load, as narrated in Against the Light. 655 also says, as the great beast united them. This verse probably refers to Aleister Crowley as he, amongst others, contested with Dr. Black for the grimoire. The oracle gives a number of the Dropas, see Robert Cherew's Masters of the World, page 239, of whom Lamb was king. It was Crowley who first established contact with Lamb in our day, and who first captured the entity's likeness in a drawing from life. The portrait was first published in the Equinox, Volume 3, Number 1, in Detroit, 1919. Since that time it remained unpublished until it appeared in the Magical Revival in 1972. Since the days of New Isis Lodge in the mid-50s, the cult of Lamb has not ceased to spread its net. Through its agency, Crowley has posthumously united the light of the Krixkor, 666, with that of the Mauve Zone. And so, my friend said, don't confuse that which is exoteric with the esoteric tangled light, which is obviously talking about the light entanglement in serpentine DNA. These snake-like UFO are stupid tech, and they're not aliens in any way. You're right about the net, though. However, it has been my informed opinion for a long time that Lamb, Crowley drew, was not an entity. Grant really projected into this, and Crowley even called him out on his pipe dreams, actually. No, Lamb is a self-portrait. It was influenced by Crowley's gray alien connection and encounters, which he really didn't talk much about in detail, but he alluded to them multiple times, and it's clear he knew about these beings, at least subconsciously. And so thinking about it, I said, you're probably right. I get the sense these UFOs are this time are likely artificial, but the idea behind them isn't new. I mean, we've seen them come up for thousands of years, and they always have they're always similar, but elusive in since we, the average person and even the military, it seems, are still not fully able to mimic whatever is going on, at least fully. And if it is natural, like a geological, electrical phenomena, why is it that it seems to be a sort of like intimate encounter or like relationship. And I say intimate, not in like necessarily some weird sense, but just that it's like aimed at us recognizing it. So I said, and I wonder what the uses would be if not for some Blue Beam Project sort of psychological operation or for military distraction. I said, just had to note it since it was a literal manifestation of how these things continue to weave and tie together. And yeah, I agree with what you said about Lamb, but at the same time, I see Lamb as a composite or symbol for a number of things. Both the Kundalini, but also the sort of Clefothic antithesis to it. Very much akin to the Greys and this whole Ahrimanic conception of cold electricity of some sort. It's hard to just flat out say Kundalini equals Lamb equals Ahriman equals the Greys. It's a little more stacked than that. But I can't help but see some direct overlaps more and more. And I had quoted that thing I just read. As is well known, the development of the electronic computer proceeded exponentially from von Neumann's development of the stored program to the desktop and the laptop. A lesser-known development was the Josephson effect, which allows the construction of semiconductors from superconducting materials. Thus, electrical circuits can operate without luciferic heat, and Ahriman, whose nature is freezing cold, can completely enter into electrical devices. As superconducting computers become more common, Ahrimanic beings higher than elementals might actually incarnate in them, since no physical energy is consumed in a superconducting circuit. Ahrimanic elemental spirits inhabit our artificial machines just as normal elementals or nature spirits, gnomes, undines, sylphs, salamanders, work in and throughout the living processes of nature. Black sums up, sunless light and wordless logic intertwined, and out of them came the computer. Thus, while Ahriman microcosmically incarnates in a human body, we might also face the macrocosmic literal incarnation of Ahriman in our machines, or again, our cities. This incarnation of Ahriman in the human body isn't necessarily just a single human, but this whole system essentially holographically entering each individual identity. And so this feedback loop kind of becoming the serpent's coils. Again, 666 being the solar number is also that of the compound technologies we have made, harnessing its power and intelligences. One of the qualities of Turiya, the fourth state associated with the final Hay, as the egg of the XYZ field of Ulam formulating the identity, is Amatra, measureless or immeasurable, i.e. the open end of the future. Further revelatory is the fact that Amatra equals 252, the number of the daughter, and 252 is actually John Dee's magistral number, which he focused on as this quaternary directive of generative unfoldment. 107 is also Five Eyes, or echelon, as well as Valis, and the PC, Deep Web, the data webs, etc. This relates to the Mayacian hive mind Na'atan, which implies this sort of intelligence network, again overlapping with the web of Akbish and the networks erected across and possibly beneath as well the Earth. Note also that 252 plus 107 is 359, Satan or Shaitan, Colossus, the first computer really. I said Google.com and I actually said it twice on accident, but I don't think that's accurate. Spider, which is a sort of computer term, scan, and port, a city, town, or place where ships load and unload, such as a harbor, a port of entry, or gateway. Old English port, portal, door, gate, entrance, from the Old French port, gate, entrance, from Latin porta, which with that A makes 360, a circle, city, gate, door, entrance, etc. Specific meaning porthole, meaning in the side of a ship. So again, that sort of opening in the egg comes to mind. Liber Porta Lucis, and the whole gates of light concept in the Kabbalah, which, again, this tangled light. In computer networking, a port is an endpoint of communication in an operating system. While the term is also used for physical devices, in software it is a logical construct that identifies a specific process or a type of network service. 359 in Hindi terminology is best understood as Shiva Surya, or the son of Shiva, i.e. the black sun or dark counterbalance, or that which the sun is really manipulating of the sun, Surya. So again, 666 minus 359 is 307. Ahriman, Indrajala, the web or net of jewels of Indra, cybernetic, and USA, among other things, but these are the sort of the most relevant. The region, the micro and macrocosmic incarnation of Ahriman is said to develop. The magic of 666 is the weaving of this web of jewels into organized patterns, as forms which we know of or as crystallizations from both the material and mental worlds. So again, the thing about this is it shows that there's a sort of higher logic that it works through and within language and us, micro and macrocosmically. 107 as the PC is really telling, since the PC is the modern incarnation of Ahriman. And 107 is also not only gold, but cold. And then also Lamb the Way, which relates in the acausal way of timing and correspondence to the Greys, another 107 in Simple Gematria, but also Ahrimanic technology of life extension. Well, lifealized is also 107, a term for being immortalized. The vaccine is also 107, the number of the name Calmet, the name of the developer of the first vaccine, which was for the nausea or cobra bite. 307 is also the number of venomous, snake venom, and hemotoxic, which is a term for the type of venom venomous snakes have. And the nausea bite itself is also 107. And 107 is also chemical and tables and vials, implying the alchemical or chemetic relation of these concepts. Again, Egypt is 107 too, one of the lands or sources of gold. Also, King Tut, another identity relating to these traditions and all these ideas. 107 is Adamus, the unconquerable spirit of man, which is already immortal. But for whatever reason, everything has to be reflected and inverted. And when you just consider 107 inverted, it's Aleph and Nun, or Nun final, which is on, or heaven. So the data webs in the database have suggested to me that while the nausea or cobra may be the totem of this wisdom in the East, it is the rattlesnake who is the Naja Raja or king of the serpents in the West, although the most toxic of the serpents is the Australian taipan. The serpent, being the root zoon and relating to the spermatozoon but meaning beast, is also one of the most theriomorphic. Again, the fact that they've evolved their various characteristics and indicative of the evolution, which is 666, of inner DNA, morphological templates for external functionality. The data webs and tables of these compounds will unveil further relationships and functions which can be cross or back-engineered, but there are simply many difficulties in conveying this sort of thing. Then I thought on it and I went and calculated. Something told me, as all these sort of things tend to happen, I'm just okay, calculate this and calculate that. But I calculated cobra and rattlesnake, and I realized using Gimel, because again, Gimel, Aleph, Beth Gimel would be sort of ABC, and yet Cheth can also be considered a sort of veil. The Gimel is 107 though, so that implies this sort of idea or teaching or variation. But anyway, put them together, it's yet another 666, proving again, either I'm just finding connections where there are none an inordinate amount of times, and that's the irony in this connection with this idea of ideas crystallizing out of this fabric, so to speak, of the web of ideas, the web of chitta or mind. That's all essentially inventions are, or just a lot of things come down to, is this sort of dynamic nature. But the fact that, again, something so small as the word some, a three-letter word, and then these various other more descript and developed ideas can also equate. It shows the sort of dynamic fabric. I mean, is the best way I can put it. So, which are, again, mathematically and linguistically, as well as contextually provable, meaning they have a sort of line of descent, or there is a morphological, mathematical underpinning to the higher order linguistic levels of mentation, presupposing our awareness of it, meaning we don't really consider it when it's happening, thus legitimizing gematria as a useful tool for general semantics. And that's all I'm really saying about any of this, is like, I'm not saying this is like set in stone and that's the way it is and that's it. I'm just saying, considering the sort of dynamic geometry and underlying and scripting sort of the fluid of language, it's got a lot of room for, I think, consideration. So I said, either way, something is lacking in the outer, like in the world, and in our ability to do things and consider things, in the appreciation of the potentials concomitant with these formulae, and to our great detriment. Because really, I mean, if only society as a whole could, sort of create databases of information from their own personal, individual level, which I guess we are, but we're not doing it consciously for our own benefit. We're doing it for the benefit of these other, these giant data centers and people and corporations, when if you did it, that's the whole thing about the gematria database, essentially, is having at your fingertips all extant knowledge, that at least that you can accumulate. And I think that that's something that's useful, especially tabulated or indexed in a numerical sort of way, which, again, can get complicated when you consider the various formulas, but having that ability to sort of cross-check and see the I don't know, it's got an elasticity to it, but at the same time there's a sort of transferal of meaning, or a sort of like pragmatism to it that carries through. So I don't know, I'm skeptical myself, but at the same time I see like, okay, there's something to this, and I'm constantly trying to like second guess myself, but at the same time just like keep the data there and then consider it and realize it's all about the relationships and the contextual, and that's the whole thing. People always, I guess, wonder, is like, well, what's the value? Well, in and of itself, none of this data has much value, but as a whole, it kind of has its place in this larger scheme of things. And so it's a little bit of balancing. It's like a big giant balancing act, I guess, and that's why the magician is walking that sort of fine line in the tarot in that tarot card. But all right, so on to this chapter, which is going to have to be reread. About from the first half is going to have to be reread because I don't know what happened to the file. So there's going to be a slight alteration about midway through, but oh well. This is what I have to deal with, so sorry it's taken a while. History of the Incarnation of Ahriman in its macrocosmic aspect. The macrocosmic incarnation of Ahriman just mentioned leads us to the possibility of an objective, external, physical history of the incarnation occurring as a gradual process spread out in time. Such a history is nothing other than one self-consistent set of theorems in the form of simple historical facts that results from the fundamental axioms which have been presented in the previous section. The history is intended to be as accurate as possible from its point of view. It necessarily contradicts equally accurate descriptions given from a contrasting point of view. No argument is being made to the effect that because Ahriman will incarnate in a non-human physical form, he will not incarnate in a human form. However, Ahriman in human form will preach love and confer clairvoyant faculties on his followers, whereas Ahriman in the form described here looks more like what he truly is. So, there are certain advantages to pursuing an investigation from the perspective described above. Let us review briefly what we will be looking for in our history and why. We know that when Ahriman incarnates, there will be new physical objects in the world, which will embody Ahriman in his macrocosmic aspect. Our history will consist centrally of identifying those objects and tracing their development along with related conceptual developments. Our history is focused on physical developments because of the nature of Ahriman. The existence of Lucifer and Ahriman in their present form can be traced back to the time when the original unity of the world was divided in two, when the earth was separated from the heavens, and when spirit and matter first appeared as distinct categories. Ahriman embodied the pole of matter, while Lucifer embodied the pole of spirit, neither being higher or lower than the other. When we picture Ahriman as an individual being, we are thinking in anthropomorphic microcosmic terms. In macrocosmic terms, Ahriman is identical to the entire material pole of reality, and so his appearance here is naturally accompanied by an intensification of the presence of material objects, and embodied in the appearance of objects especially suited to his nature. These new objects are macrocosmically his incarnation. By the time of the appearance of the microcosm as a physical body, these new objects must be widespread and truly of the nature of Ahriman. But long before that appearance, there must be objects which, while not fully of Ahriman's nature, are definitely tending in that direction. This is required by the reciprocal response of the macrocosmic aspect of the physical world to the approach of the being. We should be able to characterize these objects, find them in history, and trace a development which shows their Ahrimanic nature growing stronger, purer, and more broadly involved in human affairs. The objects most purely embodying the Ahrimanic presence are calculating and computing machines. The earliest of these machines was a device for adding and subtracting, constructed by Pascal in 1642 through 1644. Leibniz completed a more elaborate machine which would also multiply and divide in 1673. At the earliest stage, the Ahrimanic character of these devices is already clear, although it was not nearly so pure or so pronounced as it was later to become. The Ahrimanic character is shown in the function of these devices as manipulators of quantified intellectual entities. No analog of their function can be found in nature. The other characteristics include being constructed out of familiar, albeit refined and processed, materials, and out of familiar subcomponents, gears, cylinders, levers, etc. The fact that the function performed mimics human activity and rates fairly closely, and the fact that a calculator is still closer to an elaborated tool, that is, an extension of human activity, than to a fully realized freestanding machine, that is, a device that does something like what a human could do, but in a different and usually more efficient way, and all on its own, it is not used by a human but stands next to one. At roughly the same time, philosophies appeared which vividly pictured the whole world as conforming to the nature of what could be plainly manifested only in the relatively simple and limited calculating machines. Leibniz intuited in his youth a universal logical calculus which consisted of two parts, an inventory of all the simple, irreducible items in the world, a collection of axioms, and a method of combination and analysis which would enable all possible knowledge to be extracted from a given set of postulates. He maintained that this system was at the root of every one of his important accomplishments and was the key to building a science that would embrace all possible knowledge, up to and including theology. These philosophies did not reflect the general state of human consciousness at the time they arose, Like the calculating machines, they were forerunners of what was to come. The philosophies described a vision of the world which, centuries later, would be shared in an implicit way by broad segments of the population, especially in its leading and progressive parts. In the same way, the calculating devices foreshadowed mechanisms which would cover the globe. The calculating machines developed slowly after their invention. Many people were able to see their potential, but something always stood in the way of realizing it, though the more general process of mechanization was proceeding apace. The programmable loom, invented by Joseph Marie Jacquard in 1805, for example, embodies many notions central to the modern computer, only applied to the weaving of physical cloth rather than ideal logic. The machine, which applied pre-established patterns to the loom's operation, was an immediate success. By 1812, there were 11,000 Jacquard looms in operation in France. The calculator computer proper, on the other hand, remained stalled throughout most of the century, in spite of the inspiration of the Jacquard invention. Charles Babbage got the idea for his difference engine in 1812 or 1813 and began serious work on it in 1823. The purpose of the machine was to automate the calculation of tables of polynomial approximations to mathematical functions, especially for the purpose of constructing astronomical tables. Babbage had a nervous breakdown in 1827 and never completed the work. In 1833, he conceived the analytical engine, which he explained was an adaptation of the idea of the Jacquard loom to the process of numerical computation. It was remarkably similar to the Mark I computer that was eventually built at Harvard in 1944. He worked on the machine until he died in 1871, but never completed it, nor did anyone join him in the work on it, in spite of the enthusiastic support and propagandizing effort of Lady Lovelace. The lack of a fully operational machine was not the obstacle, however, as is shown by the work of Père George Schutz, 1785 through 1873, who managed to construct a difference engine based on Babbage's design in 1834. A grant from the Swedish government enabled him to make an improved version in 1853. The machine won a gold medal at the exhibition in Paris in 1855, was shown in London, and ended up being used in Albany, New York. Apparently, the English government had made a copy of it. In spite of all this exposure of a fully operational machine, coupled with the prominent position held by Babbage in the intellectual life of the 19th century, no offspring came directly from the effort. In the philosophical sphere, there was a significant advance in the middle of the century, which, when its effects trickled down into the physical, removed the obstacles just mentioned. George Boole, an Englishman, invented what has become known as Boolean algebra, which he understood as a sort of universal calculus, an algebra of the processes underlying thought itself. All algebras are symbolic systems for the manipulation of items taken from a well-defined set of elementary, ideal, irreducible objects, without the necessity for specifying exactly which of the objects is intended at every point in a sequence of operations. The algebras most of us are familiar with have the set of normal, rational, or real numbers as their elementary objects. These sets are infinite in extent. Boolean algebra takes for its elementary objects a set of just two elements, which may be called, depending on the context, true and false, 1 and 0, on and off, or any other dichotomous pair of names. In this algebra, the relation has always existed between intellectual operations and the objects of those operations was stood on its head. Before, we were faced with a vast, infinitely varied world, set of elementary objects, and could perform only relatively simple, in intellectual terms, operations on it. Now, the world is so simple, there are only two sorts of objects in it, and to make anything interesting out of them, we must, and with new algebra can, perform vast numbers of infinitely varied operations on them. The world is reduced to a minimum, and intellectual operation on what is left takes place. And in fact, it turned out that one could produce equivalents of the original variety of the elementary objects by means of complex manipulations of the binary elements of Boolean algebra. As a result of the practical necessities arising from the design of computer circuits, a similar process of analysis and reduction has occurred within the realm of the operators on numbers. It was discovered that all operations could be built up out of a combination of a single kind of operator or gate, namely the not and or not or operator. The not and operator, for example, produces a result of 0 or false if and only if all of its operands are 1 or true, otherwise it produces a 1 or true. In producing a practical binary logic, Boole not only explored the number and logic system on which computers would be based, but he also completed the process of emptying out the contents from numbers and making them into arbitrary signs. The earliest known number systems have a high number as their base, the number beyond which one begins to use a place system and repeat the number sequence from the beginning, as high as 60 for the Babylonians. Reducing the base reduces the number of individually characteristic numbers which have their own existence, rather than one constructed out of more primitive entities. Although numbers are inherently discrete or digital, as opposed to continuous or analog, within a given number system, the numbers themselves represent the more analog end, while the place system is more digital. As one counts up the numbers, the marching is smooth and regular, but there is a sharp break at the highest number when one changes the form of the number's representation, and the final digit leaps from the highest value to the lowest. In the binary system, counting involves as much place system manipulation as simple replacement of digits, and so the digital element, which is the hollow or intellectual end of the polarity, is at a maximum. 1879 was mentioned by Rudolf Steiner as having particular significance in the history of Ahriman, and most specifically November of that year. At that time, a battle between the being Michael, the countenance of the Christ, and Ahriman, begun in 1841, ended with Ahriman being cast out of the heavenly spheres to the earth, specifically into the heads of humans. Direct results of this event were experienced by Thomas Edison and Hermann Hollerith and will be described shortly. In the field of politics, Leon Trotsky and Joseph Stalin were born. Lenin was born the same year as Steiner, 1861. They exemplified the bright, such as it is, and dark sides of Ahriman. Trotsky, for example, was a passionate believer in the virtues of technology and felt that a communist society was naturally also a highly technological one. In printing, Mergenthaler invented the linotype machine, which opened the door to modern printing technique. In heavy industry, Bessemer introduced his process for producing hard steel, which greatly expanded the possibilities for use of this versatile metal, and laid the groundwork for many future devices. In our field of interest, the significant event was the hiring of Hermann Hollerith by the U.S. Census Office in October 1879. This brought him into contact with John Shaw Billings, who was in charge of the work and vital statistics for the 1880 and 1890 census. Billings made a suggestion to Hollerith about how the work might be made more efficient, and Hollerith responded by inventing a system of punched cards and tabulating machines. In its modern form, the Hollerith card is a rectangular piece of heavy paper marked into 80 columns and 12 rows. One uses the card to store information by punching holes in it according to a consistent coding scheme. Machines can then be built which sense the presence or absence of holes in certain locations on a set of cards and respond in various useful ways. For example, one could encode a card with a person's name, salary, marital status, sex, and town, and then automatically cull out from a huge set of cards the names of all single women over 50 living in Yonkers making less than $5,000. Hollerith's system was first applied to the tabulation of the 1890 census and met with great success. Hollerith established the tabulating machine in 1896 to exploit his invention commercially. After several transformations, this company became IBM. The invention of the Hollerith card and the machines to process it was a breakthrough out of the realm of the calculator and into the realm of the computer. The difference lies in the location of the direct control over the machine's operations. A machine, like a calculator, is directly controlled by its operator. Even though the result of a command may be elaborate, there is no qualitative distinction between a pencil and a typewriter from this perspective. In a machine like a computer, At least some of the control over the operations passes into the machine itself, even though the operator remains ultimate control. He takes a step back, and the machine acquires a degree of autonomy. The Hollerith card machines are in fact very simple computers. One wires them up, loads in a stack of cards, and then stands back while the machine carries out a sequence of operations on each of the cards. With the advent of this first computer, the autonomous will of Ahriman first appears on Earth in an independent physical embodiment. Like a swimmer slowly entering the water, he who does not feel in until his head is wet, so is Ahriman's body in the earth while he himself looks on from outside during the calculator phase, until the development of a machine with the technological equivalent of will makes an actual identification possible. We can look with impunity on a calculator. Its autonomous nature allows the computer to look back at us, albeit weakly in these first instances. The difference is also shown in this. A damaged tool is simply broken. A damaged control-bearing machine may be simply broken, but it may also continue to perform its intended function perfectly well while ignoring our commands. If the control mechanism is broken, it may run amok. Between the wars, elaborate special-purpose calculators were built, mostly to solve military ballistics problems. A differential analyzer was built around 1930 at MIT, which was a mechanical analog computer which could solve systems of differential equations. Commercial electromechanical calculators were also developed and saw widespread application in business and science. Now at the brink of the appearance of the first truly modern computer, we will have to introduce several new streams of development which had been at work for some time and which merged with the direct evolutionary line which we have been describing to produce the next great advance. One of these streams is a line of physical development, and the other is a philosophical and mathematical development. These will incidentally provide examples for theoretical points to be made about the formal progress of the Incarnation. Although fully satisfactory mechanical calculating machines were eventually developed, their powers were greatly limited. The crucial factor which allowed the inherent limitations to be overcome and made further developments possible was electricity. Now, electricity had been known by the Greeks. Moreover, it is not such an unusual thing, being found in all animal nerves. But in nature, electricity plays a subsidiary function, one that is completely buried in the structure of things, inter- and intra-atomic binding, or secondary to a more basic phenomena. The electrical impulses in the nerves come from differential migration of ions across the axon membranes. Early in the 19th century, the properties of electricity as an isolated primary phenomena were explored. A key development was the invention of the electrical generator in 1831 by Michael Faraday. The invention was soon exploited in the form of the telegraph, which led to the electricity-bearing wires being strung between all centers of commercial activity. However, the turning point of the appearance of freestanding electricity on Earth was October 19th to 21st, 1879, when Thomas Edison made the first successful trial of a practical light bulb for the home. The announcement of the discovery on December 21st created a worldwide sensation, which led to Edison's being dubbed the Wizard of Menlo Park. The invention of the light bulb led to the construction of electrical generating stations and distribution systems. The appearance of electricity as an independent, freestanding phenomena may be regarded as the beginning of the incarnation of the substantial body of Ahriman, while the calculator or computer is the formal or functional body of Ahriman. It is interesting that these two aspects first appeared independently of each other but at just the same time. The incarnation process proceeds from the spiritual towards the material. At any one stage, the more spiritual a stratum one considers, the more advanced the process is, just as the process is more advanced in leading individuals or groups. Furthermore, the advanced guard of incarnation, the first appearances of the process at a given point in the spirit-matter continuum, can seem disconnected from the movement of which they are part. But this is only because the unity of the process lies well below the surface of things, and in any case, further development brings the advanced guard into explicit connection with older, more evident manifestations of the process. Thus, Leibniz was able to develop a full philosophical picture manifesting the advanced state of the incarnation in the conceptual stratum, evidenced also by concurrent developments in physics, astronomy, and the other sciences. But he was only able to build a machine embodying a tiny part of these ideas, and even then, one could not say that the machine in its evident physicalness embodied Ahriman, only that the machine in its functional working imitated, in a limited way, the form of Ahriman. It did what Ahriman does, but was not yet itself a member of Ahriman. Leibniz could do nothing in the final stratum. A century later, the Incarnation had proceeded far enough so that the body of Ahriman could make its first appearance in the form of freestanding electricity. It was important at the start that this embodiment simply appear so that it might enjoy a period of development and refinement. The relevant analogy is to the appearance on Earth of physical forms like the apes and proto-humanoids prior to human incarnation, to make possible a purely physical line of development resulting in bodies suitable for incarnation by humans. In the same way, electricity appeared and went through a period of preliminary development resulting in a suitable body for the progress of the incarnation to the stage of the incorporation of substance. The achievement of this stage was marked by a merger of the functional embodiment, calculators, with the substantial embodiment, electricity, the result being unified objects, electrical calculators in particular, electromechanical devices in general. During the time when electricity was still undergoing its pre-incarnation evolution, the uses to which it was put were highly prophetic. These uses were communication, telegraph, telephone, and light bulb, and all its applications. These applications seem natural to us because we are used to them, but they could hardly have been predicted. Both uses serve and embody Ahriman's chief characteristic, intelligence. In the communications applications, this is seen from a human point of view, since when we talk, we convey concepts to each other. It may be argued that in human conversation more is exchanged than concepts, but this only makes the point stand out more clearly. Since the devices communicate by reducing what is said to an ordered sequence of signs, to information, they eliminate or greatly distort everything but the clear, cold, quantitative, intellectual content. Light is the occult version of the same thing. That is, what underlies what we see as light is thought. We recognize this when we draw a light bulb over the head of a cartoon character to signify that he has an idea. And just as the pane of glass that best lets the light into the room is clear, so is the head that best lets in the ideas. Future developments brought the human and occult aspects of thought together in a remarkable way. In this century, especially since the First World War, the incarnation process seems to have advanced very rapidly. We can see this in the time separating the appearance of a new stage in the conceptual stratum from the appearance in a more material strata. The first appearance of a true modern computer on the conceptual and then on the functional levels demonstrates this quick succession. I will trace the development on the conceptual level, which culminated in the 1930s and which was rapidly followed by the first functional computer. The equivalent appearance on the fully substantial level is very much in progress, but is not yet complete. Leibniz's notion of a universal calculus was applied and developed in myriad ways, but the advance of imparting to it a kind of mechanical autonomous life appeared only in this century. So long as the calculus remained eternal and timeless, it would be unable to sustain the pseudo-life which was necessary as a manifestation of the incarnation. The limitation came from the fact that humans are best able to think the pure, empty, lifeless thoughts of Ahriman in the form of mathematics. When they think about nature, these thoughts are not so easy. Even though one talks of time in mathematics, and even though certain mathematical formulations can be made of processes occurring in time, in the mathematics itself, as opposed to what we imagine it to be about, time appears as the variable t, a variable process, a variable, like any other, qualitatively indistinguishable from space. We model time as a dimension in a multidimensional space, and a process that occurs in time is simply a functional relationship with time as the independent variable. Time is modeled in mathematics, but does not appear as such in it. Efforts to overcome this fundamental barrier to learn how to infuse a real-time existence into mathematical form were undertaken in many fields. Of course, finding ways to express in mathematical terms processes observed in nature was part of this effort, but notice that the greatest progress was made in physics in the treatment of lifeless nature. The philosophical and astronomical theories of Laplace represented an advance over those of Leibniz, in that they were more explicit and worked out and were based on observed processes in nature itself. Attempts were made both to bring the ideas closer to observed processes and to broaden their sphere of application. An outstanding figure in broadening the applicability of these notions was C.S. Peirce, who made the first systematic attempt to apply the notions of logic to a full-fledged philosophical analysis of the problems of reality and knowledge. Similarly, in mathematics, there were efforts to establish a foundation for all mathematics in a fully axiomized system of logic represented by such figures as Frege, Peano, Russell, and Whitehead. This effort resulted in advances in the technical apparatus of logic which made possible the real breakthrough in the central line of evolution. The penultimate step was the development of the predicate calculus, especially Church's development of the lambda calculus. This enabled for the first time a complete separation between the objects of intellectual operations and the intellectual operations themselves. It gave in fully developed form what was potentially established by George Boole. Boole had reduced the objects of the calculus to the simplest possible form, while the lambda calculus showed how to create worlds of intellectual operators standing in vast, intricately interconnected structures, ready to go into action, lacking only the final push out of a universe of structure and into a world of process. This final push was provided in a primitive form by the creation of a theory of finite state machines, and in fuller form by the theory of Turing machines. A Turing machine is an intellectual object that may be pictured as reading a tape of infinite length marked into squares, which may be filled with either X or O. The machine may read from the tape, write onto it, move it in either direction, and change its state depending on what it reads. For example, the following Turing machine determines whether the sequence of X's on the tape is odd or even in number. The machine starts in the state marked A, in which it reads the tape. If the tape holds O, the machine halts and reports that there are an even number of X's, 0 of them, on the tape. Otherwise, it advances the tape and goes into state B, in which it again reads the tape. If the tape holds O, the machine halts and reports that there are an odd number of X's, 1 of them, on the tape. Otherwise, it advances the tape and returns to state A, having passed over the 2 X's. The process continues, with the machine passing between states A and B and advancing the tape, so long as there are X's on the tape. As soon as an O is encountered, the machine halts, and depending on the state it was in, is able to report whether it halted after an odd or even number of X's. Although Turing machines are very simple, it is possible to construct universal Turing machines which read their programs from a tape, just like a computer, and it can be shown that a Turing machine can compute anything computable. That is, theoretically speaking, all computers are equally powerful if they are as powerful as a Turing machine, and that no computer is more powerful than a Turing machine. Even in the conceptual realm, realizations of these ideas which were less definite were more universal. The outstanding example is the logical positivist movement in general, and Rudolf Carnap's The Logical Structure of the World in particular, which was in effect an attempt to devise a system of logic capable of expressing a human's entire experience of the world. Here, the relevant expression is, capable of sustaining a comprehension of the world as pure intellect, that is, capable of serving as the vehicle of the Incarnation at its stratum. Work to complete Carnap's program has continued up to the present. Witness Nelson Goodman's The Structure of Appearance. While it is the intention of this line of work to produce logical structures which are as transparent as Turing machines and as obviously mechanizable, the vast scope of their application has so far precluded any real pretensions to automation. Around 1930, building on developments from several years before, 2 events took place which, while not part of the Ahrimanic incarnation process, had a decisive impact on it. One event took place at the frontiers of mathematical logic and constituted one of the greatest conceptual achievements of our time, while the other event took place at the frontiers of the solar system and crowned the efforts of the greatest astronomical discovery program undertaken up until that time. The first event, Gödel's incompleteness theorem, put an insurmountable roadblock in the path of the incarnation process and forced it either to halt or to redirect its momentum into paths in which its true nature was more evident. This event was a direct result of the new coming of Christ in the clouds. The second event, the discovery of the planet Pluto, mythologically lord of the underworld, expressed the appearance of a new figure on the scene, whose impact on world events was immediately evident. Taken together, these two events represent a polarization of humanity into radical groups, small in memberships at first, aligned with the forces of transcendent good or transcendent evil. Gödel's result, which was anticipated by several years, but without all the technical babbage, by Paul Finsler, was a full working out of the implications of the paradox of self-reference. Russell and Whitehead had stumbled on the paradox in working out their Principia Mathematica, in the form of the set which contains all sets which do not contain themselves. They did not solve it, but shunted it to the side by means of the theory of types. Gödel did not shun the paradox, but grasped it firmly, and drove it through the heart of the development of non-trivial, complete systems of mechanical logic. His result showed that they could not succeed. This result had two major implications in this context. The development of the simple mechanical automaton was halted through the introduction of an analog of a thinking which thinks about its thinking. That is, it was halted through the power of the self-conscious knower. This was an act of redemption. However, it made possible a new and far more powerful perversion, the mechanization of the process of self-knowing. Whole theories of recursive, self-modifying, and self-producing automata have developed from that seed, which lay the conceptual basis for the incarnation of a self-knowing entity into a machine. This possibility is currently being pursued at a more primitive level in the modern work in artificial intelligence. The discovery of Pluto, hailed as a textbook demonstration of the scientific method, was a comedy of felicitous errors from start to finish, and is a textbook demonstration of the occult guidance of history. First of all, its position is supposed to have been deduced from observed perturbations in the orbit of Neptune, and calculations to that effect were in fact made which resulted in positions close to where Pluto was found. But the recent accurate determination of Pluto's mass based on observations of its newly discovered moon show it to have been far too light to produce the effects which supposedly led to its discovery. Second, Pluto appeared on at least a dozen plates taken before the discovery plates, including 4 images on plates taken at Mount Wilson in 1919 while looking for Pickering's Planet O. Pluto appears just outside the plate area subjected to the most thorough scrutiny. Finally, aside from the necessity of coinciding with Gödel's proof, certain necessities of an astrological nature were involved in the timing of the planet's discovery in concordance with the destiny of the cultural impulses which would come in its wake. By transits involved in the timing of the planet's discovery in concordance with the destiny of the cultural impulses which would come in its wake, by transits of Saturn and Uranus to the position of Pluto's discovery, the timing of the explosion at Hiroshima and of the detonation of the first hydrogen bomb in 1952 were determined with great accuracy. This coincidence also makes clear the nature of at least part of the forces introduced through Pluto. Now let us return to the main narrative, where we are on the brink of the invention of the first modern computer. There are several machines which vie for the designation, all built within a decade. The most primitive one, the Mark I, was conceived by Aiken in 1937 and finished about 1944. It was built at Harvard with IBM for the Navy, was completely electromechanical, and had 730,000 parts, and could perform 3 addition operations per second. The famous ENIAC, or ENIAC, was also funded by the military. It was built from 1942 to 1946, contained 18,000 vacuum tubes, and could perform 5,000 additions per second. Note the increase in speed 3 orders of magnitude, one by replacing mechanical components with electrical ones. John von Neumann, the great mathematician who joined the ENIAC project as a consultant, is usually credited with the decisive development which marks the difference between a calculator, however huge and capable, and a true computer. The concept of the stored program, in which the sequence of operations to be performed by the machine is not wired into it, but is read into the memory in numeric form, just as though it were data. Since the machine's program is data to it, it can operate on its own program with just as much facility as it can operate on ordinary data. This simple invention created a division between machine development and program development. Programs would have to be written so that a certain machine could execute them, but this practical consideration could be delayed to the last moment. So long as synchronization was maintained, machines could pursue a separate line of development in which their general virtue as machines for unspecified purposes was improved, while programs that applied the machine's non-specific capabilities to particular problem areas were developed in synchronization but not strict conjunction with the machines. From then on, machine-independent program development was one thing, and machine-dependent program conversion and installation another. The first machine fully embodying the stored program concept was the BINAC, or BINAC, completed in August 1950. The significance of this development at a deeper level is revealed by the striking parallelism to the relation of humans to the lower animals. In primitive animals, the neuron nets can be shown to act like simple hardwired calculators, each circuit with a highly limited, fixed function to perform. Given certain inputs from the sensory nerves, the nerves will fire in certain ways, resulting in a characteristic patterned response. In humans, attempts to tie down the function to a given set of neurons in the brain typically fail, either because no specific function can be found, or because the function can be performed elsewhere if damage to the neurons usually responsible for the function requires it. The human biocomputer is always running a program, but the program is not part of the biocomputer itself, although it seems to be stored there, and is subject to self-codification. This is a dangerous point. When this analogy is mentioned, it is usually taken to mean that humans, which we find difficult to understand, are like computers, which we think we understand, even though the people who make this point are rarely actual computer experts. And so we can understand people by imagining them to be computers. Carrying such a picture in one's head creates a spiritual impulsion. May the world be true to my vision of it. The sincere belief that the vision is already true only adds to the force to make it so. This meditation and its effects are destructive. The point being made is the reverse. With the separation of control of function, like thought, from performance of function, like will or muscle, the computer has taken a giant step in furthering its ability to imitate the human being. In particular, the technical basis for a separate, incarnating consciousness has been laid, but a consciousness of a purely intellectual, mechanical, albeit self-aware nature. With the achievement of the stored program computer, it begins to be possible to talk in terms of a macrocosmic incarnation vehicle capable of sustaining the being of Ahriman. We are not reducing the human to the level of the computer, but describing how the computer attains, in a narrow, highly particularized fashion, a level of development analogous to the human. The first commercial computer, the UNIVAC-1, was used in the census of 1950. By 1960, there were 5,000 computers in the U.S., about 350 of them very large ones. Those numbers then doubled every 2 to 3 years. The discovery of the semiconductor phenomenon, marked by the invention of the transistor in 1947, made technically possible the tremendous advance in speed, miniaturization, and cost-effectiveness that have characterized the development of computers. So again, this sort of abyss seemed to have been bridged, this gap seems to have been bridged in time in 1947, or history. Transistors bring together those two aspects of the physical things in the world which are specifically polar to thinking, namely electricity and light. The vast majority of a transistor is made out of silica, silicon dioxide, familiar to us as simple glass. Glass is the thing in the world which is transparent, which so is air and also water, but it shields us from the world but lets the light through, just like our heads, which one hopes lets the thoughts stream in. Now, silica, when properly manufactured and when inoculated with certain minute impurities, responds in very useful ways to the passage of electricity. In the transistor, it is electricity, Ahrimanic light, instead of light which passes through the tainted glass. Pure glass will not work, because of the qualitative agreement of the material substrate used with what was incarnating. The way was smoothed, and the advances came breathtakingly quickly. There were major technical hurdles, but they fell so quickly that one lost respect for how awesome, abstractly speaking, they were. I will pass over the many fascinating developments of the last 2 decades, including the entire field of artificial intelligence, and consider one last line of development in the most concrete physical aspect of these machines. This will show how the qualities of Ahriman are finding concrete physical expression in the very materials chosen to build computers, how the internal momentum of the field, consciously directed by no person, out of the necessities of the technical tasks, leads by seeming happenstance to machines which contain more and more that is constant with Ahriman's nature, and less that is not. While transistors are superior to vacuum tubes, which in turn were superior to electromechanical relays, they still resist the passage of electricity through them. Technically, the resistance of a wire to electricity passing through it results in the kinetic dissipation of some of the energy. Not all the energy comes out the other end of the wire, and the wire grows warmer. The wire, insofar as it is a neutral part of the world, expressing neither the qualities of Lucifer or Ahriman to an unusual degree, responds to Ahrimanization by luciferizing. In becoming warm, it becomes luciferic, and thus rights the balance that the electricity upset. The wire is not Ahriman's own. It is only used to an Ahrimanic end and at a price. Moreover, the wire will only put up with so much abuse. Pushed beyond its limits, it will melt in an excess of luciferic passion and render further abuse useless. This problem led to efforts to reduce the amount of material, thus also the resistance and heat generated, in electronic components. The ideal solution would have been tiny components connected by long wires, so there would have been lots of space between them and they would not suffer the effects of their combined heat. But electricity does not travel along wires instantaneously. It travels roughly 1 foot in 1 nanosecond, 1/1000th of a second. And since modern components do their jobs, have switching times, in just a few nanoseconds, the length of the wire connecting components becomes a significant limiting factor in the overall speed of the machine. So the ideal solution is untenable, and components must be placed in as small a space as possible. But then, even if you manage to cool off the components at their outside very quickly, the heat soon builds up in the center of a component block to intolerable levels. The solution to this problem, forming the basis of the state-of-the-art in computer hardware, is based on the Josephson effect, which allows the construction of semiconductors out of superconducting materials. You should be able to guess which of Ahriman's qualities is given physical expression in this new advance. Already measure, weight, number, intellect, and mechanism are expressed, but so far no physical expression has been given to the fact that Ahriman is cold, freezing cold. So, the cold fusion. The more Ahriman achieves his aims, the severer is the frost around him. The new advance is based on the fact that matter loses its electrical resistance, capitulates and becomes of Ahriman's nature, when it is brought to a temperature very near to absolute zero. The extreme cold destroys the natural neutrality of the material, and it loses its ability to generate heat in response to the passage of electricity. This superconductivity was discovered in 1911, but only recently was it possible to make semiconductors and thus computers out of matter in this extreme state. The fact that matter is in a peculiarly unbalanced state when it is superconductive is shown by the details of its response to electricity and magnetism. We know that ordinarily a fine symmetry expressed in Maxwell's equations holds between these two forces, just as we would expect in subnatural manifestations of the polarized cosmic beings Ahriman and Lucifer. But when matter is in this state, that is unreservedly identified with the Ahrimanic sphere, and a small magnetic field is applied to it, a permanent supercurrent arises at the surface of the material, and it loses its superconductive properties. IBM's most advanced computer, which is not yet in commercial use, is entirely contained in a cube 6 inches on a side and is held at a constant temperature just a few degrees above absolute zero. Its small dimensions notwithstanding, it will be faster and more powerful than any presently existing computer. Meanwhile, large research efforts are underway to increase the amount of magnetic flux a material can withstand before collapsing into a more ordinary state, so that superconductive technology may also be applied to the generation and transmission of electric power. Furthermore, an organic compound has been discovered which will exhibit this phenomenon. The new stage of physical incarnation thus will penetrate ever more deeply as intelligence is brought into it, and broadly as widespread applications for it are found. At what stage does the incarnation process stand in 1981? The formal qualities of Ahriman have all been embodied in machines on which the practical life of our culture depends. When the machines first incorporated electricity, they also began to embody the very substance of Ahriman, and when practical computers operating near absolute zero appear, they will be wholly comprised of Ahriman's substance. What little matter they will contain will be unreservedly, albeit not irrevocably, given over to his domination. The penetration will then be as deep as it can be, and all that will remain is proliferation. However, the process will then by no means be complete. What we will have will be something like retarded country cousins of the awful figure of Ahriman himself. What is now being dreamed by artificial intelligence workers will have to be made a physical reality, the incorporation of true intelligence into the machines. Much has already been achieved in this direction, although the end is not yet in sight. For example, machines have solved mathematical integration problems that no human was able to solve, beaten the world backgammon champion, held extended conversations in unstilted English about the severely limited world of blocks, played ping-pong with itself, wielded a paddle with its arm and guiding it with its eye, conversed with people about their personal problems cleverly enough so that intelligent people feel personally attached to it, and exclude others from the room for the duration of such a private conversation. The expert knows that these and other impressive results are based on highly specialized mechanisms which cannot be generalized easily, but the reactions lay people have when confronted with achievements such as these is part of the problem. It is proper to be respectful of the awesome technical achievement which these demonstrated capabilities represent, while it is also necessary to keep one's equilibrium, to avoid anthropomorphizing the machine, to maintain the healthy knowledge that the machines are less than they seem. A machine which can beat you in chess cannot thereby be said to think better than you. In the prudent suspicion that they are more than they seem, they have occult effects belied by their overwhelming ordinariness. The first signs of free will can be seen by whoever looks where to look, and beings of a higher order than elementals are beginning to appear within the machines. In sum, the process is rather far along, but is still decades from being complete. Man must and will have some religion. If he has not the religion of Jesus, he will have the religion of Satan, and will erect the synagogue of Satan, calling the prince of this world God, and destroying all who do not worship Satan under the name of God. From the beginning of time to the end, we all know that hell is a swear word. Does hell also refer to something? Is hell a reality? Assuming there is a hell, we then think, whatever else hell may be, it is also a state of being. But we, humans, are beings. So hell may be the name for a particular state of our being, a possible condition of the human being. Whatever the state of a human being, that state continually undergoes change. The change is accompanied, not always fully, by attention. By paying attention, we direct what is creative in us and acquire an altered state of being. All degrees of attentiveness, from watching television to meditating, alter the state of our being. They differ not in whether attention is exercised, but in how much will is exercised. The human being took on a hellish tinge in events described in Genesis. The alteration of the human being in the direction of hell took place in 2 stages. In the first stage, the serpent captured Eve's attention. She turned from attending exclusively to God and attended to the minister of hell, who at that time still shared a residence with God in the human being. In the second stage, Adam and Eve exercised their will and ate the apple. After directing themselves toward hell, they propelled themselves into it and it into themselves. Thus began a spiral of degeneration. The spiral began with the expulsion from the garden. What were Adam and Eve expelled into? They were expelled from the Edenic state of being into the fallen state of being, the distinguishing characteristic of which is the active participation of the powers of hell. The Edenic unity of the human state of being was broken and access to one of the pieces given to the powers of hell. The spiral of degeneration deepened as the human state of being increasingly became hell. The earth hardened and dried as a reflection of the changing human state. The being who appeared as a serpent was not yet in the earth, but the earth reflected its presence in us. In the beginning, before all of this, there was the Word. That Word became flesh and dwelt among us, full of grace and glory. The Word offered to each human being power to become a child of God. To each who receives the Word, believes in His name, who is born of God. Proper attention to the Word gives will to transform the human in the Edenic direction. In 1879, after extended battle, Satan was cast down to earth. Already established as part of humanity, Satan could then be in the world of objects. In that year, the first electric artificial light burned. All other lights had been like the sun, ultimately derived from the sun. Electricity and the electric light have their own basis unrelated to the sun. Also in that year, a pivotal event in the development of mathematical logic broke the dominion of the word over the human mind when Frege published his Begriff script. With this concept script, Frege established logic as an intellectual object with a free basis unrelated to the word, just as electricity made light unrelated to the sun. Sunless light and wordless logic intertwined, and out of them came the computer. In 21 years, this renegade objectified logic developed to the crisis of self-awareness, which in logic is the paradox of self-reference. In Russell, this took the form of understanding the set of all sets which do not contain themselves. Does it contain itself? If it does, it is not such a set. If it does not, it is such a set. In 1948, von Neumann worked out the details of automata, creatures of logic, which are able to reproduce themselves entirely, including their means of reproduction. All life processes were now possible within the realm of logic alone, from analysis to reflection to reproduction. This world of possibilities is now being incorporated into practical computers. Again, the PC. Their basis, appeared in the garden as the serpent, established a foothold in our being, and now is building a new world of its own, a world with light not of the sun, and logic not of the word. Just as the word offers each person the power to become a child of God, so each person is now offered the power to become a child of hell. And in this, I wanted to just say, the apocalypticer sees and feels the secrets which are connected with a number like 666 more or less consciously, for he sees things and processes in accordance with the secret of numbers, or it would be better to say he feels them like a musician feels the connection between tones in accordance with the secret of numbers, but who at most only becomes aware of this at certain places. What we'll have to do is look into the cosmos so that we can get more secrets about 666 from it.